stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep tonight.
Leave our cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only one.
Say to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light,
and the sound of the band.
if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little
The
slower,
music might stop.
if we get a little closer,
Their heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why. I just don't know what weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep them moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin, the veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillar.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
I thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced. Her pulse raced, then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank. She quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the far far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing
one.
to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light,
and the sound of the band,
if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
the music might stop.
if we get a little
Their
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just till the end. I was born to be champion. It's a war, it's a war. Got that fire in my bones. Gonna knock you down, knock you down. Hit you where it hurts. Gonna knock you down, hit you where it hurts. Hit you where it hurts.
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Munchballs, and I'm joined today by Lyric. It's the first time we've cast together in months and months. It feels like. How are you doing, man?
Man, it's been too long since the boys have been together. We even have the best casting names, so we could just be Lunchables. So it's not fair. We will cast more this split, which is awesome. Yeah, yes. we even get one of your favorite teams today. It's a great day all around.
We get two of my favorite teams against each other today.
True.
We'll talk about that in a minute. First, let's talk about what happened yesterday. Because we had, I would say, more one-sided games yesterday than I was expecting at very least. 2-2-0s back-to-back in yesterday's series. And the second one, I sort of thought that would go to 3 games, you know. I thought that would be a closer series than it was. Weibo really not showing up against EDG.
No, they did not look good at all. They're still bringing some flavor. We got the Shy on his Anivia pick against Flandre's Vladimir, but still, it didn't really mean anything. EDG were just too solid coming in. Their bot lane looked extremely good, even moving to beforehand, right? IG coming out with a really decisive 2-0. Zika, Shun, and Yuakai just looking amazing so far this split.
Yeah, I feel like both of these results, surprisingly one-sided, is my big conclusion from yesterday. But like you say, IG looking pretty good. EDG maybe feeling a little bit back on form. I think people are starting to get a bit worried about EDG, so it's good for them that they finally get 2-0 in the books. Let's look at today's games, though, because this is a day where we've got David versus Goliath stories in both series, right? JDG, a heavy favorite against LGD. Top Esports, you'd assume a favorite against WE as well. But with some roster changes, maybe LGD and WE can kind of show up a little bit here and show us what they're made of today.
Yeah, you know, it'll be interesting to see, I think, especially for WE going on throughout the split. We'll hit on it later with their rosters, with SMLZ and Reheal coming onto the roster. Super cool. But JDG, LGD, this one's going to be rough for LGD because JDG, I mean, in their first series against TES, like, they've kept their form. They're still looking strong coming into the split.
And remember, this is a team that was top 4 in spring, right? And I feel like people have forgotten about JDG. I don't feel like people look at JDG and think top 4 team. I feel like they're still that middle of the table that was happening during the regular season. That is not the case anymore. But let's talk about LGD first, because they've changed their roster. This will be their first series of the split coming in. So we have to give them a clean slate to some extent and talk about this new version of the roster, because they have made a couple of roster changes. Garvey and Chance no longer on the roster. Chalitza moving into the team. Hai Chao in the mid lane. And Assam in AD carry. And Assam will actually be playing today.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see that LGD were conscious of the fact, hey, we're not really making this roster work. We need to bring in some changes. So bringing in some LDL talent in both mid and AD carry, while also bringing over Chalitza, who's always, I think, been more of like a stable sort of weak side top laner who complements Fearness pretty well, because we know Fearness likes to get his hands on those more carry-oriented picks. And that kind of felt like the story of LGD's regular season, spring split, if we look back, right? That things LGD did well was Shadow still showing a bit of proactivity, playing up towards the top side. Maybe him and Fearness can be able to find a lead. And those were the routes they would kind of find wins through. Sadly for them, pretty much once it hit mid-game and even their other lanes struggled pretty consistently throughout Spring Split.
Yeah, it feels, I mean, like, ultimately, this was a team down right at the bottom of the table, so we do have to temper expectations coming into the split, but I'm hoping for incremental improvements. Let's take a look at some of the clips from last split of how this team operated, because a lot of it revolved around Shadow and Fearness, right? Shadow making his way up towards that top side and setting up, but also Fearness making his way into the other lanes.
Yeah, Fearness, when he got on these types of picks where he can have like heavy agency, get onto the back line, it was definitely when he looked like a standout and was able to have an impact on team fights, in dives, and just help propel LGD to an early lead. And even Shadow, right? You just hit on it, just constantly looking for those ganks topside. I feel like in this meta, this is something we're seeing less of, is attention paid towards the topside. We have a lot of volatility in the bottom lane. So I'm wondering how they will adapt to that, especially because, like we said, when it came to mid-game, when it came to team fights, that was the area where LGD really looked like they didn't have too much of an idea of how they should set up the map or play out the game.
Yeah, it felt like in a lot of those mid games, LGD felt a little bit lost. Like, kind of, you see that team fight there. Everyone's scattering in different directions. There's no coordination there, and they end up falling apart. But I do want to have a quick recap on their opponents here, JDG, because we already loosely mentioned the fact that JDG came in form against Top Esports. We had a top 4 tussle between Top Esports and JDG, second place versus fourth place, and JDG showing up big time. And it's in a series that obviously matters in the term of the league right now, but it matters a lot between these two organizations. JDG, you could see it was personal.
Yeah, I mean, right, just the 2020 rivalry, the two teams who went to 5 games in both spring and summer finals, and even, right, still having large, like, cornerstones of the rosters that competed for those titles. So it was cool to see. We came in, we had a decently close series, right, went all the way to 3 games, but JDG definitely coming out the more decisive team, the more aggressive team, just across the board. It was so nice to see, starting off with Kanavi, who in my mind was a top 2 jungler in spring split, still kept it up in that first series, constantly finding invades on TN and finding solo kills, linking up well with the top side of the map. And that was really the story of this JDG roster in my mind, was like, cool, 369 brings a really good focal point to give Kanavi someone to play around early and then bring them strong into the mid game.
Kanavi doing really solidly on Wukong as well, which turned into being one of the most important champions, right? But the bottom lane, exceptional performances across the course of this series. Like Hope and Missing have been leveling up big time, and Jackie Love and Mark leaving something to be desired, I think, is the best way to describe that bottom lane performance.
Yeah, sadly for them, that was not where it was at. But I mean, hey, we'll get to talk about that, right? Because Top Esports are playing next. But JDG's bottom lane definitely coming in strong. And I mean, when Missing is on, Missing just looks so good. Great to see him be able to pull out these enchanters and Hope step up to carry on a pick like Lucian, which is obviously super OP right now. But we have seen some bottom lanes struggle on it. Heck, EDG even losing a game to FPX where they had the Lucian Nami bot lane. So it still does take skill to be able to carry a game and find these wins.
It certainly does. I mean, it's entirely about burst, right? And if you don't get that burst kill, well, you actually probably lose the 2v2. Like, if the burst doesn't stick, if you can't finish that kill off in the extended trades, quite often you'll end up losing. So, yeah, definitely a skillful matchup, but let's talk about the junglers. I'm just going to move away from the bottom lane because we need to talk more about Kanavi. And today he's going up against Shadow. Shadow is, in my mind, one of the highlight players on LGD, quite often being the guy trying to drag this team across the finish line. But he is going to have his work cut out against, like you said, one of the best junglers in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi's just been such a standout, right? Able to find advantages in the early game, extremely aggressive, but still getting himself ahead. Pays a lot of attention up to 369, like we highlighted, kind of the stability being brought to that roster, which goes against Shadow pretty well, right? Because we hit on Shadow also playing a lot towards the top side, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of action coming out from these junglers. And heck, second in solo kills for Shadow, he was someone who also liked to get in the enemy jungler's face and look for some action.
Yeah, it certainly did. I'm kind of excited to see if we get some Lee Sin today, to be honest, because when I think of both Kanavi and Shadow, both exceptional Lee Sin players. I know Dagda was a big advocate. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, saying Kanavi was the best Lee Sin in the league, which, I don't know, I didn't necessarily agree at the time, but the fact that anyone has that opinion says a lot about how good the guy is on the Lee Sin. But then Shadow, back in LEC, everyone was heralding him as the LPL Lee Sin in the LEC. Now he came over to the LPL, and he's still really good at Lee Sin. Yeah, it turns out that's a checkmark requirement for jugglers in the LPL.
Yeah, and I do feel like Shadow in his first split was extremely promising. It hasn't really been able to find that same, I think, level of impact since then. But again, with the roster changes on LGD, hoping he'll be able to show more, because even in spring, having some highlight plays where he was able to pop off, he was one of the catalysts to LGD picking up some wins.
Yeah, certainly was. We can take a look at some of the clips as well of Shadow. This is his Lee Sin. Take a look at these swift little kicks. He just dips across the fight and kicks Leon into the middle of everyone, sets up Eric to carry the rest of the play. Really nicely done. And then there's another one which I believe he... Oh no, this is the clip where he goes up top lane on his Diana and helps the 2v2 with Fearless.
Yeah, you know, sometimes all you got to do is take advantage of the enemy mistakes, especially here in the LPL, because, you know, literally every team is going to be making tons of those. And on the opposite end, I mean, again, Kanavi has just been such a solid performer, like, has such a diverse champion pool, willing to pull out, whether it's things like the Trundle, or we even know from back in the day, right, the Kindreds, the Graves, just another player who can really function on any champion. And yeah, you know, here's one of the insane Lee Sin performances that made Dagda such a fan of Kanavi's Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, 7-1-3. I think he finished that game like 10-2 or something insane like that. Absolutely amazing player, and I can't wait to see who's going to have control of this early game, right? Because we know both of them like the early game junglers. Proficient Wukong players that we've got here, and well, Wukong's incredibly strong right now. Maybe we get a bit of Lee Sin, but that's not been the most popular pick so far. We'll have to wait and see, but... Lyric, what are you anticipating seeing in the draft here? Because I feel like with LGD, it's going to be difficult to predict, right? First series on. But with JDG, we have had a little insight into them.
I don't know if it's... I feel like this meta's kind of falling into a pattern already where it's like, okay, we know we're going to see some, like, formation of Gwen, Kale, GP in the top lane. Jungle's going to be Wukong, Viego, Lee Sin. Mid, we're going to have Swain. Like, I feel like it's already figured out very quickly. The cool thing is, you know, LGD bringing Asamon to the roster... And that is how I'm going to pronounce his name. I don't know if I could do it justice pronouncing it any other way. He plays Draven. His second most played champ in his career is actually Draven, so it'd be really cool. I know yesterday we had another day of Dravens coming out, and the fact that we have so many premier Draven players, right? Juan Fong, Jackie Love, Wink, it's just so cool to get to see all these players come in and shine.
That was going to be my next thing I said. Like, Draven is the 4th most picked bot laner in the LPL so far, with 5 picks already. But this is our JDG roster that will be stepping onto the Rift today, same as last split. And 369, I feel like I'm excited for his split. I feel like he's going to have a really good split. I don't really have much backing to that, but I just feel like 369 is one of these players where he kind of alternates between not doing so hot and then being the best player in the league. And I feel like we're on the other side of that pendulum now. But LGD, they're going to have their work cut out. And Fairness, especially against 369, I'm keeping my eyes on that lane.
Like we said, it's going to be all about that top side 2v2. I'm not sure if LGD especially maybe will change it up, considering that they have had roster changes coming into the bottom lane. And then we know in terms of mid lane matchup, right? Because we haven't really hit on either Yagao or Yeji coming in, is that both these guys, I think, were much more about pushing and moving, enabling your team, not necessarily just sitting in lane. Even in their first series, Yagao pulling out the LeBlanc, the Yari, and the Galio, all champions, right? Not looking for that 1v1, looking to enable his teammates elsewhere.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to like set the team up and who's going to be the carry for either of these teams as well, because that's one thing we have seen is some teams really liking to go towards things like the Kale in the top lane, like really lean into the top lane being the ultimate carry of the team. Other teams have liked to focus on things like the Draven in the bottom lane, etc., etc. So we'll have to wait and see. Apparently, ban pick 30 seconds away, and we'll get to find out how this one's going to start off. But for JDG, I feel like you're coming in here, you want to be going in confident, right? I don't even think you necessarily take the most serious draft possible. I feel like here you're making a statement to the rest of the league. You've already won a game against top esports. Now you're looking for your second series. I want to see them like really show it off, you know? I want to see a bit of style coming out from JDG today.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to see what else they have in their pockets, right? Because they didn't have to show too much in their first series in terms of, like, we didn't get any Kale coming out from 369. We didn't have any Swain in the mid lane. So I want to see how much they've adapted to these newer picks that are showing their face into the meta, because they did lean heavily on champions they've already played, right? We had 369 bringing out the Kennen. He had the Gragas play as well, which he's definitely significantly improved on ever since Karsa scolding back on top esports. And I mean, Yagao picking up Yagao champions, only their bottom lane kind of showing some more depth, bringing out things like the Yumi, bringing out things like the Nami, which is a far cry from what we used to describe Missing as. Because I remember Missing was another support in 2020 that were like, this guy's just Mr. Hook City. He's going to pick Thresh. He's going to pick Nautilus. He's going to land the hook every time. And yeah, he's finally starting to branch out in a meta where you need to.
Yeah, and then he sort of became the Leona guy as well in 2021. Well, I mean, everyone was the Leona guy in 2021, but he was a part of that. Now we're seeing enchanters from him. It's exciting to see the kind of evolution of this player and the evolution of the bottom lane as well, especially alongside Hope, who has been a player that we've all been very hyped about on broadcast for a long time, but hasn't been able to win the LPL or anything like that, hasn't been able to reach those dizzying heights of the great ADCs of LPL. But I feel like seeing Hope play things like Lucian is a breath of fresh air as well, because when I think of Hope, I think of like Varus, where you want to stay back and just do consistent DPS, or like Aphelios and Jinx. I don't really think of aggressive AD carries. So I feel like this meta is going to show us different sides of the players that we've got so used to over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and just different styles being able to come out. And I mean, for JDG, it's really cool because you said a lot of people still think of JDG as a mid-tier team. I will say I have JDG as one of my teams that I kind of think is going to end up going to Worlds. I think they might still be able to edge out, whether it's over like an EDG or if V5 or TS don't completely adapt to the meta. I think the idea that the way that JDG play the game, I think is really good. It's really structured. They have like a plan in the early game. They know how to attack the map. They know how to transfer pressure between all three of their lanes. You don't need to be super versatile. I feel like we've seen that every year. You can just all in on one thing, be super awesome. And guess what? People can't combat that one thing. It doesn't matter if you can't do anything else.
It's true. I think FPX are the best example of that, right? Where they were not playing the same game as everyone else at that World Championship, and everyone else had to try and figure out how to play their game. Enough about FPX, though. Let's talk about picks and bans, because we're going to get this series kicked off here with a Wukong bank to start things off for LGD.
Yeah, so things we're still going to be keeping our eyes on is the Gwen. Gwen still being up definitely feels absolutely massive. Talia, another champion that has kind of been weird. It seems like some teams do value this pick very highly. We've seen it banned quite a bit, but not too many teams willing to pull it out so far, which feels, I'd say, a little bit of like a miss, considering that you have power to roam at level 6 and also are an incredible scaler. So now really only going to have Swain left as one of those two champions that have risen back into the meta.
Yeah, we'll see if the Swain makes it through these bans or if he'll be taken off the board. We have seen a fair few Swain bans, but still quite a lot. Like, this is the thing. We're so early on in the meta as well, where I feel like the bans are going to gradually change across the course of the split, but we'll find out what the teams value more than other picks. The Senna going to be taken off the board. The pick, actually, Lissandra? I did not expect a Lissandra ban to come out today.
Yeah, so it seems like JDG are maybe trying to angle for an Ahri pick, right? Typically, it's ban out the Lissandra, opens up the Ahri. Technically, as well, opens up the LeBlanc. Two picks we know Yagao plays and has played. The other pick that is open that I want to highlight is the Kalista. So Viego taken away because Wukong, the highest priority jungle, is there. Kalista has really been our next high priority AD carry. Despite the fact that Ezreal has more picks in it, it seems like a lot of people have really just preferred blinding this Kalista and getting a very strong early game laning phase.
Yeah, but that Lee Sin, we did talk about it. Shadow going for that Viego could leave Kanavi to go for the Lee Sin himself. Ahri Lee Sin as well, an exceptionally strong 2v2. Like, the power that you get in the mid jungle with an Ahri and a Lee Sin is monstrous. We know Yagao and Kanavi will leverage that.
Yeah, I think it's great because Yagao obviously plays a lot for jungle and for his side. So I think we can expect Kanavi to be enabled. And there's the Kalista pick that we expected to see come through. LGD's bot lane going to bring that one out. I wonder if you go for a support here. I think I'd prefer you just pick mid and maybe wait for a bit of a support counter pick later on. But seems like no, not wanting to maybe risk the Renata being banned out. This was a 2v2 lane that we saw have a lot of prevalence the first few days of the split. And then one or the other champion would start to get banned away.
Oh, it's actually going to be the Nautilus in the end. This is a fairly standard duo alongside Kalista, obviously very
too safe, Munchables. Too safe. It's weak. That's not the big Chad energy we want to see here.
I mean, he throws an anchor. That's pretty Chad. Like, this guy's strong. He's and also total anti-bro. I don't know if you guys know the Nautilus lore, but completely wrecks everyone he used to know for absolutely no reason. Wasn't even their fault. Anyway, moving on. Ezreal gonna be locked in for Hope down the bottom side. Look at the skirmishing power on both sides. Lyric, we're gonna get a scrap.
Yeah, so far, right, LGD definitely angling to play around their bottom lane. They have tons of ways to be able to start off fights. You're going to pretty consistently be able to get prio. depending on support matchup, right? For JDG, they can still pick some kind of enchanter in the bottom lane, whether it's Karma or so on and so forth. But then that's even more reason for LGD to want to play around the bot lane, look for those 3v3s and all-ins to be able to find those kills. But JDG now just going to angle to take away more mid laners. The LeBlanc ban makes a lot of sense. Another champion that was picked pretty consistently into the Ahri in both Spring and at MSI. The only real pick that we've seen be answered into Ahri that's still left open is the Vex. It's only been played twice so far this split, but right, we saw it a lot early on in MSI. Galio would be the other standout to me of where it's like, hey, you can play Galio into the Ahri. You're just going to, again, throw your Q, hit the wave with your passive, and be able to walk away. But JDG say screw that.
JDG not interested in playing against that Galio. So LeBlanc, Lissandra, Galio, all taken away from Yeji in that mid lane. We'll see where he's going to end up going. But first, we need to look towards JDG's next pick, because they could go for a support or a top laner. It's fairly safe to assume they'll go for a support next.
Yeah, for JDG, I'm interested to see where they go. So far, pretty much showing everything. I feel like their comp isn't too heavily indexed into one way. The Alistar would give them both engage and disengage, which would be pretty nice considering that LGD's comp so far really does just want to look for the all-ins. You'll provide Ezreal a little bit more safety coming into those mid-game fights, so that one will be locked in for Missing. And heck, that was another pick that Missing played a lot back in 2020 and had standout performances on. So now, LGD, how do you respond?
Oh, it's going to be a Silas. Instant lock-in right there from Assam. And then the Ornn being hovered for a second there. That is something that Fearless has played a reasonable amount of. But Fearless, I like things like the Camille. I love watching Fearless have a little bit of flexibility. We saw the clip of him on Akali earlier today in this segment. I'd love to see him have a bit of a bit of influence. A Fiora blind in the top lane is certainly one way to do that.
Yeah, I wonder if JDG are going to look to like maybe hard punish it with something like a Jace and play for sides, or if you're going to match scaling with scaling and maybe go for something like a Kale pick that we talked about earlier on. You'll still be able to get through laning phase fine, but oh, that is something I didn't hit, right? Same vein as Jace in terms of bullying out in the early laning phase, but this is 369's pick. He played this pick more than everybody else in Spring Split. He gravitates to it so consistently. Heck, he even played it in their series against Top Esports.
I will say, though, he currently has a 0% win rate this split on Kennen, because that was the one game that they lost against Top Esports. So, but yeah, this is a pick that 369 is super comfortable. And as you say, has that ranged matchup that you were talking about with the Jace, like just trying to punish Fiora during the laning phase. Kennen will be able to get a lot of harass down against that Fiora. Should be able to do decently. But we'll have to wait and see. So originally I was looking at that top lane matchup as the big one. With a Kennen there, I'm not sure we'll see that much action up towards the top side. Down in the bottom lane, it's very possible. With a Kalista lane, you're always a little bit nervous that there's going to be kills in the laning phase.
Yeah, I think for LGD especially, you're going to want to put a lot of pressure down towards that bottom side and at least make sure the Kallista's doing well. Again, you should be able to get priority, play around that, look for invades in the enemy jungle. I think JDG can be the ones maybe trying to punish this Fiora a little bit more. Kennen should be consistently pushing, so you'll have to play off of like a bounce back or a wave timing along those lines to be able to find a gank. But I think the mid game is where it gets really interesting because the Fiora doesn't really fit with the rest of LGD's champions. Like, you have champions who want to dive backline, who want to go in, who want to brawl and have team fights. And Fiora's always just been so lackluster, right? You see a Fiora flank coming in behind and you're like, I'm just going to turn and kill this Fiora. What are they going to do? The answer's always been nothing. So I'm kind of curious to see if LGD will be able to pull off this balancing act of having a Fiora, but also having a Kalista, a Silas, all these champions that want to get in.
Yeah. I will say, Teamfight Fiora is ever so slightly better than it used to be. Now Goredrinker exists, but it's still not great. It's still not great. It used to be even worse. It used to be like Fiora literally offers nothing to a teamfight. Now it's like Fiora offers very little to a teamfight. So, you know, minor improvements over the years. But we're on to the Rift. So far, no level 1 shenanigans here is Missing. Looks like he's dropped a ward and gone back to grab a sweeper for himself. But other than that, actually, interestingly, Assam starting with a sweeper on this Kalista.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does do with it. Also, going lethal tempo, which has been way more standard in recent times. I think maybe the most surprising one we're seeing is the first strike coming out for Yagao. So going to bank on making a little bit of money in the early game, considering that he will just be able to trade with Yeji whenever he wants. The 10% bonus damage later on is going to feel pretty good as well. So yeah, not really too much of interest in runes other than that, and it looks like we aren't going to get any scrappy level 1 shenanigans.
I can't say I'm super surprised on that regard, but that's okay. Let's talk junglers here.
No. I was going to say, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. LGD want it.
The sweeper pops off here as it's going to be the blue buff 400. Kanavi going to have to use the smite on this one. And the sad jinx comes out from Asum. And a confused Nico, or a confused Frog, I guess, from Jinzhao as well. Shadow walks away empty-handed. That's actually kind of big. They've spent a lot of time going for that invade. Kanavi's going to be like 2 camps up.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time. Not as much time as what happened the other day. I can't remember what tiers it was, but we had like 3 minutes level 1.
Level 1, yeah.
Fighting around that red buff. But yeah, is going to lose a little bit of time. So Kanavi now should be able to find an earlier window to be able to influence the map. We already kind of hit on for him. Top lane is a very easy avenue for him to look for. You can set up with 369 stun. You have the mixed damage coming in as well, which will be even more potent. Yagao gonna have push in mid lane to influence any invades that Kanavi wants to go for, and Kanavi does want to go for it.
Yes, he does. Sonic Wave over, but Shadow has made a beeline to that blue buff. Really intelligent pathing from Shadow here as he goes for a ring around the roses. This will only be Shadow's second camp. Kanavi already has 3, as he's going to have to get over to Yagao. Doesn't have his W yet. Kanavi just walks into them, still had flash as well. After everything's gone so right, it all suddenly goes so wrong.
Yeah, and Yagao was only level 2 as well compared to Yeji, who is level 3. So overall, LGD just having the advantage in the skirmish. Everything starting off so well for JDG. Kanavi wanted to look for that invade because he knew that they wasted time. He knew he could meet Shadow at that buff and be able to win out, considering that Yagao also did have push in the mid lane. But, I mean, you hit on it. The ring around the Rosie is pretty much what came in clutch for Shadow here. Gets away, and Yeji, level 2 right now. I think it's level 3 off this minion. Now is his full combo available, and no safeguard for Kanavi. He could try to flash away. LGD would still be able to follow up with their own flashes to be able to secure the kill, so I guess Kanavi just rating having that summoner spell up more worthwhile than losing it.
And you just know off the back of that play, Shadow immediately jumping into all chat and typing jungle diff. Like, it's the only course of action in that situation after getting so far behind at level 1 and then now finding an advantage, even on farm, and going to be able to go for this Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. So Kanavi kind of left wanting in this one so far. And you can see a bit of a CS difference in the mid lane thanks to the fact that Yeji was going for that little skirmish while there were minions dying underneath the tower. As we've got a replay in the bottom. Oh, that was Yeji dropping that ward. So clearly Shadow knew exactly what Kanavi was wanting to do. As Yagao takes a bit of a chunk, but Yeji takes a bit of damage back. But leaving the red buff early from Shadow, very nicely done, reading Kanavi well.
Yeah, and Yagao opening himself up.
Yeah, Ignite down onto Yeji as well. I was surprised that Yeji went for that one, especially since Kanavi walked over the ward. I thought there was no way he'd go for the all-in. Tries to make it happen, but doesn't quite have the damage to finish it off.
Yeah, seems like he thought maybe he would just have enough to be able to burst him out. I'm guessing that Yagao was very clearly baiting that with the way he walked up. Was honestly just so sus. That could be a little bit of the durability patch coming in clutch for the side of JDG. But man, Yeji, for the fact that he was able to pick up that blue buff, has just been able to keep up so much pressure in that mid lane ever since.
Yeah, so far so good for Yeji. And, he is slightly down in CS. Should be able to even that up as he crashes away in the mid lane. But now Shadow wants to make a play on the bottom side. Hope and Missing in trouble. Jinzhao with the CC chain onto Missing. Is Alistair not that tanky at level 4 as he gets flashed on and will get rendered in 2.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from the side of LGD. Not sure the lane state ended up like this. I would assume that they were just able to get a bounce back themselves, considering that they should have the winning matchup in the 2v2 early on. Put Missing and Hope in a position that's just very awkward for them to be in. And yeah, Alistar not too tanky early on in the game. Not even having anything like Aftershock that really enables you to maybe be able to survive. And overall, LGD just finding a great early start.
Yeah, beautifully done. And now Kanavi trying again on this invade that he did earlier on. Last time it didn't work out. This time, can he find the smite? Yes, he can. Gets the smite, gets over the wall, and takes the Gromp away from Shadow. So just looking for these small advantages. And also, in the same time, shadowing for 369, who's trying to crash that wave at the top side, but Missing. Wants to go for a play in the mid lane. Only level 4, but the Hex Flash is there. Yeji's level 6. I don't think this is happening.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to back off. especially considering that the new Shadow would be in the area, right? I mean, Kanavi stole his camps. The only path ahead is down towards that bottom side. So in the end, not going to come through. Also, good call by Kanavi not to look for the earlier duel, considering that Shadow did have an item advantage over him. Kanavi now, after his back, does have the pickaxe, so we'll have some more combat stats if any brawls do break out. And LGD looking for some brawls themselves, but, oh, will he get it? Shadow gets it!
Just walks in and smites it away. I think Kanavi actually had smite available himself, but wasn't convinced on using that summoner, I guess.
Wait, we're getting a solo kill?
Oh, we've got an all-in on the top side. Fearless just going to be stunned those. 369 zips on out. No, we are not getting a solo kill, to answer your question.
I need to apologize to the observers, because I was going to say, what are you doing? Because we swapped the top right as we were getting an invade in bot side, but in the end, LGD just back off. They don't want to go for the aggression. And I think one key thing to highlight is, if you look at the minimap, just the vision coming out for JDG so far, having a deep ward on enemy red, having a ward right in front of the blue buff as well, so anywhere Shadow goes, they should be able to get some decent information on, especially considering when JDG are banking a lot on 369 and Hope's damage. Yagao really will just be a facilitator, so you're waiting for more items to come under their belts.
That pink ward is really unfortunate for missing, because he's against Viego, right? So the second Viego uses stealth, just for the movement speed, the control ward reveals itself because it reveals the Viego. It stops the stealth working. So kind of unfortunate for missing that the ward ends up getting caught there by Shadow just by pure coincidence. Missing caught once again, still level 4 in this situation. It's been level 4 for hours.
Yeah, I mean, he did make the roam towards mid lane, right? He spent a lot of time kind of just waiting around to see if he's going to be able to find it. But here's the bot lane prio that we've seen all game long is going to lead LGD into a dragon. And yeah, it kind of sucks, right? Because it feels like JDG just lost so much steam ever since that level 1 invade didn't pay off. Had that worked out right, you find such a big advantage. Shadow's pretty much out of the game. The Silas never gets blue buff, which means the Gao's pressure keeps up the whole time, but all in...
Yeah, G trying to make it happen as Jinzhao moves in as well, but Yagao going to be safe on the Ahri. This is one of the reasons that it's such a popular pick, but in the meantime, Kanavi started off this Ripped Herald. Jinzhao and Yeji moving over. You can see Fairness and Shadow making their way over as well. This could be a whole brawl here, but I think LGD just going to be gifted this one over. JDG don't want to fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this could just start getting so rough for JDG. I mean, I do like their 5v5, considering the fact that it is, like, holistic. It's not like LGDs where you do have this, like, one awkward element. Everyone functions. 369 looking to get on backline. Yagao can set up with the charm, Hope being the DPS. But still, if Yeji and Shadow find their way onto Yagao or Hope, instantly set up for the reset to come out from Viego, then LGD can just snowball this game out of control.
Certainly can. Is Hope going to be able to at least get a tower plate for himself and answer for that one? But as you say, it's LGD the ones with a lead right now. 2 kills on the board, almost 1,000 gold as well as Shadow will find yet another crab and will have that CS advantage. We talked about how Kanavi was like 10 CS up early on in the game, but that advantage is well and truly gone at this stage. The only significant advantage that JDG have found themselves is CS in the mid lane, and realistically, 13 CS, it's not really enough to win a game off of.
No, especially considering that Yeji does have a kill on the opposite side, so it's pretty much even. And I gotta say, I feel like we kind of cursed this one a little bit. Coming into the day, we're like, man, look at these games. Probably just going to be a 4-0 day. That's exactly what's going to happen. I said I see JDG going to Worlds. And whenever you make those kind of bold, sweeping statements, the exact opposite always happens. So I know everyone out there is thinking, thank you, casters, for making sure we get 6 games today. You're welcome.
Yeah. And also, it's worth mentioning that we said it was going to be an absolute banger when we saw the draft coming in. So far, only 2 kills on the board in 10 minutes. Oh, the true shot barrage. It's not quite up. Got too excited. But hey, good attempt there by Hope. He was hopeful with that ultimate, you could say.
No. Just don't.
It begins.
Your bad jokes were one of the things that I loved about you and hated about the world. But hey, Shadow, not going to find it. Hope's on Ezreal. Ezreal should never get caught out, despite what players like Jackie Love lead you to believe. I don't know why I threw that shade, but...
Look, it's appropriate, let's be honest. He has a reputation for being both the best and worst Ezreal simultaneously in the LPL, but he's not playing yet today. He will be playing later on today. Oh, I assume he will. Maybe they've subbed him out. I don't think they
I mean, he's starting for game 1, that's for sure.
There is no bot lane sub on the team. Unless they want Qingtian to play bot lane.
They
That would
could.
be spicy.
Hey,
That would be
speaking of
drama.
LGD, we had Garvey playing AD carry before. Like,
That's
it could be done.
That's true, but that was a whole can of worms. There was like visa issues and all kinds of shenanigans going into that.
A lot of people speculated that the Shy probably should have played AD carry on IG after Jackie Love left.
Yeah, well, that was less about the Shy being good and more about shade towards the other IG players. Let's be real here. I'm going to be honest, whenever I see people talking about IG rosters on like Reddit or Twitter or whatever, I'm always like, okay, this conversation is, you can't
This
work
conversation's
out IG.
over much because Knav... Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you for no reason. We got baited again.
Well, you say that. We're going to fight over the Gromp. The Gromp is almost as valuable as Dragon in the LPL. JDG, Posture, they want to fight for their blue buff. They don't want to let Shadow go for this one. Smite available for Shadow, not for Kanavi, though. Yagao would love to get this blue, but I don't know if he's going to be allowed to. Fight kicks off. Damage coming in from Hope off on the side, but he's low on mana. Is Asum trying to
369's
fight
here.
back from this one? 369 TPing in. Has Flash available, but can't quite get close enough just yet.
Oh,
in goes
Kanavi!
Kanavi with a kick on Asum. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, JDG being able to have the man advantage because Fearness TPing up to the top side. Fearness actually tried to run 369 down and make sure he couldn't TP in. Just had to go to his turret. But Kanavi being the big playmaker, they aren't really able to turn that into any kind of objective, but still nice by the side of JDG to pick up a little bit of gold.
Like, they got their own blue buff. I'd call that an objective, okay?
True.
It was worth it in the end. Fairness, I will say, does get a bit of solo time up here. That's 2 plates taken already, and the Herald is marching its way up. Shadow just dropped that down in the lane. So if Fairness can make sure that this does get the crash onto the tower, and it will, that'll be another bit of gold going over. As Fairness actually does get some of the credit. I wasn't sure if that was going to be within the time limit there. So Fairness essentially getting 3 plates worth of gold ultimately, and then Shadow gets 160 for his trouble.
Another key thing is, now, since 369 doesn't have TP, it will be much harder for JDG to want to contest Drakes, right? Because the cannon is such a pivotal part of the damage that JDG have. Everything else is single target damage, right? He's bringing the only AoE, getting on top of numerous members, so looks like JDG won't even be able to contest. They're still angling around the area, but I don't think there's anything they should be able to do.
No, definitely not. Shadow grabs the second Drake. It will be an Ocean Stole this game. Let's see. Let's take a look. This was a very messy fight. It has to be said, pure chaos.
I was going to say, breaking this one down feels a little bit impossible. Everyone getting right into the fold, but the most important thing, though, is Kanavi looks like safeguarded in, follows up with the Sonic Wave to find the kick onto the Callista. That's all they're able to find. The other LGD members able to close enough distance, but still getting a bit of a pick in your back pocket is always nice. It gave 369 enough gold to finish up that rocket belt, but also made it so Fearness should probably be able to break down this first turret.
Hook on missing in the bottom side. Will use that ultimate to keep himself safe. And actually, Jin Zhao getting pretty low. Shadow trying to get under the tower. But Hope's got the damage here. Chasing up and now Kanavi and Yagao moving in from the river. Yeji trying to follow as well. Has the Spirit Rush in his pocket. That's going to be that as Fairness gets a tower down. That's first tower of the game. And now looking for 369 as well, but won't be able to find his target. Oh, 1v1 in the river. It's Yagao versus Yeji, but nothing comes of it.
You know, the more hindsight we get from that JDG play, the more bad it actually was for JDG. Losing the Dragon, losing in top, the Fiora's getting much bigger, all for a window where you actually couldn't take an objective. Now I want to see if JDG start moving up towards the top side, maybe try and find a gank onto Fearness and pivot that into a Rift Herald.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's all going to come down to the team fights, right, for JDG. You're talking about this Fiora getting ahead. Well, Fairness, he's going to be a monster in those side lanes. But 369 is on Kennen. There's always the opportunity to get a big ulti as Yagao looks for Fairness, but slightly wide on the charm there.
Yeah, and I love that you're hitting on the Fiora point because it also brings up the fact that LGD are the team with the first 2 dragons, right? One of the big reasons why split pushing isn't as potent in the way that it used to be of actually committing a split pusher to take down turrets is because every game you're put on a timer of having to fight for soul. Now LGD aren't going to be on that timer for a very long time. JDG would have to pick up 3 whole dragons to even force them into that position. So I'd love to see LGD just keep utilizing the split push and the 1v1 prowess of this Fiora rather than getting baited into any skirmishes where JDG can win out.
I mean, the earliest possible soul for JDG would be 22 minutes and 43 seconds away, Lyric. So plenty of time for LGD to play with. It was a Herald taken there by JDG, so at least they get something for themselves. But in terms of gold, it is still going to be LGD leading the charge, as you say, 2 Drakes in their pocket as well, and that first tower. And I think one of the considerations has to be how much gold Fearness is going to have in his pocket, right? Because he's 0-0-0, he's slightly down in CS, but 5 plates and the local gold for the first tower of the game, like, he is going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see, right? It looks like having a bit more gold than 369, considering he has, you know, the Tiamat on top of some more components built off of that, has finished his call as well, so having even more gold. And now for LGD, you're happy in windows like this, where you still have 2 minutes until the Drake. You know, JDG are just going to be playing to catch waves, and it opens up the map very wide for you to be able to use the split push and top side and to potentially start looking for picks and sides. I'd love to see Shadow start grouping up and playing potentially with the Silas down in bot side, maybe try and pick off Yagao. You can always pivot into mid lane then, link up with your bot lane, and just give some vision to Fiora. I don't think the Fiora is really anything you need to commit too heavily into other than with just some wards.
A lot of pings going down towards the bottom side here, but we could have a skirmish in the river as well. Yeji going to find an opportunity on Yagao. Big damage there, but has to flash away as Kanavi moves in. Shadow's here alongside Jinzhao and Asun, but I don't think they can make anything happen. And I feel like this has been the story of this entire game, right? The two teams posturing, being close to a big old scrap, but neither really willing to commit.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that just coming down to, I mean, JDG being behind is the big reason, obviously, why they don't want to fight. And for LGD, again, it just goes back to how their composition works out, to where really not wanting to overcommit for any type of skirmishes when you can just win on that 1v1. But 369, not really opening up any opportunities. He's actually even ignored top and roamed down. If there wasn't this vision ward here, I believe JDG were just going to try and force some kind of sneaky fight where they have numbers advantage. Sadly, though, they won't be able to do that.
Not for the time being. 35 seconds on the Drake. JDG positioned in the river. They have vision control. There is one ward just next to the pit, but 369 up in that top side. He needs to clear this wave fast. He's got TP available, but needs to be physically available as Jin Zhao finds a pick onto Yagao. The Spirit Rush, though, on Ignite is going to be enough. Jin Zhao gets the kill, now missing in the middle of everyone. Kanavi trying to protect Hope, as it's going to be missing. Set as a sacrifice, but a pulverize is huge, and here's 369. Damage across the squad, but exhaust is too OP, and he can't get anything done. In fact, that wasn't even an exhaust. He just doesn't have any damage.
Yeah, not enough damage. You saw the other members being zoned off by Fearness. Fearness surprisingly able to absorb so much, was sidestepping quite nicely, and LGD keeping their early game reign going at full steam. They're going to be able to pick up a dragon, might even be able to pick up bot lane turret. I think you just leave Kalista there and start damaging that one, because Hope and Kanavi won't be able to achieve anything in this mid lane matchup with the other members of LGD moving their way over.
4-1 and LGD, sole point now. Big advantage, and again, we were coming in saying they were a big underdog. Jin Zhao starts things off strong as he goes straight over that wall and sets up for the pick.
Yeah, looking for the play. JDG were trying to set up their own play with missing waiting over the wall. They weren't able to do anything, though. And this is where the fight dichotomy comes in, right? Where you see Fearness able to zone off multiple members. They aren't able to get him low enough. Great parry coming out from him on top of having the Gore Drinker. Then 369 getting on the opposite side of the fight. I mean, his damage by himself just really isn't enough. Even had he picked up the Kalista, it really wouldn't have meant anything for JDG in terms of winning that fight and being able to turn that into objectives.
It wasn't exhaust in the end. It was Asim's exhaust that came through. So nicely played by Asim to keep himself safe and keep the team safe as well. And I mean,
hey, there's the gold.
Well, hey, Fearness and Asim both top of the table. Very nice to see. Is Fearness just eking out the lead there? I feel like they're racing up at the top of the table, swapping places there. But yeah, very nicely done. And across the, like you can see that across that, on average, LGD are ahead, right? And that means ultimately they are just over 1,000 gold ahead. But there's also the hidden gold value of each of those Drakes, right? There's a lot of gold value in statistics there for each of those Drakes. And in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we're going to have to see if this JDG team fight composition can pull it off. Because honestly, if they don't get this next Drake, I think they might just be doomed.
Oh, I think, yeah, if they can't secure this and we have Soul coming out for LGD, I think that'll be huge. Especially considering, right, a lot of JDG's damage is going to be, like, posturing, Ezreal throwing out his Qs, Yagao throwing out Qs, trying to get them a little bit low before you're able to follow up with any sort of meaningful damage They did have an idea of how they wanted to play out the last fight, right? We had both Yagao and Missing waiting over walls to find flanks. LGD just reacted beautifully, being able to turn onto those two separate members. And that's going to be all about vision control topside as we see JDG already starting to move over, considering that Baron's the only objective up on the map now for the next 2 minutes. They won't be crazy enough to do it. They really don't have the damage to do it either, considering you look at Hope's items right now. Only the Mirror Mana coming out on top of the Essence Reaver. So yeah, man, I feel like JDG are just so far away from having any meaningful damage on their team. Even Yagao going fully with the Morello, I guess just out of feeling so desperate of like, I need to finish combat stats now, because if we don't win a fight right now, it will all be over.
Man, long gone are the days of DFG REA, where Ari actually does damage herself. Like, feels like this Ari's basically TF 2.0 at this point in my mind. Like, she's got a bit more damage than TF, but ultimately, you always go Everfrost. Quite often you see utility items as the second item. You're almost never the assassin that Ari was always heralded as in years
I
before,
remember Ox showing us the clip of Ari using her full combo on the Jhin, and the Jhin not being 100-0, the Jhin living and walking away. And it's like, my God, definitely one of the lower damage assassins coming on out.
I don't even think you can call her an assassin anymore.
Yeah, you're definitely more of like a mid-range control mage. So on the opposite side, I feel like Silas is actually one of the champions who, despite being like a quote-unquote assassin, right, more of a bruiser, has benefited a lot from the changes. He had his healing cut, like all healing sources were on the durability patch. But the fact that fights are extended just allows you to get more rotations of your spells off, which ultimately should probably lead to just using your Kingslayer more and actually healing more than you were before. So definitely a champion who is feeling happy in this meta, and one I expect us to see more as the split goes on.
Yeah, and she taking full advantage of that situation. But Lyric, enough about the meta. We got 55 seconds until this Drake comes up. JDG with vision control right now, and they want to pick. They want to go for Assam. They found him in the jungle. 369 can't find the stun. Flash out from Assam, but that is a pretty important cooldown for this next fight.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them to walk in, and Missing still waiting in the wings.
It's going to be Everfrost, but Shadow gets over the wall before it happens. The support pulled out as well by Assam, and now gets a double knock-up to LGD. Want this fight? Flash forward from Missing. Jin Zhao, a bit too aggressive with the re-engage there. And with all of this space bought, surely JDG get the Drake.
I want to see, because JDG actually have some time to get some recalls off. I don't think they should go for it. You already have 3 Drakes. So losing out on this one doesn't mean anything. You have Silas pushing up on the top side. He just took down a turret. LGD could definitely go with losing one, and it looks like ultimately that will be their plan. As you can see now, all of their members heading up towards the top side. Ping's actually coming out on Baron.
Yeah, that's a lot of pings. And you've got a Callista and a Viego. You do the Baron real quick. It will be on a ward. JDG have full information of the situation, and it looks like LGD will think better of it in the end. Or will they?
No, they won't. No, they won't. Let's go.
They will not think better of the situation. Immediately onto Baron.
Baron flips. I'm all up for it. LGD going to try and force a fight, despite the fact that those ults are still down. Those flashes are still down. LGD don't care. They still want to try and force a fight. Fearness does have TP.
This is it. 369 wants to try and find the ulti. Remember, Assam's exhaust is going to be crucial. Assam might be caught, though. Everfrost is there, and that's the picks JDG was looking for. And LGD, they try and make the magical Baron happen, but it bites them in the ass.
I mean, it was literally the most insane decision. That's why we cheered it on. You didn't get anything back that made you not want to fight JDG 10 seconds ago. I don't know why you want to try and pull them into this tussle now.
Oh God, Yeji wants to try and find the play alongside Shadow. Hope over the wall to make sure Shadow can't get into the pit. He's forced away. In the meantime, Yeji trying a 1v3, trying to make the miracles happen. Baron down to just 1,000 HP. The smite will come up through. There's the Baron for JDG. Can LGD find a kill, sorry. It's not going to happen. Shadow on the wrong side of the map right now, in between towers, but he's pretty quick as this Viego. I think he might be able to get away with this one.
Yeah, he'll be fine, but still, this is horrible for the side of LGD, completely throwing away the large semblance of control they had, right? The gold lead has always been minimal, but they have definitely been the ones in the driver's seat in terms of map control, in terms of being able to push into the enemy jungle. And we're going to see here, I mean, I don't think the like fight itself is too important. They have a numbers advantage. They have this comp that wants to get in the thick of things. Yagao having his ultimate available into the Everfrost just sets up for the pick.
Yeah.
But the most interesting part to me was the fact that the whole time LGD were doing Baron, there was actually assist pings coming out on bot lane turret.
Yeah.
So I don't know if LGD's plan was maybe like, hey, just pull them all topside so no one stops who are split pushing, or if it was Fearness himself saying, guys, please don't fight, I can win side lanes. Whichever one it was, it's like, it didn't work out.
The key thing that we could take away from it is, whatever the plan ultimately was, it did not work, and they were not on the same page. Like, clearly it was Fairness off of the sideline, we need to get a tier 2. But in that situation, LGD do not want to start the Baron. They just want to threaten the Baron, right? They just want to be vaguely near the Baron, but never close enough that JDG can engage. And that's not quite what happened.
Yeah, and even for JDG, right, when we think about setups this game, JDG have had the superior vision control. Pretty consistently, JDG, it felt like they've had more wards on the map and more like priority areas like swept for vision. And you can even see that now with the Baron. Just look at their vision control in this quadrant of LGD's jungle. LGD, I mean, if they move anywhere, they will be spotted. That's why LGD now, they're too afraid to look for the fight. They're just committing to pushing waves and sides. Maybe Edgy can move over now and you can try and find some sort of play on mid, but you still might not have an idea of where other members of JDG are.
Yeah, so it's going to be resets here. It's Kanavi, I think he'll grab a Gromp before he heads back as well himself. 4-3 on the scoreboard, 2 minutes till the next Drake. 50 seconds on the Baron, which I don't think will be enough for JDG to really find anything more. So we kind of return, to a somewhat neutral position on the map. Maybe 369 can grab that tier 1 in the bottom side before the Baron is done with. But ultimately, we're looking at the Drake in a minute and a half. We're looking at the 5v5 once again. Or if we get a 5v5, where the Fairness actually joins in.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if now LGD maybe is starting to think like, hey, we're getting to the point where we can't opt into the 5v5s. You now have Hullbreaker coming out for Fearness, which was changed. It is way more potent the later you get it. It was nerfed in the early game, so that's why you see it now typically coming out as like 3rd or 4th item. And yeah, LGD, I feel like that's really the only path, is just all inning on this Fiora. JDG, though, are going to commit 2 members to top side while they are 3-man pushing the spot lane.
Certainly are. Hope trying to get onto the tower here as their Fairness pressuring on the in-hit. But I feel like 369 should be able to just defend under the tower. Yagao's moving up. Yeah, Yagao's moving over to make the play here. The root comes in. Fairness in a 2v1. Trying to make play, but flashes forward. Yagao forced away. Fairness 2v1ing them. And now Yeji under the tower on 369. This is a bold dive, but he's got the unbreakable will. He's taking so many tower shots. But I don't think he'll survive this one. Hope with the timing on the ultimate. Oh my days. I mean, look, it was bold from LGD. You can't say it wasn't, but whether it was good is a different question.
I mean, kudos to them. It almost worked out. You can see what they were going for. Fearness was already winning out in that 1v2. Yeji just overcommitting a little bit too much. I can understand why he goes for it, right? Stealing the Unbreakable. I'm pretty much the best ultimate that a Silas can take and then look for those dives. And Fearness just going to keep going.
Fearness doesn't care. He doesn't give a monkeys. He's just going to keep on pushing here. 369 is going to be forced away any second. He doesn't have his ult available, so he needs to run right now. In comes Hope, though. Fairness going too far. Every time a solo laner pushes up, Hope will be there. He'll be there to punish. The inhib survives. The Drake is taken by Kanavi in the meantime, as we're just watching 369 farm instead of the Smite fight.
And this is the good part about LGD getting those early Drakes, is that they can commit to plays like this and not feel too bad about being on that timer. We're going to go back to the original tussle in the top lane. Just a lot of healing coming out from Fearness with those vitals and with the Gore Drinker there as well. Beautiful flash to get that damage off. Yagao barely being able to survive, and then Yeji not being able to connect with the Abduct. The Zanya's there as well. A little bit doomed.
Yeah, it was a little sad. It was a little sad. Great timing from Hope's ult. Like, timed that absolutely beautifully.
Who
and
was
it means
the
now
one?
JDG, 2 Ocean.
Was it LWX, the one in Fountain? Remember we had that one, the Ezreal snipe from Fountain. Yep, LWX. What a great guy.
So good, so good. It's such a rare play. It's not that hard to do. It's just a matter of timing is missing. Trouble on this one, but does have that unbreakable will. Yeji's gone too deep, missing, trying to follow up as Kanavi in a 2v1 on the other side of the fight. Dashes back out, 369, stuns onto Fairness, trying to finish the enemy top laner off, but he can't quite do the damage. Now Jinzhao's there to support. In the meantime, missing, surviving Yeji's engage as the LGD health bars are low, but not low enough. Double kill comes through for Fearness, and they want a little bit more. Hook onto Hope, but he turns golden. Flash is not available, but the E is available for himself. Kanavi and Hope caught up and taken down. Fearness with another one. There's one for Shadow, and there's an ace for LGD.
And LGD just completely punishing JDG's over-aggression. I'm not sure why 369's looking to go in by himself. No one really able to follow up except Yagao. Now LGD gonna be able to start pushing through the base, and looks like they should potentially be able to get at least 2 inhibs. They might even be able to end, but I'm kind of skeptical with the fact that Yagao and Missing are coming up. Yeah, no.
They're not even going to go for the inhibs, weirdly enough. I feel like they could have, but they're looking for the Baron. They've got their eyes on a bigger prize right here. Fearness going to go for a red buff on the way. Asa moving on over. Remember, Kanavi was one of the last people to die. He's not up for another 6 seconds just yet. This Baron will be gone, so forget the inhibs. We can get them later once we've got the purple worm. Very nicely done by LGD.
And I mean, their comp utilizes this so well. You factor in that the inhibitor turrets are already down. You have that split pusher in the Fiora. You can play out through 3 lanes so well. I'm not sure if Silas will have his TP up because in this replay he doesn't. We'll see here. I mean, they were angling for the play. LGD being a little bit crafty, waiting in that brush, but Missing already gets chunked so low. And then here's where it gets confusing for me because 369 committing so hard, but no one really able to follow up. And especially Yeji and Jinzhao actually were kind of the heroes in this play. Both of them separating the other members of JDG to be able to follow up and deal damage. Now we're at a point where it is a 4v3. Missing's already chunked so low. They are able to keep going in. Shadow finding the resets. It looks a little bit close in the end. Hope does some actually surprisingly good damage here, but it was all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, an attempt to turn around there from Hope and Kanavi, but unfortunately not enough. But it does mean that things are fairly even once again. 2,500 gold difference, 2 minutes on that Baron that LGD could use for themselves. Remember, they have that side lane advantage with Fearness, and currently Yeji pushing up at the top side, both with DP. Drake not up for another minute. They could put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do so much. And again, playing out through the 3-lane setup that we just hit on, especially with the fact that both of the show laners have TP, it will be very easy to just pull JDG across the map. And then JDG's only option is they might be caught out.
Oh, Hook in the mid lane, and that is going to be game surely. Such a crucial pick at such a crucial time. And now it's going to be Missing, trying to escape, but he's against another Alistair as Yeji steals his ulti with 2 picks there. And Fearness looking for more onto Hope as well. 369's ulti is too little and it's too late. This is going to be JDG cut down by LGD. And we start our day off with an upset and a half. LGD looking good here. One awful Baron play, but aside from that, actually looking very clean.
Yeah, 1 roster change, bringing over the AD carry from Weibo's LDL team and Assam, and it worked out. I mean, I feel like this game just felt like they were in control the whole time since the early game, right? For JDG, they were going to be able to abuse the fact that LGD looked for that late invade, and it ended up coming up with nothing. But then Shadow with, again, the ring around the rosy, just kind of pulling Kanavi around. Ever since that small advantage they found in jungle, and especially mid lane, getting the blue buff onto Yeji, it just felt like JDG never found a way back into the game. They never found any opening, and then by the time fights started happening, it felt like the advantages that LGD found were enough to where, like, there was just no damage coming out from the side of JDG.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of the Ezreal pick right now. I feel like we're seeing quite a lot of the Ezreal in the LPL. It doesn't feel as powerful as some of the other AD carries that are available, but you know, when they pick up a Kalista, the default answer is Draven, right? You have to have a Draven player. I don't know if Hope is really the Draven kind of guy, so we'll have to wait and see across the course of the rest of this split. Maybe could have been a Lucian lane or something. I don't know. I don't know what the solution to the problem is. All I'm saying is that Ezreal did not seem to be the ticket for me.
I feel like it could have been a bit different had they been able to keep up pressure in their mid lane and not give over blue to the Silas early, not give over some like windows for their jungle to be able to get ahead. And then it's like, okay, we have strong mid jungle. We can try and transition that down to bot. But yeah, I mean, the premier AD carries we've had in terms of bans, right, is definitely Lucian #1. Then it feels like Senna and Kalista are valued about the same. And then Ezreal kind of being that 4th option. So we'll see how it pans out next game. Overall, though, just really surprising result, right? I mean, no one expecting LGD to come in with a win. they made such, I'd say, like they didn't make any big ticket roster changes, right? They didn't bring in Zoom like Ultra Prime did, or someone who who is reliable, who we have like years of footage of being a top player. They banked on LDL talent, and at least in this first game, sure, it was off the back of mistakes coming out from JDG, but they had a relatively clean win, and we'll just ignore that Baron.
Yeah, if we just pretend the Baron didn't happen,
The Baron-
extremely clean win here.
What Baron?
LGD. You can see the Baron at like the 30-minute mark in the timeline there. But aside from that, it went really, really well. 6k gold lead at the end of things. But importantly, the way LGD were playing the map, generally speaking, was very good with fairness off in the side. So nice stuff here from LGD. And again, showing us that just going in with an expectation of, oh, you know, JDG were top 4, LGD were a bottom team. This is a new split, fresh slate, and LGD showing us some good stuff to start off.
Actually going back, I love the Baron. The Baron was such a like a gangster
It's a
move.
mojo play.
They're like, exactly. They're like, yo, we don't want to fight Dragon. Why don't we want to fight Dragon? Well, we don't have flashes on numerous people. We've just blown 3 ultimates. But starting a Baron fight, I feel like they just like walked into their boss's office, sat at his desk, and said, "This is mine now." And the boss could just accept. You know, he just accepts.
Except the boss, that is JDG, then came in and fired them all immediately and took the Baron for himself.
But then the employee, which is LGD, bought the whole company. Oh,
they
2000
They
IQ.
unionized. They unionized and fought for workers' rights. Anyway, yeah. Regardless, at the end of the day, it was the workers that went out. LGD doing a great job.
Look at Fearness.
I know.
30% damage. I mean, even 369. I mean, right? He was the only one who did any semblance of damage for the side of JDG, and even that was nothing. But kind of the battle of top jungles definitely shining through here. Shadow being the one to start a lot of it off, as we can see that 86% kill participation, but Fearness definitely delivering. And at least we can see with LGD that the same identity holds true in terms of like Fearness and Shadow being the players that we need to keep our eyes on.
I was surprised that Yeji wasn't more off the damage after how the early game went as well. It felt like Yeji was one of the core focuses of so many of these picks, but I suppose it was more him facilitating a utility Silas role almost, where he had that Everfrost to set up for picks, and he was consistently going for things like the Spirit Rush to be able to set these picks up for then the rest of the team to finish these kills off. So very nicely played by LGD, all things considered. And JDG now need to go back to the drawing board because, you know, we're talking about this as a top team. They just beat top esports the other day. We're talking about the fact they were top 4 in spring. We're talking about the fact that they could be a team going to Worlds. Well, not if they perform like that, they can't. So we need to see what on earth they've got for game number 2.
I mean, it's probably better to get like some of these losses out earlier in the split because, right, this happens every split. Every team loses to the teams you don't expect, but who knows? Maybe LGD now is just going to be up higher in the standings and be a more competitive team.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what JDG have up their sleeves.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now we're going to see a hook coming out beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some of this right there. There's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. And that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with the 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. They even try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the chomp comes through onto Hung. Looking to list ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. As Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forwards, try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. always going to be hard. There's the Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wing can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also to one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Ho, ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Market's outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
Guilty Simpson. What? What up, though? Yeah. Listen. Yo. I be poking holes in the poker nose. The cameras reveal your real hand like the poker show. I got the doper flow, Coca with the pen. A winner, sure to show composure in the end. Closer with the wind. Pitch from a mile so high from here I can see streets of downtown. Visual, sick with rhymes with past physicals. Grimy, keep some gear and fresh tennis shoes. Kush got me putting off interviews. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna spark. Hood rats got a nigga watching like a hawk. I prey on them, lay off in them and lay on them. I keep smoking till I'm dead and gone. I keep that, accompany the lead and chrome. I won't change, catch me in the spot with a dime. Ready to pop nines, ready to rock rhymes. Buckle up, what? Let's ride, yeah. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, what? Get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one, yeah. Get high, get live, keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky.
Yeah, and next up is I, Young Gun. In third place, come for touch the mic, and it's like earthquakes, how I up the vibes. The dirt shakes and the dust will fly. Don't adjust your high five system, just recline, and I'll supply fly diction to bust your mind. The art of rhymes like wisdom, it comes with time. You can't deny my gift, cause I'm done with mine. 11 syllable patterns, and that's just a line. So when the miracle happens, you'll be justified to touch rewind. It's not for the unrefined. I serve food for thought to the hungry mind. And trust me, guys, this is just a slice, but it goes up in size like a cup of rice. I rap with a frown. You're acting a clown. I'll be all up in your face like a custard pie.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride. Yeah, smoke one. Yeah, get high. What? Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one. Yeah, get high. Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky.
Gold smoker, LPL that goodie. I take you to Detroit, show you rats from my hoodie, and spin wheels bigger than some full-grown midgets. You think you find it live or somewhere else? Forget it. Forget about it, nigga. I doubt it. Don't you ever find it quite like these? Niggas get you high like you're smoking on weed, and give you bomb music, make your eardrums bleed. Nigga, that be weak.
Yeah, buckle up, what? Let's ride. Yeah, smoke one. Yeah, get high. What? Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Buckle up, what? Let's ride. Smoke one. Yeah, get high. Get live. Keep it jumping. We like something, then touch the sky. Let's ride. Get high. Let's ride. Touch the sky.
Welcome back, everybody. That's the Bund there in Shanghai that you can see on your screens as we head towards our second game of the day. It's JDG versus LGD. And in a surprise turn of events to start us off, LGD have come into the LPL in their first game looking kind of clean, assuming that we ignore the one Baron play that we don't talk about here.
That was super gangster.
It was very gangster, but it was not very good. Two very different things. They certainly have mojo, though. That's the big takeaway for me, Larry.
Yeah, and hey, gangster and good both start with G's, and
That's
one
true.
person who was both good and gangster was Fearness, who's going to be our MVP, which is
I thought you were going to
really
say
cool.
yeah G there. Like, that would have been so perfect. But yeah, you're right. Fearless is the MVP, not yeah G. Even though they are winning.
Sorry, Joe, I don't make bad jokes like you.
Yes, you do. You just don't say them out loud. That's all. You just have restraint. 5-1-3. Fearless certainly had no restraint against JDG, that's for sure.
No, I mean, right, gorgeous in the side lanes, was able to actually find an impact in a lot of these fights, especially typically it was by zoning off key members. In this one, he was one of the primary damage dealers, always finding ways onto the enemy vitals. I hope we get a clip of his sick play in top side where it actually didn't result in a kill on Yagao, but just the onus to go for the flash engage, to look for the fights, and just know how strong he is with the lead he was able to find. Once 369 went for that early TP, it opened him up to getting a bunch of turret damage down. He even got a Rift Herald given over to him. You hit it best, right? He was given 5 plates and the local gold, and he just became a humongous monster.
Yeah, he was absolutely terrifying to deal with, and nobody could match him in the side lane. Nobody could actually stop the situation that was occurring in the side lane. The one thing that can stop that situation is the draft, which is why we're going to head into game number 2's draft right now and see what on earth JDG are going to do about it. Actually opting into going for the red side once again, so deciding that the way it started wasn't the issue, it was the way it was played out.
Yeah, they have surprisingly changed a ban. They've left open the Gwen, so maybe saying, hey, we're fine. Oh, and even LGD changing paths as well, not going for the same first pick of the Viego. This could open up Viego Gwen potentially for the side of JDG. Obviously, I think Gwen's not as potent as of a blind pick anymore now that things like GP are in the meta. We've seen Kayle be another champion that people have been willing to take into the matchup, but we're going to have to see what JDG prefer.
Yeah, so the Viego, fairly standard. Now we need to see where they go, because you could also just go with an AD carry, or you could go for a priority support, maybe go for a mid lane in that Ahri that we've seen Yagao play in game number 1, and that will be the option in the end. So jungle mid once again for JDG, kind of repeating game number 1, but with a different jungler this time around. Now LGD could finish out their bottom lane once more. They had a Nautilus last time, but also getting a jungler could be crucial.
Yeah, things like the Lee Sin obviously still come to mind. That's kind of how the tier list has gone, of like, oh, Wukong, Viego, and then Lee Sin. But yeah, going straight back towards the Fiora. They don't care what 369 can answer it with. And I mean, heck, this time they can even throw 4 or 5 bans down towards top if JDG don't go for a pick they're comfortable with now. But I don't even feel like the matchup itself last game was the problem, right? It was just 369 went for that TP. It started opening up the huge lead for Fearness, and they won't be able to opt in the same thing. And even more surprising that they're not going for a jungle. They don't really care about that pool being pinched.
No.
So our 4 or 5 bans are going to be really interesting, considering that, right, only one pick has been matched. Only both teams have top laners. JDG still need their bot lane. LGD still need their jungle and mid.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I love LGD strategy coming in here, but just putting the gauntlet on the table and saying, look, we're just locking it in. You can't deal with our Fiora, so yeah, we're just going to go for it once again. JDG now have to figure out what they want to ban it. Wait, the Graves, I guess, from Shadow here.
I'm kind of surprised.
Perhaps Lee Sin as well.
The 2 picks that jump to my mind that you'd probably want to ban would be Lee Sin, just early game prio, right? Being able to fight and skirmish. The other one that kind of came to mind would be Nocturne, considering that you do have this Fiora who's going to be off playing in a side, and being able to look for these picks onto immobile champions like GP could be incredibly strong. So I would expect one of their answers to go that way, but no, actually going to leave both open. Graves, surprisingly the only jungler that they care about.
Yeah, kind of surprised by that one. Maybe just wanting Shadow to go for the Lee Sin. Perhaps wanting some skirmishes or something. I don't know. Tia, taken off the board. Xayah being removed from Hope, which makes me think that LGD want to go for some dives in this bottom side. Perhaps get rid... Well, the center's already gone, so center Tom Cage is off the table. Zaya's gone as well. Maybe get rid of the Ezreal, just trying to remove all of the safe AD carries, but instead going to get rid of one of these tankier supports in the Leona from missing.
I was going to say, we still have the Ezreal. We still have the Aphelios as well, which is reared its head a little bit. Obviously, could be like rough early. If Kalista gets on you, your life will be a living hell. Could just play back. I don't know if we should care about this hover, but it is something that has been played. I think it was Jackie Love who played it. I think it was their first game. But yeah, that one's not going to come out. It's probably actually just going to be this Ezreal locked in. And then for LGD, we're going to see where they answer with jungle. We've hit on the Lee Sin, the Nocturne kind of being the two standouts to me in where they can go in terms of, like, obviously, again, early game skirmishing with the Lee Sin. They want to play more towards just picking off people on sides and enabling their Fiora later on with that Nocturne. And then looking where they go with mid, I think is the most curious one. But this would be fun. And this is something that Shadow was really prevalent on when it was strong in the meta.
Okay, Shadow goes for the Diana. Yasuo could be an option. They don't have their mid laner just yet. I don't know how much Yeji likes the Yasuo specifically, but it's going to be a set instead. Is that a set mid just to play set? Like, I mean, I love set mid. It's a while since this has been meta, but I love this style of gameplay.
Yeah, we have had it once so far. I actually believe it was this exact same combo. We had the set Diana come out from IG coming through. And yeah, we're going to get it repeated here today. So you have the setup coming in, right? Facebreaker, Showstopper. Sets up very easily for Shadow to be able to go in with that Moonfall. So very strong and potent mid-jungle combination. Once again, I think you lean very heavily into this strong 4v4 in mid-game with your bot lane as well. And JDG have kind of indexed even heavier into their scaling, considering now that they have this GP over the Kennen. But the one good thing about their comp is it feels very holistic and kiting out all in. You have Braum throwing out his passive. Braum has his ultimate as well. The cannon barrage to slow them down. GP's barrel combos are much easier and more fluid if the enemy is running into you. And then the Ezreal to just top it all off. So kind of like a 1-4 and primary engage coming out from LGD, and this kind of kite back 5v5 setup coming out from the side of JD Gaming.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if it'll work out for JDG Gaming. JDG Gaming.
JDG Gaming.
It's like saying an ATM machine. Yeah, we'll have to see if they can kite back and keep LGD at arm's length. Last game, it didn't feel like they could play out the win condition effectively. It didn't feel like they figured out how to play around LGD. But I think a lot of it, once again, will come down to this early game, right? LGD found an advantage in that early game and kind of snowballed things out of control. So I feel like JDG are going to have a lot more work in the first sort of 5-10 minutes to make sure that the game is stable. Because that level 1, like Kanavi going for the invader, level 2, and it all falling apart, like, it couldn't have really gone any worse than the start.
I feel like the one thing I'm going to be skeptical of with JDG going in, right, is that JDG were the aggressors in almost every situation last game. Can they temper themselves and actually let the enemy come into them, try to control space first, try to contest and posture over mid-wave, and can they get this cheeky level 1? I don't think so. Fearness isn't going to fall for it. Oh, he saw. He saw, didn't he? He must have seen. I mean, pings are coming out on him now.
He barely walked into the lane. He wouldn't have had vision on the brushes, surely. Those are red pings. Those are red pings. I don't know. Either way, it's not going to work out. I'm not sure if he saw it or not, but either way, it's not going to pay off. So just going to be a ward for 369 for his early laning. Gangplank, obviously, exceptionally strong in the early game and in the mid game and in the late game because they've decided that scaling champions don't exist anymore. Random shade there. I don't know why they buffed Gangplank's early game so much. He used to be the scaling champion. It breaks my heart.
And again, you don't even have to worry about dives too much anymore, right? Like, again, dives still can come off, and I think especially with LGD's composition, it's like, if you have 4 members topside, I mean, you have a set, you have a Nautilus, it could work, but yeah, even 369 not really having to worry about that.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Shadow going to start on his chickens. There is a ward there, but obviously that's his own team's ward. That was defensive vision for the start of the game. As both junglers will start on this bottom side, but once again, Shadow going to go from Raptors to blue buff. This is what he did in game number 1 as well. But, you know, that was a slightly different situation with Kanavi having the kind of jungle tempo advantage. This time, Shadow kind of boomeranging, and we'll head back down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so we'll bring him back down to that bot side where he has the Kalista. Also will mean he's getting the red buff later, so potentially could have it at a more impactful moment where he actually will want to fight, because we don't expect to see Shadow fight, want to fight much with his first clear. After that, goes for the reset, can try and come out on base and try and find an impact on bot, or especially mid, right? Because You pick the set to combo with the Diana. You have the CC to bring in to set up for her to dash in and get that damage off. So it'd be nice to see them either punish Yagao or at least hover around mid and open up Yeji to be able to move, because Yeji has also taken that ghost as well. So you can more quickly get into side lanes, and even in team fights, just chase down priority targets even harder.
You certainly can. Kanavi on his red buff right now. I'm curious. Oh, hang on. Hook onto Hope there. Big damage out from Assum and Jinzhao, but missing able to block a lot of it with the Unbreakable. And that's the power of having that Braum at the bottom side. Such a good anti-dive tool. Such a good anti-pressure tool. Kanavi, speaking of dives, moving up to his top side, but he's been thwarted once again. Shadow is just too big brain for him. Every invade he goes for, Shadow's already read it.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything. We'll just have to walk away, take the topside Scuttle Crab, and finish clearing out his topside jungle. And overall, Shadow, I mean, just going to be able to finish his full clear before Kanavi's able to do the same and find a nice little window. Won't be able to make anything happen bot, considering that Hope and Missing are just playing under turret. They are going to get pressured, right? You're playing Ezreal Braum. You're not really playing to win lane. There are potential avenues around mid, but still, Shadow, I think, wanting to value more getting to level 6 as quickly as possible before really wanting to punish Yagao Zari.
Yeah, I mean, that's the classic Diana strategy, right? Where you want to get that level 6. That is.
I remember we had someone level 2 gank on her last split. It didn't work. I remember they died. I wish I could remember which team it is, but maybe it's better I don't, because then that would just be straight up flame. Yeah. It would just
I feel like you're just calling someone out at that point for one random mistake that happened. Assum gonna get some damage onto Missing again. Once again, this Braum very tanky, but actually a flash forward from Jinzhao onto Hope. It's gonna be flash for flash there, but Shadow, in the meantime, has snuck into this lane. Now, there is no vision in the brush. Once these minions are cleared, he'll be able to move forwards into that next brush as well, or he'll leave the lane, and we won't get to play that out.
Yeah, and again, if the play would have come out, that would have been one of the benefits of saving your red buff for so long, right? He would have had that extra damage coming through with the burn, but now we'll just be able to go up, pick up his Raptors. You'd expect the reset to be coming in sometime soon, because Kanavi right now being a little bit stronger coming off of zone back, having that Sheen in inventory could be a bit of a timer where you would look to impact the lane. The hard thing is, I feel like there's no real easy lanes for Kanavi to impact right now. Mid will be quite hard. Yeji, obviously very durable on the set. Top lane, if Fearness overextends, which he's pushed up right now, is an option. And bot lane would be fine if you get a gank off, if you have vision of Shadow. But if Shadow is there, I feel like LGD's 3v3 is quite potent.
Yeah. It's going to be Shadow just helping make sure that this wave gets shoved in. Jinzhao making an attempt. And I will say, one thing that we have to say for Jinzhao, he loves to make these attempts in the mid lane. He loves to try and go for those. 369 has flash. Fearness needs to be real careful and will realize the situation. As Kanavi starts this Drake off, Shadow is on the top side of the map, but with the pressure from Jinzhao and Yeji, I'm not sure that this is a Drake JDG can commit to.
No, they definitely have to be a little bit respectful, as they're actually going to posture around mid. Ooh, Jinzhao living on a knife's edge.
Dicey. Yeah, the Hex flash out to safety, just about gets away with it, but my god. That's a squeaky bum time is what we call that one. As now JDG going to be able to get themselves to the Scuttle Crab. After moving in, Missing could be a target here.
No.
Jinzhao
Oh,
slowed.
my God. I was going to say,
they got the crab.
We saw it last game, right? The exact same situation, but it was Shadow who just walked up, smited the crab away. Luckily, Kanavi able to get it this time around. Key thing going into this next phase of the game is 369 about to hit level 6. We'll have that cannon barrage available if JDG want to try and start off a fight for Dragon.
Yeah, that'll be crucial. In fact, he has now hit level 6. JDG started off immediately. Assum moving into the bottom lane, though, there will be no contest from LGD. So JDG starting things better this game, right? We remember in game number 1, they fell behind on the Drakes, and it meant that this split push pressure from Fearness can have far more impact way later into the game. With JDG starting off with the first Drake, that shouldn't be as much of a threat.
Yeah, I mean, if you can be having them fight you for soul, you know, around the 25-minute mark, that would be phenomenal for the side of JDG. I mean, at least JDG do have phenomenal scaling in terms of fights this time around. Last game, we didn't really get there, and that's why 369's cannon was the only real damage source. So they will be unified, and again, a lot of it's going to come off if they can play out this formation. But Shadow now very close to hitting level 6 himself, and we can finally start to see a more proactive LGD coming out onto the Rift. And I've already said it numerous times, but it's going to start from the mid lane, right? You want to see it start with the set Diana and then making your way over to one of your sides.
feels like they need to get something going, right? Split push compositions do not work when you're behind. You need to have that advantage as Kanavi moves up towards this top side. Fairness is just going to leg it for the time being at very least. There is no ward in the lane brushes, so Kanavi can move a little bit further forward. Those minions are going to be just in the wrong spot for him to be able to push in too much. And Fairness smells a rat. Look where he's positioned on the map right now. He knows it's going on. He's in between the two towers. Yagao had gone missing from mid lane as well. It's just going to be this huge crash, but Fairness will still be able to get here and clear up most of it. Misses the cannon, but ultimately, it's only going to be the one CS that he misses out on.
Yeah, overall, nice by Fairness. Didn't have confidence in the extra turret damage, and especially, again, the ramping damage coming through to be able to maybe turn it into a 1-for-1 or maybe even a 1-for-2. Is going to use the window, though, to be able to look for this Herald. Key thing is that JDG's bot lane and making their way up first, as the observers are showing now. So JDG definitely going to feel comfortable about trying to look for this fight.
Yeah, Yagao making sure that LGD can't just go for this one for free, as Fairness goes for the reset. Does not have TP, and that almost guarantees now that JDG will have this one in the books. Remember, Yagao having that charm available means that they have to be cautious, and Shadow flashes away from it. He was definitely ready for that one. The speed of the flash, he knew that that was a risk, but goes for the aggressive pathing anyway. Now has to move towards his red buff, as Asum will finally get himself a tower plate. So this is the minor reward for LGD for not going for that Herald. They get one plate onto the AD carry, but generally speaking, the Herald is going to be worth 2.
Yeah, so far JDG have just been pulling them around the map. Really nice use of pressure coming out from their side on the windows that they have been playing around, right? First time around, it being that cannon barrage, it being like the threat of just more force able to come out, I think, leading LGD to not wanting to contest the Drake. Now their bot lane playing off a window where they have the bouncing wave going back. Luckily for the side of LGD, is at least when you have Diana in a game, Diana kind of warps the game around her, in my opinion, in terms of if you are ever able to find that massive wombo combo coming through with set Diana, there will always be an avenue back into the game.
That is certainly true, if you can get that big damage combo. But the problem is, exhaust exists, and she's kind of like Kennen in that way, where if she does get exhausted as the combo goes off, suddenly she doesn't add a whole lot to the fight. It's kind of that one big moment, and then you're out of luck. That's all you've got. So we'll be down to JDG as well as down to Shadow on how well these kinds of combos go off, down to Missing on how well he uses that exhaust. But we'll have to see. And, you know, Lyric, 0-0 at the 10-minute mark. After game number 1, we were like, okay, all scrappy compositions, lots of fighting, yeah. Game number 2, not so much. Very slow pace of game. And generally speaking, like historically, that's the way JDG have liked it. But honestly, in the last year or so,
yeah,
I'd say JDG have really ramped up the aggression, so it's kind of surprising to see.
Yeah, they had the highest champion kills per minute in the spring regular split, as 369 does have flash and won't even have to burn the cannon barrage. Still, though, nice by LGD to get that summoner spell out. But like you were saying, right, JDG in spring regular split, they were our most aggressive teams in terms of finding action. Now they're getting punished.
Yeah, Gao pulled underneath the tower here. Yeji looking for a solo kill. Honestly, there was no one there to back him up. And now he's stuck. The haymaker across the team. The knockup is there, but it's first blood for JDG. Asum answers, though. Stacking up the Rens onto Kanavi as well, but the ultimate not quite going to work out from Jin Chao.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in the end. Like you said, Yeji not being trigger shy at all, looking for the play. We're able to answer it back.
Okay, just a bit of damage.
Yep, that did nothing. Still on the bottom side, we can see now Hope can be able to get some plating. Remember that they have the Rift Herald. We don't need to remember because luckily Kanavi is dropping that one right now, and this will be some nice gold in JDG's pocket.
Okay, Herald charge just about. It was only like 200 HP when it went for the charge there. Does manage to pull it off. That'll be 4 plates now for JDG. Hope getting a huge amount of that gold as well. And, you know, I criticized the Ezreal after game number 1, and you said it was much more a matter of if Ezreal can maintain pressure. Well, this time around, they're 1,000 gold up. This time around, Hope is the one getting this early gold, and we'll be able to stay at least even with Asum. There's a second Drake as well for JDG. So this top lane from Fairness won't be able to snowball ahead like it did last time. And it feels like LGD are going to have their work cut out in the mid-gamers. I love this. Yeji, like, just making the plays. I respect it.
Yeah, trying to look for it, knew his bot lane was on the way, but still nowhere near close enough. Make sure the 1 kill does go over. And then this flash Q comes out from Assam, the E to be able to finish him off. And just nice for them to be able to trade 1 for 1. Ultimately, it does go in JDG's favor once we do factor in Ezreal being left in the bot lane and then the Rift Herald being able to come out. But still, being able to answer 1 for 1 was nice. But still, I feel like the longer the pace of the game sits like this, just the way that the two compositions interact, JDG should be feeling decently nice. But LGD do have a ton of all-in. So sure, like JDG might have like range coming through with the Ezreal and Kite back with things like the Spirit Rush coming out for Yagao and the Braum. But LGD should always be able to find a way into a fight. But if JDG keep expanding this gold lead like this, those will be losing battles.
Yes, they will. And we're getting to the point as well where, like, ultimately, once, as you said before, Shadow is a huge portion of the damage from JDG. If he doesn't get that combo off, well, I don't really know where the damage comes from in these fights. I don't know who else is going to be able to carry a team fight for them. So they need to find something. And Shadow keeps on trying to get it. Like, he's been in top lane twice. He's been in bottom lane before, but never quite able to get anything to stick.
Yeah, never able to find it. I mean, just consistently their lanes getting pushed in, and JDG's lane's like paying a fair amount of respect, right? 369 not really over-aggressing, except that one time he was punished. And you could see Kanavi just kind of pivoting back and forth on both sides of the map, just allowing these three lanes of pressure to keep it up.
Ooh, Hope just dodges the hook there. JDG desperately trying to finish this tower off as Fairness is not having a fun time. Well, I guess we found out the correct matchup for 369 against the Fiora, right? He's 30 CS up now. He is absolutely destroying Fairness in the top side. And Fairness has just used his TP and now is stuck with Kanavi all-inning him. Nah. None of that today. It's going to be 369 that gets kill credit as well. And this time it's him grabbing the first tower of the game. 369 will be very pleased with this passage of play.
I mean, Fairness didn't even have his Mythic yet compared to Kanavi having the Divine Sunder, but it would have been cool. It would have been cool if he could have pulled it off. They didn't even want to, like, risk it. Threw down the Cannon Barrage as well to make sure that just goes down. That'll be very easy for JDG to start bringing members down towards this bottom half of the map to make sure that Hope and Missing will be allowed to secure this turret. Looks like with second Rift Herald coming up, though, they're actually fine just leaving Kanavi on the top side.
Yep, Jin Zhao looking for the hook.
Oh, he finds
it. Hope here, but I don't know if they really have the all-in. They just don't have the damage as Hope flashes. Oh, it didn't even have to flash just yet. Fate's Call going to be used just to keep Missing in the play. Hope, no ultimate available. Heal comes out to Missing. Missing goes down, but it's at the cost of both bottom laners and a great E from Hope. The follow-up from Shadow. He's in a 1v1, and there's no help from Yagao, who's trying to escape himself. The tower still doesn't go down, but Yeji chasing perhaps a little too long on this one, as in comes Kanavi. It's a long old skirmish, and Yeji, the shield, will keep him safe for a moment, but now the reset for Kanavi if he wants it. He's going on Shadow. True damage coming out from the Orb of Deception. The charm! Oh, goes Goda, but Kanavi hits the Haymaker. No!
Oh, he doesn't!
Ever so slightly shy. It's a disaster, but ultimately, JDG getting towers across the board.
Yeah, still though, JDG punished a little bit for their hubris. They were trying to play both sides of the map. We were just hitting on how they can lean members down to the bot side, but Kanavi opting into staying up towards Herald. Once things start to go awry, has to move down there. In the end, though, still able to hit turrets across the map, like you said, now sitting at 3. We'll go into the replay to see it all happen because Jin Zhao landing a beautiful hook onto Hope. And then Assam kind of dancing around the fight. Great to see, getting a bunch of spears in to get a bigger Ren stack coming out that keep the fight going. Yagao was able to get down here, so both members do go down, but the fact that Yeji and Shadow were able to get here first, because as you can see on your minimap, again, the Kanavi did commit up towards the Herald at first, allowed for LGD to be able to find some kills back.
Yeah, and then Yeji staying a little bit too long, trying a little bit too hard to try and make that play happen. The shield helps, but ultimately the kill comes out. I feel like if Kanavi goes for the possession straight away, maybe they can lock Shadow up and find something.
I even feel like if you don't walk up with Haymaker and you just wait to use the recast of your ult and you aren't tanking turret, he probably could have gotten it. I don't know if he still would have been able to get out scot-free, but he definitely would have been able to secure the kill.
Cannon Barrage, there's a knock from Missing as well as Yagao trying to make his way into the fight. Fairness along the backside, and that's a 4-man ulti out from Shadow, and it leads to nothing. Oh, that was tragic to witness. Fearless on the wrong side of the play now as he'll blast code his way towards the towers. Maybe he can make his way through this one. Gets the Q reset. We'll get out onto the top side of the map. But that'll be a third Drake now for JDG. And, you know, it was a great ulti from Shadow. But there was just nothing to follow up on it.
Hey, and this so far is a great example of, right, the difference in best of threes versus best of ones. Because if this was best of ones like LCS or LEC, just be like, cool, LGD are better than JDG. But since it is a best of three and JDG can readjust their draft, readjust off of the level 1 and the shenanigans that happened, they're able to come out stronger. We're going to see here JDG, the team, looking for the engage. They get Yeji quite low, and it leads to the Diana going in. Everyone flashing out, though. Diana is just, you know, not very durable at this point in time. It was the charm that landed from Yagao to set it up, and they're able to finish off those 2 kills.
Like you say, it's just the difference in tournament format. Like, best of 1, that Diana kills everyone. I guarantee it. But no best of 3, so it doesn't work out.
Hey, man, they're on blue side. They are definitely going to win this game.
Oh, let's not go there. My Twitter DMs cannot handle that conversation, okay? It's going to be 4K on the Herald. JDG on the contest. It's going to be a charm onto Asum and a cleanse to keep himself safe. The Herald low on HP and is taken by Kanavi in the end. Now the fight. Can LGD find it? There's 1 kill for them. And Fearness is on the backline. He's on to Hope. Can't quite finish the kill off. 1 more auto. Finds it and gets the healing as well. But Kanavi behind everyone. 369 in the middle of the action as well. Finds 2 for himself. And it looked so good for a minute there for LGD, but they didn't get the Herald, and they don't win the fight. It was all so close, and yet so far.
Yeah, it was the best shot that they had, and Missing still going to continue to chase down Jinzhao. Sadly, no real objectives they're able to take, but they commit cannon for us.
I respect it. It's not about how effective the play is. It's about sending a message, okay? Jinzhao goes down. Kanavi grabs that kill for himself. And, you know, JDG, I said I wanted to see them make a statement today. I was talking about game number 1, but I guess game number 2 will have to match.
Yeah, and we're going to see how the Herald fight starts. So LGD being the ones to start off on the Rift Herald itself. And then Yeji kind of being a bit of a nuisance on the backline. Fearness also finds his way in. In terms of JDG, just kind of really scattered. It's really brawly right now, which suits LGD's style of composition. Fearness trying to 1v3 on one side of the fight, but it opens up Kanavi to find the reset, get the possessions, and sure, the damage might not land there, but you're starting to get into a point where the members of LGD are cut off. It's very easy for JDG to turn on to one side of the fight. Good effort from Fearness. He bought a ton of time, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Fearness. And again, we talked about it before. Fiora is certainly better at teamfighting than she ever was before, but still not great. And now, pick onto Jinzhao as well. Fate's Call, not even going to be used here. Oh, it was on cooldown, in fact. So it's just going to be a pick onto Jinzhao. Thought he was safer than he was. Now Yago trying to pressure onto Fearness. Good dodge onto the charm. But Kanavi just going to drop the ult. Riposte will turn it around. Fearness getting the combo. The healing is there, but doesn't quite have the damage to finish Kanavi. My goodness, Fiora is terrifying.
Yeah, but still now Missing's in the fold, and Braum just does incredibly well against a lot of LG's composition, right? Very short range or melee heavy. You'll have numerous people you can get your passive stacked off onto. Your ult going to be able to get a ton of value in team fights when you know there are numerous members jumping into you. So the second Missing shows up in bot lane, you know everything is fine. Pretty much everywhere that Braum ends up, JDG are feeling snug and cozy.
No, Yeji, this is not the brush you want to go
snug and cozy.
They were very snug and very cozy in that brush. I can't argue with that as Jinzhao just gets chunked. That's going to be a good ult from Shadow, and he picks off one. But here's Yagao behind enemy lines. They fall. The solo laners on a mission as Kanavi follows up. Yagao, that is gorgeous. Asum trying to survive, but there's no chance on this one. Yagao getting the resets, gets back out again. And well, Fearness is just left recalling in the bottom lane, wondering what went wrong.
I gotta say, though, at the very least for LGD, right? Much more exciting of a squad, at least so far in this first series. This game, too, a little bit of a stomp once JDG did get going, but nice to see that at least individual outplays are possible, because that felt like something that just really was not there for LGD last split.
No, certainly not. I mean, Asum has had a pretty good series so far on this Kalista. You know, Fearness has obviously had a great series. Yeji, having to be the one to face check, such is life. Someone's got to do it at the end of the day. And JDG just punish.
Yeah, that is a great way of, right? I mean, they had to go in, they had full control of vision. They have no way of brute forcing through mid either to try to make their way into jungle as a collective unit. We see once Yagao is able to make it around, lands another charm to set this one up, and then goes in. Asam almost able to find it, but the Zanya's too powerful, buys time for Kanavi to get in, and we come onto the map, and Dragon's up. So we're going to get another team fight. Munchables, take it away.
We certainly are. Kanavi trying to find Yeji. Look at Shadow. If he can find the ulti, maybe the miracle can happen. Hope going in. Shadow getting knocked up, though. Getting charmed and getting taken down. No, 10's golden. Hope standing on top of him, but the Q... Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it was too early. Asif dancing around now, but he just don't have the damage. It's 2 more for Kanavi, who's looking for an MVP himself, honestly, with the scoreline he's putting up right here. 8-0 and 8. 6-0 and 6 for 369. And, well, 20-6 on the scoreboard. That is going to be JDG, who clearly took game number 1 a little personally.
Yeah, JDG learned from their mistakes. The same early game pathing coming out from Kanavi getting punished and then the TP play weren't made. They were able to go into the mid game very smooth and just overall showing that, again, if JDG can find that lead, they know how to close out games.
Yes, they do. This is a team that specializes in the early game lead. And it's one of the reasons that I was kind of surprised to see the Ezreal again, right? And then a Gangplank, like a lot of scaling across the board for JDG, but it was a very quiet early game. But even though it wasn't kill heavy in the early game like what we saw in spring, it was still control heavy from JDG in the early game. It felt like JDG were in control of that map during the early levels. And that led to them having those 2 Drakes. It meant that LGD couldn't have that same split push pressure that they had in game number 1, and it led to a very clean game from JDG.
Yeah, and it's just one of the things, again, that we saw them playing around timers and windows like very well, right? First Dragon comes up, they have cannon barrage advantage, they know that the set's on a reset timing in mid, they know, hey, we can take Dragon. Once again, kind of same setup, they know this would be a key time that Fearness needs to back in top lane. They start overloading members off of like a bounced wave and bot. So it's like these like small things that started to get JDG like little advantages that they were able to snowball into huge leads, especially once they dropped things like the Rift Herald down in bot side for Hope to really capitalize off of.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, JDG is one of these teams whenever they have the lead, it always feels good. It always feels very controlled, feels very correct. Like, even all the way back to 2020, it felt like one of the things JDG did best was, like, recalling on time for Drakes and, like, just respecting the game mechanics itself. Like, a lot of LPL teams more than happy to be greedy on late recalls for objectives and not setting up vision correctly. JDG is never one of those teams. They're always very good on the vision. They're always very good on the resets. They're always very, I guess, disciplined is the word.
Yeah, and again, you're hitting on it right. We had teams like FPX, who's like Baron said it would be the one ward. Obviously, top esports, very known to like ignore a lot of the fundamental like rules of how people think you should play League of Legends. But JDG, a team that typically does fall through. Again, if they find a lead, they're able to close out. We saw the small adaptation come in, even just with things like the GP pick and the Braum, and it felt like both really did massive work. They used the Cannon Barrage flawlessly, and again, I feel like Braum just works really well into LGD's whole composition. And now LGD are going to have to be the ones to adapt, right? Because they did go and just blind pick this Fiora. They said, hey, we don't care what you do. We're just going to take what worked in game 1 and just like jam it to work in this composition. Wasn't really... I think like that pick that was at fault, right? But still, the fact that they didn't really adapt to what JDG were going for, and JDG kind of ended up with a composition that counters what LGD do and then just pilot it better was the keys to JDG's success.
And look, I do respect LGD for this one, just saying, look, if it worked in game number 1, it'll work in game number 2. Just lock in the Fiora blind again. But unfortunately, deciding not to go for that Viego, it felt like the game plan changed a little bit in terms of the mid-jungle at very least. And they weren't able to pull it off in the same way. So now they need to change things up. I am curious now, because obviously this is the first series for LGD. We'll have to find out if they're going to choose to go over to the red side now for game number 3 of the series, because they obviously had blue side in game number 1, then JDG chose red side for game number 2. Do we get to see the team swap is the question.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see. Also, I mean, the damage changes in this game. Asam kind of being the big damage dealer now on the Callista, and 369 just once again stepping up, which he's pretty much done ever since he's been on this JDG team. It's just pretty awesome to see. Missing as well with extremely high KP. just, yeah, across the board, it's kind of nice that I think this is something I was talking about the other day with the Sheen, is just the fact that, like, you can look across the board at, like, pretty much every roster in the LPL, and it feels like there's always at least one player that you can get excited about.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like there's, even in the lower tier teams, like you're saying, like LGD, for example, that's assuming they're lower tier. So far from what we've seen today, they actually could be a much better team than what we saw last split. But like Shadow, a player you can get excited for, Fairness, and now Asum joining like a fresh face in the LPL. I'm excited to see what's ahead for these guys, because like you say, there are some really exciting prospects to be witnessing. So we'll have to see, because they've still got another game to go. So they've got another opportunity to prove themselves to the Western fan bases here in game number 3 against JDG. And you know what? If they could start the split with an upset against JDG, like, you couldn't ask for anything more as a fresh face in the LPL.
I mean, we're gonna overreact. We're gonna say LGD are going to Worlds. So you know what? LGD, you win today, you're going to Worlds. It's that simple.
If they can beat JDG, they're going to win Worlds. I'm saying it. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if LGD will win the World Championship right after.
What are you?
I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful city of Shanghai, China, where we are currently pretending to be. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric as we head to our third game of the day. It's to JDG and LGD. And it's been an interesting series so far. We've had LGD actually starting super clean, pretty much getting a stomp against JDG. Then JDG completely flipping that around and doing the exact same opposite way around, where JDG, I mean, they destroyed him in like 22 minutes. It was kind of brutal, actually. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric.
Yeah, I like that you added that in twice.
I forgot to intro us.
No, you actually did. You actually did intro us.
Oh, did I? Oh.
You're not now that you've hit the big 30 Munch here. Your memory ain't quite the same. And maybe you haven't remembered, but I'm sure you do. 369, the MVP. Impossible to forget that. 369. Amazing performance on the gangplank. Did well in the laning phase. He used his cannon barrage so liberally. I even remember when they were chasing down Jin Zhao. Didn't care. Still threw that one down. Felt like they always found impactful ways to do that. Had some nice barrels in team fights as well. And it's one of the reasons why, again, both JDG and 369 have benefited so much from him moving over to JD Gaming as an org compared to back when he was on Top Esports. He looks way more comfortable. He gets a lot more resources put into him. And yeah, overall, he just continues to show that he is a player who could be relied on.
Absolutely. I mean, I still remember when that trade was announced, I remember thinking that it was going to be totally the opposite, where Zoom was going to be able to succeed massively and it wasn't going to work with JDG. How wrong I was, because Zoom has left Top Esports at this point, and 369 still looking good on the side of JDG. So
typical play-by-play. I'm just kidding. I do gotta say though, I am extremely biased to 369 in like the Lyric LPL super team. He is my top laner out of literally every option I could have. Just the way he plays the game, I think is hilarious. Again, it's very Bin-esque in terms of like, you know, he's always going to look for the aggressive trades, even when it will go horribly wrong. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, right, didn't expect this move to work out, especially with the form that 369 was in at the end of his stint on Top Esports, which did give us that clip of like kind of Karsa scolding him in their team room, but straight into picks and bans. And this is going to be LGD's first game on red side.
Certainly will. We do get that swap that we were hoping for. I just want to say, if I had to make a super team, it would be Breathe for me and up in that top side. There's two top laners for me, Breathe and Morgan, of course. We're going to see the Fiora actually banned by JDG. A lot of respect towards Fearless.
Yeah, so not wanting to go with that one. I guess even considering that they could pick it on like 3 and maybe ban out some of 369's answers. But I feel like there are just enough things you can pick into Fiora where it wouldn't be too big of a deal. So to me, it just shows it's like, hey, we're on blue side. We have an open ban. We're like very comfortable taking away some of the things that are open. I wonder if they go towards the Talia. That's something that LGD have banned 2 games in a row. The Viego still being the standout to me. That is open as well.
Talia has snuck through as well. Yagao could possibly get his hands on this one, which I feel like that suits Yagao. You know, I feel like Talia kind of offers a similar style of gameplay to Ahri, where we were saying how Ahri and TF vaguely similar in the way that they operate these days, as she's not really an assassin. Well, Talia certainly has a lot of damage to work with, but also kind of denies a lot of picks where if you want a lot of mobility, Talia's going to shut you down.
Yeah, and she still like offers the same roaming potential at level 6 with her ultimate. Now, you know, that can't be interrupted with any damage coming through onto her, but your scaling is just so much better with like the rework coming through. That boulder does massive amounts of damage. Obviously, you do incredibly well against champions that have dashes now as well, because once you do throw out your rocks on the ground, they will be stunned if they do dash through it. But here we go. We talked about this at the start of the day, that Assam is a player who plays Draven. It was his second most played in his career coming into this series, and wanting to show this pick off once again.
And you know, Assam trained underneath Huanfeng on Suning, right? And I have to wonder whether Assam was a Draven player that was maybe scouted because he was similar to Huanfeng, or if he picked up because Huanfeng was like, you need to play Draven. Here's how you win lane. Like, I don't know. I want to know the origin story.
I love how far this is branching out, right? It's like Huanfeng trained under Jackie Love. This guy trained under Huanfeng. It's like now who is ever sitting under him will very obviously be the next big Draven player coming out into the league. But we see for JDG, they are not going to stray away from the Ezreal pick. They feel like it's been working very well. Can be quite a hard matchup into the Draven, right? Draven so incredibly strong in those early levels. You will just be playing to sit back. And LGD also will be able to answer with supports. They don't go for the pick here. They actually value the Gwen even higher. This will allow them to ban out some more champions. Again, the Jace being one of them. They can take away the Kennen if they don't really feel too much threat about 369 playing the Kayle, which the Kayle obviously doesn't like destroy Gwen in lane or anything, but you can just try and match the scaling and be more impactful later on. But Kennen would definitely be the pick I would potentially expect for LGD to take away.
Yeah, Kennen's certainly bannable here. It's kind of interesting to see the Ezreal alongside that Leona, not usual pairing here, but I love the aggression from LGD, right? You have a winning lane top, regardless of whatever JDG picks, Gwen just wins in all situations. Not really, obviously, but you've got the Draven lane in the bottom side alongside a Renata now as well to deny the engage coming out from the Leona. Feels very nice for LGD to try and fight for that early aggression, find for that early control that we were talking about in game 2.
Yeah, definitely gonna have a lot of power down in that bot lane. And LGD not banning away any AP champions, maybe not caring too much if they do go with something. The Kayle was something that we were highlighting. We have seen it picked into this matchup before. You could just chill early on. But JDG still kind of deciding what they're doing. And no, 369 seems to not really care about the meta picks at all. He hasn't gone to the Kayle at all. This will be his second game of set so far this split. So it's been Set, Kennen, Gragas, and Gangplank for 369.
Ooh, we get the flex from the Talia. It's going to be Kanavi taking it. And it will be Yagao going with that Ari once again. Think about the roam potential of these two. I will say there's a ton of magic damage on this JDG comp, right? Like, they really don't have a lot of AD, because even Ezreal, half his damage is magic. You've only really got Set doing pure AD.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. It also means, like, ganks towards mid don't really mean too much, considering you will just have double AP coming through. Opens up LGD for, if they do want to go towards this, yeah, bringing out the Swain to the thick of things. You don't have too much engage on the side of LGD. Like, Swain can theoretically start things off right. You're going to buy a Rylai's, you're going to put down the slow, you have your E available, but it's not as easy as it would be if you had, you know, taken the support role or something with engage in top or jungle. So maybe LGD can just try and play off their range, kite out with their kind of triple artillery setup in the Ezreal, Ari, and the Talia.
All right. We can talk all day about compositions. We've got plenty of time to talk about that in the game. Lyric, I want to talk about the bottom lane. We have Draven, Renata against Ezreal and Leona. I feel like Assam is set up for success here. Because, you know, Leona theoretically shouldn't be able to do too much against a Renata. And you got Draven versus Ezreal. I feel like there's no way Ezreal can match Draven's damage output in the 2v2. Are we just going to see LGD focusing towards his bottom side once again?
I think we should, because like you said, right, obviously the AD carry matchup, but even Renata into Renata versus Leona, right? Because I feel like it was kind of overstated at first, like, oh, pick Renata against like any tank supports, but I feel like supports that do have hooks, your cooldowns are just too long on Renata for them to matter, so the long-range engage kind of shores it up. You find the kill pressure, but Leona doesn't really have anything like that. You can just tether her E-range, out-trade her consistently, and post-6, you should never be able to find a window onto her. So I think it's going to be a little bit rough for JDG's bot lane. I'm excited to see maybe what creativity they can come in with to try to get through this matchup unscathed.
To wait and see. And also this Set versus Gwen top lane matchup, I'm kind of curious about how that one's going to pan out. It's not a matchup I've seen personally, but here we go, game number 3, and once again JDG going to go straight up into these top lane brushes. But once again, I imagine Fairness will just stay in his tri-brush here. I don't think he'll walk in to check the top lane brushes. So nothing going to come of it. JDG would be able to drop a ward if they want, or just try and clear the situation. But either way, they're not going to find anything.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything based off this. We'll take a look at runes and a lot of things looking stock and standard so far. Dark Harvest, kind of the standard for Kanavi in the jungle. So going to go towards that, have a bit more damage he can deal later on. Swain, we've been seeing most Swains go towards the Unsealed Spellbook so far in the LPL. You could go towards Conquer, I think, if the enemy is a lot more melee heavy and you can like guarantee you're going to be able to keep that damage up and you're aiming to play more of a carry role. Even things like Phase Rush are all right. But pretty much every Swain we've seen so far has just been the mandate Swain, a lot more about enabling your teammates. So taking Spellbook so you can have more impact in team fights, swap to things like the Ghost later on, will be critical.
Certainly will. As it's going to be Kanavi starting on this bottom side. And we'll see how the jungle pathing is going to go down. With Shadow starting on the top side, we talked about them pressuring towards bottom lane, right? With trying to set Assam up, who has that cleanse as well. So in the team fight, should be able to be a significant threat. And any player that comes into the league boasting that they're a Draven player already, like, you know that mechanically they're going to be on point. So watching for good cleanses as 369 gets an insanely good trade to start this top lane off.
So Set actually does like decently well into the Gwen lane because you're actually one of the champions who level 1 can match her power. Just Set passive is so incredibly strong, right? The more damage coming out on the right hand. So is going to be able to force Fearness off, also taking the Haymaker as well. So nice to see 369 being comfortable in this matchup. He did match with the Ignite as well, so knowing how he could just pretty much match that aggression at all points in time.
Yeah, it's certainly good. And the Haymaker at the end, like you say, just topping off the trade. And you kind of get like the best of both worlds with Set, where on the one hand, you are a melee champion, but on the way out, on the exit trade, right? Quite often you'll see the melee win the start of a trade, range win the second half of the trade as the melee's trying to exit the trade. Well, Set can kind of do that a little bit with the Haymaker as well, so it sort of gets the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and again, just kind of interesting that 369 is keeping this sort of like flair of champions up, not necessarily going to some of the more new or niche picks that we've seen in the meta so far, but he's the only lane of pressure that they do have on the side of JDG. We can see Yeji trading quite aggressively in mid, already out of mana, which is still one of Swain's issues. Gets a little bit better in mid-game when you aren't just trying to spam to clear the wave or harass. I'm going to pause as JDG committing 3 members up towards top side.
Kanavi, I think, just wants the Krugs here as 369 just going to bully both of them underneath the tower. That will be the big Krug taken, and that is plenty for Kanavi. Just making sure to deny that experience, find the CS advantage for himself as Yagao has to return back to mid lane.
CS. It is so far. I mean, he will be picking up a big wave now, right? So maybe he just ends up, 5 behind, like about a wave down under 369. But
still not great. Yeah. We're only 3 minutes in. Like, it's not ideal to be a full wave down at this point in the game.
Okay, this is why we're praising 369. But still, I want to see what LGD can do. We hit on more for LGD that it's about their bottom lane. We can see Shadow now hovering around mid. Yeji just been trading so aggressively.
Yagao does have flash.
On its own can be quite difficult.
He's been spotted. Fairness walked over. That's going to be a recall from could be an option.
Yeah, giving the respect that's needed. And heck, now we're going to see Shadow actually playing up towards his top side. It's just going to allow Fearness to be able to get this wave in. So can't be just held here. Will be able to get the bounce back to farm safely. And Shadow should just go for a reset as we get a replay in the bottom right-hand side, just showing how Yagao's flash was forced out.
We also have a live play in the bottom side as Assam getting a bit of damage onto Missing, but a good trade here from the JDG bottom lane. Actually up in health. And Kanavi potentially can move down into this bottom side. Missing will look for the engage. Has flash available. Jin Zhao the target here. Big damage onto him. But he flashes from both of them at the same time. Little bit of, I think they needed to stagger the CC a little bit from the side of JDG.
Still, the fact that they get this flash is huge, right? Playing a ranged support. Very squishy, always hard to just keep that push up in lane when you're down a summoner. It means repeat ganks will be so deadly. So now even more reason why Shadow will have to put more attention down towards this bottom side. We've seen Yeji has been able to keep up pressure in mid pretty consistently. And Swain is a champion who doesn't really need to roam too far to impact another lane, right? hover towards bot, you can drop your W, give some assistance over to your bot lane, and it feels like at this point you're kind of just leaving Fearness to his own devices. Like, he's already fallen this far behind in lane. It feels like a situation that would be very hard, if not impossible, to salvage.
Yeah, feels tough, that's for sure. But LGD at least will get themselves this Drake to kick things off. So positive for them, because, you know, it felt like the Drake was the big difference maker between game number 1 and game number 2, right? Whoever controlled that Drake controlled the early game. So at least, at least LGD have that in their pockets to start this one off. Fairly even in gold, is missing, moves in, trying to clear some vision. Shadow doesn't want to let that happen. I feel like Missing could just finish that ward off, though. Yeah, he's going to go back and make sure that they do clear the vision.
Oh,
flash from Shadow. Commitment onto Missing, but they don't really have a way. Oh, they do. Yeah, G just flashes forward. They have way more damage than I thought they had.
Yeah, really nice to see from the side of LGD. The E from Yeji didn't connect, but still knowing he had the damage if he flashed forward with the pop coming out from his ult. This will lead in the steal coming through. Kanavi does have smite, but I like LGD trying to force him off before fully committing to take the objective away. And now Ping's coming down to the bottom side.
It was Missing that died. The support is gone. He's trying to make it. He's at the tier 2 right now. Hope desperately clearing the wave as fast as physically possible because he knows a dive might come on through. Missing, zoned away from the play. Hope still only level 5. No ultimate to try and clear the wave with as he eases over towards his support. That's going to be locked down on Shadow, but Assam goes for the dive, goes beyond the tower. Low on HP though. Hope goes down. There is the cash in for Assam, but he'll be traded and it turns into a 2-for-1. Missing with the double kill.
And this is why we don't see really any early game dives anymore. The more damage coming through, yes, it is like a bit less of a buff early, and the damage buff actually scales the later the game goes up to 13 minutes, 30 seconds, but it's the ramping damage. Any amount of more damage times like 40% is huge. Now, will Kanavi, does a flash up?
Yeah, he's going to have to use it immediately. Fairness, dropping the ult there means he will lose all pressure in this top side as well as 369. He's going to crash a wave. And that means, with Fairness having no ultimate available, with 369 having pressure in the top side, that will be Herald, started off by JDG. Shadow is in the area. Maybe there's a chance for congestion, but I don't think so.
No, yep. Definitely should just head back down to standard lanes. Looks like they might have the Draven pick up mid-wave first, so he's not really losing out anything through that bottom turret. Overall, there will be some golden XP lost as Fearness having to deal 3 members.
Yeah, he's going to have to back away. And Hope wants a little bit of revenge for the dive that went his way now. He's the one on the diving side, pulling them away from the tower. Fairness the target and will go down. It's easy pickings for JDG, who just go up to LGD and say, this is how you die.
Yep, committing 4 members as compared to only 3. I mean, even down in that bottom side, we'd seen some members of LGD already chunked. So just going to be a nice bit of kill gold over to the side of JDG. They do still have that Rift Herald as well. Interested to see where they opt into putting it. You don't really have too many plates taken in any of your lanes so far. It actually only might be this top lane with that 1 plate down. We'll get the replay of what happens down in the bottom side. Jin Zhao's going to be the member to start tanking, but Hope blowing a flash early doesn't get CC'd down. And again, that second turret shot coming through, 3rd, and now Shadow going to take the 4th, so definitely feeling the full power. Like you said, though, Assam getting his stacks cashed in, so at least did get a bit of gold, and I think he backed on, yeah, we can see now Serrated Dirk plus a Sheen. Even it's sitting on 2 longswords as well, so this Draven will be hitting pretty hard.
Wait, Serrated Dirk plus a Sheen? I didn't know a Sheen was casting today. That's crazy. Making his way to the LPL no matter what. Incredible stuff. That's actually how, you know, I met a Sheen years and years and years and years and years ago when I used to work at ESL in the UK. And that was actually how he introduced himself to me. He was like, the name's a Sheen. It's spelled Oisin, but it's like, and then like the League of Legends item Sheen. I was like, oh, cool. Good to meet you.
Yeah. I remember I would incorrectly pronounce his name for a long time on purpose just because it would ruffle his feathers a little bit, and it was kind of adorable. So I did eventually just start calling him a Sheen, which is what we should all do. Don't call him Oisin or Oishin. You could call him Ocean, which is a bit of a funny joke.
Yeah, but it's less funny if you're not in the know, I will say. That's one of the things one of the producers used to call him. Let's talk about the game, though, right now, because JDG are just continuing to hammer on this top lane tower. Fearness is just not having a fun time. Does not get to farm. Jin Zhao flashes to safety, but barely. And now missing once the re-dive. True Shot Barrage goes slightly wide, and a TP comes in. It's Yagao! Oh my god, he actually finds the pick! I can't believe it. With Yeji TPing in, it's not going to stop Yagao going aggressive. Fearness falls as well. And JDG dancing with danger. This is beautiful.
Yeah, they were doing that so well, coming in and out of turret range to make those dives possible. They will get one turret. They should get a charge on a second one. I do got to say, Assam in the bottom side, though, is having free time with this turret, as 369 has just been covering mid. So at least going to get a bit of a return on your Draven, as I believe that was at 3 plates a moment ago, now only being left at 1. So getting some nice gold onto your Draven, but my god, Hope now 2-1 and 4. Yagao finishing off his Everfrost. JDG definitely coming into the next dragon fight extremely strong.
And honestly, Yagao is the highlight player for me. Didn't miss a single charm on this one. The damage he was getting out, but also, as the TP comes in, he's the one to go aggressive again and make the play happen.
Yeah, we see a lot of abilities from other members missing, right? True Shot Barrage dodged out, Q missed, but right there, Yagao going back in, lands with the Q, and then just finding the confidence, the Spirit Rush to come in again, lands another charm. Let's Hope dash in, get a quick kill. Seismic Shove lands, missing will go down, but still you picked up enough members and got a turret for all your troubles.
It's so beautiful to watch, and the amount of range that JDG are playing with there, a lot of the time they don't need to be under the tower to be threatening from both sides. Now LGD, desperate to get another Drake because they realize they are falling behind. 3k gold deficit right now as Yeji finds a route onto missing. Pops the ulti a little bit too soon on this one, and now a contestation on the Drake, but they will get it. LGD trying to escape. And it looks like they will get away with it, but here comes the wall from Kanavi. JDG not happy losing this Drake, but it's a great disengage, and it's great damage coming out. LGD maybe finding a play here. Yagao's gone too deep on this one. Spirit Rush back out to safety, as now they're pulled back in once more. Orb of Deception out. Yeji into the middle of everyone. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish the kills. The Maw won't find anything, and everyone's so low, but nobody going down.
Yeah, that was just very tragic on both sides. Yeji and his ult. We see a bunch of skill shots missed from the side of JDG, but 369 doesn't care about Fearness, just going about his day, slamming down turrets. I mean,
he's 50 CS up,
he's
man.
50 CS. It's a mythic. It's a mythic versus plated steel caps and amp tome and a ruby crystal. My god.
There's no wonder he doesn't care what Fearness does to him. Fearness can't do anything. Even if it doesn't matter what he does, he's completely powerless. I mean, 369 is having a series and a half. Game number 1, not the greatest, but still actually a good Kennen game, ultimately. Like, his ults were good, just Exhaust exists. But game number 2, game number 3, he is dominating Fearness.
Yeah, he's done incredibly well in this matchup. Again, maybe something Fearness wasn't quite ready for, or didn't quite expect to come out from 369. But 369 definitely just handling it beautifully so far. Kind of surprised we didn't get a replay of the last fight. Maybe it's for the best. Again, a lot of things missed. We had just praised Yagao, goes in, kind of flops everything. Yeji
no
with his ult usage, kind of questionable.
In my experience of LPL production, it doesn't count if the kills didn't go down, you know? Like, nobody died ultimately in the fight, so we don't get a replay of it. That's my experience of how it works. Herald is up, though. So JDG, the ones with positional advantage right now, as Kanavi gets the grab. But with Yagao down in the bottom side, he does have the TP available. You can see Yeji moving over because his TP's on cooldown.
Yeah, so he's going to be in the area already. LGD just going to try and contest and make their way into River. They do have some vision to clear out because JDG do have some nice control rewards in top side.
Oh, missing. Looks for the engage, and the combo is perfect. Yeji left alone as Assam cannot back him up. In goes 369, forcing Shadow away. And my god, that was brutal.
Yeah, even, I don't know what Assam cleansed. I don't know if maybe it was the Everfrost, but then the charm still connected from Yagao, just no one in range to be able to follow up on him. They should be able to guarantee this turret going down. They will manage to pick up the Herald as well. 369 even going to push in that top wave, just pretty much controlling all areas of the map. Recalls even going to come off in time. for someone to go catch the wave that Fearness is pushing in bot right now. But look, man, Shadow stealing away the Raptors.
Who's
the true winner,
Who's the
right?
real winner here? He's going to be even in CS. We take those if we're LGD right now because it's all we've got, man. 6,000 gold lead for JDG. And, you know, I came into the series saying I wanted to see JDG style it. It didn't work out for them in game number 1. But ever since, they have been playing just insanely. Missing with a beautiful engage here. Gets the root to set up for his ult. Gorgeous.
I'm just surprised how Jinja was so fearless in walking forward, because look where the Gwen is on the minimap. Nowhere close. They set it up, seismic shove lands. They're able to keep going forward. Great Spirit Rush coming through from Yagao. And again, Charm still landed. Sadly, no real damage to be able to follow up. But once again, just another case of if they hit their abilities, it works. Again, Jinja, in my mind, kind of did make that one a little bit easier. He walked up aggressively to try to find the handshake, and just not respecting the amount of members from JDG who are already there. Like 369 was already in the area compared to Fearness, who was still making his way over from bot side.
Yeah, I mean, like it wasn't a perfect set for LGD, but an attempt was made. And at this point, I'm willing to give them a gold star just because they're at the bottom of the class and they need a pick-me-up. You know, it's one of those kind of teaching situations. 369 has found himself an angle. Yeji is on the wrong side of this play. And here comes Kanavi as well.
He gets through.
He's going to be able to remove the wall, though, so 369 can still make it here. Yeji is like, okay, well, at least I'll clear a minion wave. But 369, if he wants to ultimate the tower, I don't think he even needs to use the showstopper here. Just punches him to death. And, well,
You know,
Drake
I
is
love
up.
I love how they're so strong that, like, they actually could have just waited outside of Yeji's ult range and just let it time out since he isn't training anyone. But they didn't care. They're like, no, we know we're stronger than you. 369 is huge. They go in. They should be able to guarantee this dragon. It's 18 seconds on Yeji. He does have TP, but I'm not sure if their composition really has the tools to stall this out long enough because they are the shorter range composition.
Yeah, I don't think that the early two Drakes are going to matter too much in this one. JDG comfortably take the third one. 6,000 gold lead, as I said before, and now they can pressure on the bottom side. Remember, they got the Herald earlier, so they can take this first tower manually, drop the Herald, and push towards a tier 2 as well. And it doesn't feel like what do LGD do? How do you even fight back in this situation? Because it feels like this is a comp that needed to be ahead early.
Yeah, I think it's so rough. Again, even finding ways in as, like, your Swain is very hard, and you only get those opportunities if JDG give them to you. JDG just being stronger than you, outranging you, Dage.
Fairness with the all-in here, trying to get onto the whole team, but the needles don't really do enough for the time being. That's a great Everfrost as well from Yagao. 369 isn't even here. True Shot Barrage now. JDG disengage the fight, stay at long range, and deny anything from LGD. Now they'll be able to finish the tower, maybe get a kill as well as Kanavi. Oh, he went way too deep on that one. The tower's still alive. The hostile takeover only going to catch one, but that's enough. It gets a pick onto Kanavi. Maybe something more can happen. Oh, no.
Fearness.
Oh, no. Fearness has been solo killed by 369 in the meantime. And now Hope looking for the flank on Ezreal. He certainly has the damage to work with as they continue the siege because they've got 369 threatening an inhib in the mid lane.
And, you know, this whole sequence, we saw exactly what we just talked about, right? The biggest change to Swain, in my mind, is the fact that, like, your ult now can theoretically go on indefinitely, right? As long as you're draining someone, you can keep your ult going. Even if you do the pop, it'll still continue. But they outrange him so hard, they can just kite it out. We're going to see the solo kill here. I don't even know if this is interesting. This is just pure stat stiff at this point in time with how much further ahead 369 is with the items that he has in his inventory. Fearness does finally have his mythic, but I don't think 369 is backed from what we just saw. So 369 should be sitting on a pretty bit of gold himself.
And Fearness not having a fun time. But he had such a good game 1 as well. He was the MVP of game number 1. But
there it is, Munch. A full item came out and a Kindle Gem. Full item plus Kindle Gem. Rich guy.
Not bad.
Please, 369, buy me a Lambo.
He just walks into the armory, slams his wallet on the table. He's like, what do you got for me? Sort me out, fam. And what's the shopkeeper called? What's everyone call him? Bob, is it? Nigel? Jemima? I can't remember what everyone calls him.
Do we start calling Gromp Namzi now because of TFT? That's a question I genuinely have.
Namzi's Gromp's cousin, or maybe girlfriend, or maybe both if he's from Alabama. I don't know.
Oh, no. Can't roast your former colonies.
Yes, I can. Watch me. They're not technically my former colonies, because I'm certainly in no way in any position of power in the UK. But hey, it happens.
I'm just saying it might be kind of offensive, but wait, I'll pause. Okay, engage.
Gonna be slowed down. Oh, he's just gonna be one shot, isn't he? The bailout not gonna be enough. Hope is caught though, pulled back. There's the whirling death, but it's gonna be whirling life for the time being. Oh, Hope goes down. They did get one kill. Good job, LGD. And now onto a little bit more. That was meant to sound positive. I think it just sounded condescending.
It did. It sounded
is
horrible.
Just trying to escape on the top side of the map. It's Kanavi with a double kill. As Fairness falls, and it's 369 with another one. That'll be inhibs at minimum. But in fact, JDG could just go for the Baron.
Yeah, and the Baron will definitely lead to the inhibs himself. I mean, I'm sure we'll get another scenario like we had previously seen, right, where you can even have this 2-lane setup, 369 pushing in aside, your 4 members somewhere, LGD in a very awkward position where they have to all in on one. Now going to try and make their way over. I don't think it really matters. Shadow, does he have time? Doesn't have flash or ult even if he did get here, so
yeah, no.
In the end, wouldn't have mattered anyway.
It's a no-go for Shadow, and it is everything that JDG could have wanted. 22 minutes, and they get another Baron. This is looking a lot like game number 2. There's a great engage onto Yeji, and he just doesn't get to move. He doesn't get to play before he's dead.
Now, even Kanavi, really nice seismic shove to make sure he isn't able to get away. 369 fighting Shadow on the back line, forcing him to ult away. I mean, Hope does go down, like you said, in a great way. Good job, LGD.
I actually will take this as a positive LGD, because Assam, he knows the fight is done. He knows he's going to die. Flashes over and makes the kill happen onto Hope. We were looking for shining lights for LGD, things to look forward to for LGD. Well, Assam is the guy right now, because he's impressed me today.
Oh, of course. I think especially coming out from the LDL, right? Player not too highly touted, as Jinzhao might be. Okay, Jinzhao not under threat. But overall, great Kalista games coming through. Had some solid impact, some really good team fights. And then in this game, being able to find some key kills. Sadly, just not enough against JDG, but look at Shadow.
Yeah, he's
Shadow's
on flank.
still trying to find an angle.
I respect the flank attempt. I think even if you go in from a flank, I'm not sure you can actually do anything, because I'm pretty sure it's just stat stiff at this point, but he's still trying to find that angle, as you say, but JDG are just going to slowly but surely destroy the base, and 369 is zoning it. He's found Shadow, and he's just literally playing bouncer as the rest of JDG try and end the game. Shadow finally fighting away towards the rest of his team, but Yeji low on HP. There's the engage from Missing, and he drops. Missing even has a stopwatch. Does he have flash? No, there's a kill. Assam getting a bit of gold for himself, but the cannon's still wailing away. Fearless getting a third Drake. We take those for LGD, but it's at the cost of a Nexus tower, and it might be at the cost of the game. Kanavi goes in, finding the damage, but nobody dies. They don't quite finish the kills off. Shadow still surviving. JDG onto the Nexus towers now. Fearless trying to find the engage. Ruthless takeover comes in. It's not going to find much, though, as Kanavi turning the damage around. 369 is here on the front line. There's a couple more kills. There's a double, and one for Yagao as well. It looked close. It looked like LGD finally found something, but all they found is a dead Nexus.
Yeah, JDG needing one game to wake up, but come into the series and show an impressive, dominant Game 2 and 3 victory. 369 finishing off with a 40 CS lead over Fearness after numerous solo kills. The other 4 members of JDG playing so well as a squad, especially Yagao and Kanavi in those team fights, really felt like they were in sync, on the same page. We remember things like that top lane tower dive and how well they were playing it. And honestly, probably coming in, one of the better teams we've seen try to pull off tower dives. It feels like most we've seen have just been like what we saw in the bot lane from LGD, multiple members going down from the team diving, but JDG, a really great job at managing the aggro and showing that plays like that can still work.
I mean, that's the biggest thing, right, is that JDG mechanically just looked so clean today. Like, so many plays there that just looked phenomenal to witness. Like, that dive, if you missed the dive in the top lane, it was at, like, I think 9 minutes, or maybe a little later than that, maybe
something
like 12
around
minutes. Go back and watch it. That was JDG showing a masterclass of the fact that even on 12-10, you can dive if you're just mechanically good enough.
Yeah, I mean, JDG came in and once again kind of showed us that if they don't fall behind early, if things are going at a neutral pace and they're the ones finding the lead, they're very good at being able to snowball it through. It looked a bit dicey at the end when they were just waiting in front of the Nexus and Fearness is taking Dragons. It's like, okay, can they finish off? But they still were able to find a way to just be able to brute force the end. Kanavi going forward, finding the seismic shove. And overall, again, just solid performance from JDG, who now sitting 2-0 in the standings against one team who were one of their rivals from last playoffs in top esports. Now one team who might be lower in the standings. I don't know. This series is kind of a hard gauge for maybe if LGD is a better team now and can push their way up a bit higher in the standings. JDG, definitely a very hard first test for LGD.
Yeah. I mean, we have to go back to what we said right at the start of the day, right? This is a top 4 team up against a team that ended last split in joint last, right? It's a tough one to kick things off. But like we said, there are positives to take away for LGD here. They got a game in this best of 3, which is more than I expected. Asam certainly showing up. Fearness having a great game number 1. There are positives to take away here for LGD. And I'm hoping that when they go against the mid-table teams, when they go against the bottom of the table teams, they should be able to show a little bit more and hopefully should be able to dominate the early game like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I think for JDG going forward, it's going to look good. It's going to be clean. There's going to be some tests, right? Teams like EDG still looking very strong. RNG, who we haven't seen yet, considering they are just coming off an international. But those are going to be the big tells for JDG and where they end up. But at the end of the day, I guess, LPL playoffs always seems like a completely different beast. Whatever your read on is from the regular season, it doesn't exactly pan out. I mean, heck, look at V5 in spring. We were all like, this is the best team in the LPL by far. They're going to win. They're going to go to MSI. Didn't pan out. RNG did it. So it'll be cool to see. Who are you thinking will get MVP? Is it going to be 369 for being a Chad, or is it going to be Kanavi or Yagao for actually setting up those big winning team fights?
I mean, Yagao in the early game was insane, but he wasn't really the focal point later on. So I feel like probably 369 for just the insane lead that he had and being the setup for a lot of the plays. But Kanavi could also be a good shout, honestly. Hope doing a lot of damage, so maybe he just gets it for being an 80 carry. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I think this one can be an interesting one. Thinking of how the LPL side does it, I feel like it's typically the kind of flashier player as compared to maybe the one who this was who won us the game. So.
I think it's Yagao. For me, in this game, I think it was Yagao. Whether or not it turns out to be Yagao, in terms of how
His
well he was playing mechanically,
clutch.
He didn't miss a single skill shot the entire game. He was hitting every charm, he was hitting every Everfrost. He was doing so much of the setup for the early lead, and the early lead is the reason that they won the game, right? So for me, I'm going to say Yagao.
I like that. We're going to find out. Damage numbers coming in, kind of expected. On the side of LGD, again, kind of highlighting Asam coming out as this 80 carry who's very interesting, who we have to look towards going forward, and maybe being someone they could build around. And heck, again, LGD even have more potential roster swaps they could do, right? Bringing in Chalitza, having Haichao in the mid lane as well. To where for JDG, it's just stability. You don't need to change anything on your roster. You are still going strong from Spring Split.
Yeah. Looking at the statistics, I'm thinking maybe it's Kanavi rather than Yagao, because he's top in every category, aside from, Hope, top of the damage. Actually, top in kill participation. I'm not entirely sure how. It's not often that you see that from an 80 carry. But yeah, either way, fantastic game from JDG. And a comfortable 2-1 in the end, even in spite of game number 1. But the thing is, this is one of the best ways that you can tell apart a really good team in the LPL versus your average team in the LPL. And that's that the good teams, even in the losses, will find singular moments where they look insane. Able to punish LGD's bad decision on Baron. A lot of teams won't make that punish happen, or will mess up the punish in that situation. Even from behind, JDG finding that one moment, even if they don't win game number 1, shows that kind of clutch factor that so often is crucial when it comes down to playoffs in the LPL.
Yeah, and I think just being able to evolve with the state of the game, maybe you look at your comp and you're like, hey, our comp is better at this, it wins through this. But the enemy comp can only do certain things, or they get ahead in a way you didn't expect, right? It's just being able to adapt your plan and adapt how to play with where the state of the game is at currently. And that is something JDG definitely have shown that they are able to do. Now, we're just going to wait to find out who MVP is. We don't have interviews, which is kind of sad. Would be nice to hear what's going on, but I'm sure we'll get those back at some point. And you know what, Munchables, I could always just interview you, because you're here next to me. I've never interviewed anyone before, so
Let's
I don't know why or how I would do that.
Dude. We can do a post-game interview.
Okay, Munchables. So, why did the Shy pick Anivia yesterday?
Because the Shy is a man of his own right. He picks what he likes, and he's been enjoying Jade in TFT recently. And he was like, you know what? Anivia's good in Jade. Why can't Anivia be good in League of Legends as well? So, went for it. Didn't work out, but you know what? I respect the gumption. And that's what really matters.
Who is the best XWE top laner in the world?
Morgan, comfortably. It's not even close. Are there any other WE top laners? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's just Morgan. Morgan is eternal.
It's funny your contentious relationship with the LCK fans when you stand one of their players.
I'm the biggest Morgan stan there's ever been. But you know who isn't? 369, who convincingly and regularly bodied Morgan back in 2020. 5-0-3 in
Why
this
you gotta
game.
do that to your boy?
Well, look, I'm just saying it how it is. I'm a play-by-play. I say it how I see it. 5-0-3, 369, having an amazing game for himself.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was definitely the flashiest member on the team, and when you think about his immediate impact in the game, a lot of it is just making sure that Fearness is a non-factor. Like, he effectively made it that this game was a 5v4 from early laning, from level 1, where he was zoning Fearness off the wave, and then finding moments like this where he's taking Shadow out of fights. We saw him finding numerous solo kills throughout the game, and yeah, again, just kind of great series for a player who historically throughout his career has been very hot or cold, right? It's been a 3 or it's been a 9. Typically, he doesn't actually roll too many 6s. And great to see that it was a day of 9s for 369.
It certainly was able to perform, and especially in this last game, like you say, the laning was exceptional. But then, like, obviously, you've got a set. Like, if you can win lane on set, like, what more could you possibly want? Because he has so much, he has insane amounts of setup for the team fights. He has crazy damage as well, like, way more damage than I think a lot of people give it credit for as a pick. If you're winning the lane, dominating against a Gwen that then doesn't get to impact those team fights, and then you're setting up your entire team, like, you really can't ask for any more out of a top laner. So 369, I think, a deserved MVP on that one.
Yeah, and again, I just want to keep an eye on champion pools going forward too. Like, if we're going to see any of these more obscure picks coming out from him, or if you're just going to be comfortable on his, like, limited but effective champion pool, because it still doesn't feel like he's a player that you can really ban out, or, like, are you really going to waste bans to, like, in first rotation, Kennen sets, these types of picks? I don't think so.
No. Well, I would hope not. But I guess we'll find out next time JDG plays. But they're going to be done for today. We're going to jump into our second series. We'll go into a break first, and then it'll be followed by WE up against Top Esports.
Yeah. But to go to the flip side now, and kind of move the conversation forward, RNG, like you said, feel like they slightly outdid expectations. I think any of us could have seen them winning that tournament, but the way they did it was phenomenal. But RNG didn't care. RNG said, screw that tournament. They come into the split, and Bin is gone. Bin is going over to BLG.
Bin is in the bin.
RNG. I mean, hey, it could work out. It could work out. So Bin over to BLG. RNG now taking Breathe. So ultimately just a swap. My guess would be that RNG probably made this choice going into MSI because I feel like this isn't some kind of last-minute swap. But I guess just overall general thoughts on the swap, how you guys think it'll work out for... We can start with RNG, and Emily, we could start with you. Breathe to RNG.
I mean, I think RNG get exactly what they want here. Anyone who's listened to talk to me, I actually knows I have like a huge soft spot in my heart for Bin from having interviewed him, and just I just love top laners that play like him, just like contest the wave before the minions even get there, you know, like you're just in that person's face. You have insane forward percentage. Maybe it's not always the best idea to do that at all, or you know, as frequently as Bin does, but because of that, I really like him. It would be remiss to say that that doesn't make you incredibly volatile, especially with the way that top lane matchups work. They're like top lane of all roles, in my opinion, is the one that is most heavily matchup dependent, despite the fact that it's also like the most independent or like detached lane from the rest of the game still. So when it happens that, like, for example, I think the Camille game 4 game is even a really good example of that, where it's like, if you don't end up winning that lane, it's suddenly really difficult to play. And because Ban was so volatile in season, we saw RNG really, really struggle with like how to deal with that. It affected Wei's pathing a lot.
Yeah.
Which I think was the main like struggle point. And again, it didn't showcase itself in like results necessarily because RNG were still winning, but it looked very shaky a lot of times. And I think Breathe is not like, he's still going to give you like really good highlight like team fight moments in particular, but you will take away some of that like laning volatility in my opinion, and he should be a bit more versatile, which I think will be easier for RNG to deal with and hopefully be able to open up the rest of the map for Wei a little bit more.
Yeah. I feel like this move to me is weird for the fact that I've seen some people get extremely hyped for it. Like, I think Munch is a great example. You saw Munch put out a tweet, and he's like, wow, like, Breathe, finally on a great team, blah, 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 it's going to work out, which I feel like people were saying that looking at the BLG roster coming into the year, but to me, it's like, I don't actually know if this is, like, a perfect fit for RNG. I don't think there's a perfect top lane fit for RNG because RNG's perfect top lane fit is Xiaohu.
He's in the mid lane. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's no other top laner who plays like Xiaohu in the LPL. So the way I view this move is it's like either just a net neutral, but they play differently, right? They don't have to just send everything up to top. They still could because obviously that's what WE did with Beishang and then played for team fights, or OMG back in the day when he was called Curse. But I feel like this RNG roster would function best if they were playing around bot side and just had Breathe kind of doing his own thing and playing for team fights. But if the meta doesn't allow for that, I don't actually think this RNG team looks better. Again, I don't think they look worse, but I definitely don't think that this is a move that's going to be like, wow, RNG are a clear-cut first place over some other rosters.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
Oh my goodness, look at that. That's exciting. That is somewhere in Shanghai. I've never been, but it looks cool. Yeah, I don't know what else to say on that one. I'm much more joined by Lyric, as it's already getting a little bit silly here. We're headed towards our second series of the day. Our first series going the way of JDG in the end in 2-1 fashion. And now, Top Esports versus WE on the cards, Lyric. And I'm excited. Look, LGD showed up today. I'm hoping
Who
WE can
are
do
you
the
rooting?
same.
Who are you rooting for, Munchables? That's the real question we all want to know.
I mean, look, WE do not have any of the players that I was a huge fan of on the roster anymore. So, top esports comfortably.
But that's a great tangent into what players they have now. Bring up the screen!
True. Let's take a look at the WE roster because they have added SMLZ into their lineup, which is quite exciting. An old school AD carry from the LPL. Reheal joining as well, now named Heal, and View and Stay out of the roster.
Yeah, I feel like the key things, right, is like obviously maintaining some of your big names like Beishang, Shanks, Xie is huge. SMLZ coming in, I think, is really good considering that WE's bot lane was their biggest point of weakness, in my opinion, last split. SMLZ won't be starting today, but the fact that he's on the roster, can be like brought in and get playtime, I think is huge. And then seeing the dynamic between Heal and Kadaya is one I'm very curious for, because when Heal came into the league as Reheal, he was a player that I had some expectations for seeing his performance in the LDL. Didn't feel like he ever lived up to them. But I mean, this is a roster that definitely has some firepower.
It certainly does. I mean, you can, on a good day, you can imagine this actually being an insanely good team. But it's just whether or not we see those good days, because, you know, Bubu, a player that's very inconsistent. Shank's a player that has leveled up over time, but still not exactly a top mid laner in the LPL. Xie feels like his best years are behind him, or at least that's what we've seen in the last couple of years. We'll see if SMLZ joining can change things. But let's talk about those two players, Xie and SMLZ, because these are two old legends of the LPL that are now together on WE. And, you know, for Xie, that WE was the team that he was most famous for. SMLZ, this is a new set of colors to wear.
Yeah, and I mean, SMLZ actually has played under the WE organization. He played on WE Academy. It was his second team he was on. He actually started his career on Vici. But these are two players who actually played together for that WE Academy team back in the day. Like you said, they've gone through so many teams. We'll bring up the clips now. And for SMLZ, right, he's been on so many like star-studded rosters that were built either around him or he was a part of. We think of like OMG, the Rogue Warrior squad. Back even he had the stint on Suning with like Maple and Sword Art. There's just been so many times this guy's been around. He was this like highly touted carry. His champion pool's insane. I even remember back when he was on Ultra Prime, I believe, in 2021, him bringing out things like the Kindred. He's not afraid to pull out the likes of like Kog'Maws or Twitches. And it's just been great to see, again, great to see someone who took a split off, who has such a historic profile in the LPL, come back and try to be a carry.
I could see a clip of him on that Rogue Warriors roster that had Doom B on as well all those years ago. And great to see SMLZ back on the roster. He actually won't be playing today, but the man who will be playing today is Xie, who we've got a couple of clips of next as we see the pentakill come through for SMLZ. But this is a really old clip from Xie up against the Suning roster with Knight on as well, with Hacker there in the jungle. But Xie getting a Kassadin pentakill like you expected back then.
I still remember the first tournament he got brought in because it was Ninja who was the starter for WE as the mid laner. I believe it was in Season 5. Then they went and qualified for that IEM World Championship, which I think everyone will remember because it's the one that TSM finally won. But WE came in and they beat the Tigers. They beat the Tigers to get to that final. And right, that was in the era of Korean dominance, where Koreans were just the best team. And Xie was one of the new young standouts who came in, had a brilliant performance, and really cemented his name as again, one of these legendary mid laners ever since. Like you said, it doesn't feel like he has the same carry power that he did back in the day. But even thinking back to like 2020 LGD, a lot of his rosters works so well with how he plays with his jungler. So hopefully now having Beishang at the start of the split, and for a full split, him and Beishang can make some magic happen.
I certainly hope so. I really hope we get to see a little bit more from WE, because this is a team that was one of the big representatives of the LPL internationally way back in the day, with Xie and Mystic as the two big carries. Feels like a long time since that was even a dream for WE. It feels like just making it to playoffs has been a struggle for this organization over the last few years. Although, more recently, doing a decent job during those playoffs. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see what this version of the lineup is going to set up for. Certainly, if we get the late game AD carries, things like the Kog'Maw, that's one of the things SLZ is super well known for.
Give
so
me the Kindred.
We'll have to... Yeah, the Kindred too. He bring out the Kindred. I don't expect that. Let's talk about their opponents, though. Top Esports. Because this is a team that wants to win lane. These guys are the kings of the lane kingdom, or at least that's how it's felt they've been playing over the last year or so. Wayward up in that top side, doing an incredible job. Look at those solo kills. 31 solo kills across the course of spring 2020.
Not even a full split. Like the most solo kills, getting subbed in a few series through. But yeah, for him, it's been all about the solo kills. Still typically does find a bit of a lead in terms of CS. But CS is what it's all about for Knight and JackeyLove. Knight always able to find these big leads. Still a respectable amount of solo kills coming out from him. And JackeyLove, who, right, is definitely, I think, the most volatile of these laners, still looking for the aggression, which leads him to finding the strong laning phases.
All right, well, I think that's all the time we've got for talking about top esports. We'll see if they can dominate their lanes. But we're going to jump into our first champ select and see how Top Esports and WE are going to do. Top Esports starting the split with a loss against JDG, now with an opponent that they should be a favorite for. But that's what we said about JDG earlier today. And they still managed to lose the first game against LGD, so WE have an opportunity to prove themselves here.
Yeah, so Gwen taken away by the side of TES. Again, Viego kind of being the standout as the next go-to for the side of WE. Now, you still do have things like the GP Open if you want to just opt into that here, but I feel like there's so many answers into Gwen, you don't necessarily need to look for that pick so early. Ezreal, kind of the highest priority AD carry left on the table, can be an easy go-to for WE, especially after what we saw Hope do with it in the last game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But very similar draft so far to what we saw earlier on today, but this time WE looking towards something else as their second rotation here, offering a lot of different random stuff. But usually it's something like the Ahri locked in here. That's been kind of the typical first and second pick on the red side, but instead go with a Gnar, locking in the top lane.
Yeah, so they are just going to opt to match into the Gwen. If they wanted to go for some of the Ahri, I feel like the big problem is that Lissandra's still up, and we saw how potent that could be as a counter pick at MSI. For TS, I'm curious to see what they want to go towards for mid lane specifically, especially having Knight in that mid lane matchup and kind of expecting him to pull out ahead over Xie on the opposing side. With all the top tier junglers taken off the board, now Tiana going to kind of have to go down in this pool, bring out the Trundle, can set up for maybe TS to want to play more range, and when you want more range, that just brings you to the Ezreal, and it's JackeyLove's Ezreal, baby, so it's going to get a little bit spicy.
And it's crucial that JackeyLove locks this Ezreal in now, because against JDG, there was 580 carry bans towards him, and that did not go well for him. This time around, locking in what he wants after just 3 bans towards him. So, progress from series to series here. Now to see what Xing wants to take in that bottom lane up against JackeyLove. Neither support locked in, unless that ends up being a Trundle support, which I would be surprised at it. Anticipate that being Tien taking it in the jungle. It is going to be that Kai'Sa, though, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so now, right, I expect maybe bans to be coming out towards those top lane matchups, but no, wanting to take away the Karma, kind of expecting 4TS to go for it. I guess it makes sense, right? When you've already angled that you can go for a long-range composition, play out with some poke, considering you do have the zone control coming out from the pillar, not wanting to deal with that strong lane matchup. For WE, they're going to index into all-in. That's why they're taking the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal matchup, so wanting to supplement that with things like, probably the Nautilus coming through, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see TS maybe throw some bans that way.
It's going to be Long taken off the board here, removing something from Xie's champion pool. Certainly a pick he's played 1,000 times over the course of his career. WE looking to pinch the support pool. Obviously, Ezreal Karma, insanely strong, but you could try and remove other long-range supports, maybe like the Renata, for example, that can do well in denying the hard-engaged supports that you're very likely to see here from Kadai.
Yeah, I'm curious if they go for another range support or if they wanted to ban out. I was going to suggest either a Leona or a Braum, which, again, just kind of sets you up to be able to go for that Nautilus on 4. For TS, they still do have things like the Braum open, or, again, maybe they do have some interesting kind of mage picks willing to come in. Now for WE, do you just go for the Nautilus here, or do we see a blind pick come out from mid? I'd kind of like to see them wait and see what Knight and TS pick up first, because I don't feel like there's any good blind that sets up for the way that top esports are going to play out their comp, which again is this long range kind of poke setup, have some siege potential there, and you can just wait. But no, instead saying, hey, Talia is a high enough priority pick to go for it. Again, this is a pick we thought would be higher priority, but has kind of fallen through quite a bit of drafts here so far.
Yeah, so Xie taking that one in the mid lane. A lot of roaming potential, right? And you're talking about dive and all in. Well, Talia can certainly get into the back line. That's one thing this champion is real good at. But the Ahri, currently available, and Knight, certainly a player that can pilot the Ahri exceptionally well, will be able to land those skill shots. And now we need to see for the bottom lane where you're going to go, because you've got a very blue composition here from Top Esports, and I'd love to see the synergy rounded out.
Yeah, I don't even want to make a guess. I want to see. I've already hit on Braum kind of
Braum's
being
kinda
the go-to. Yeah, Braum was the one I expected, but I want to see if TS maybe try to round it out with something else. I feel like for WE, like, you don't really have any sort of like mages or champions that are going to abuse Braum heavily that fit in with your draft. Like what are you going to pair up next to a Kai'Sa that, you know, makes sense, right? Like a Bard or a Brent. Like it doesn't make sense. So I think for them, just going towards a bit of a standard pick in the Nautilus, and you won't have too much kill pressure in the bottom lane, but then you're at least playing for those skirmishes once you do hit the mid game to set up for your Kai'Sa, get those plasma stacks going, follow through with the ultimate. But ooh.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Renata going to be locked in the bottom side, so it'll be Xing getting some free stacks if the handshakes do land and things like this. Can certainly make Braum's life a little more difficult playing against a ranged support. But man, I'm blown away by the synergy here from Top Esports. Look how blue their composition is, Lyric. I won't let you just drop that point. It's beautiful. We never get to see this.
I mean, right, we still have the blue build coming out for the Ezreal pretty much every game. You don't buy the Mythic, you just go towards all your nice blue cooldown items. But again, for TS, I think their team composition identity is very, very set in stone. You're pretty much all inning on Ezreal. You have some good damage coming out the top side as well. You have a ton of front line to make sure no one can bypass. For WE, I think they have the more interesting one where you can play through sides with the soul lane champions that you do have to try and find an advantage. But I don't feel like you have enough hard engage to really force the fights you want without looking for those picks, especially with the fact that they all end on the Renata support, right? It kind of put you in a position where you're picking it for lane, or if you can force them into tight spaces, that ultimate can get a lot of value in starting fights. So it'll be really interesting to see how WE pilot their composition, where I feel like Top Esports is just so straightforward.
Yeah, and also, Top Esports is one of these teams where if you give them a simple to execute composition, they will just take over a game. If you give them advantageous laning situations, they will just take over a game. And Wayward on the Gwen, we saw last split what he could do with this kind of pick. This is a player that will look for all-in opportunities and will find those solo kills. So we need to look towards that top side. Bubu, a player that really has not had the greatest of times in the last year or two. I remember him and Bin both on Suning a long while ago, and it felt like Bin ended up getting the best of that one once Bubu had left, and we've yet to really see Bubu back on top. So a little bit nervous for him up against Wayward today.
Yeah, I don't feel like Bubu has really ever found his role like he did in that 2020 Summer Victory 5 team, where he did just play perma weak side. He did just absorb pressure. It was about how the other four members on the map interacted. You can see since then, though, Bubu has kind of turned into more of a player who likes to go for aggressive trades, does pick volatile matchups, and likes to be played around. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. This was obviously a counter pick we saw a lot in spring, but it felt like Gwen got the best of the Gnar matchup pretty much every time. To where, like, sure, you have the range advantage to play out. He pops his W. He can nullify your damage. And then, as Wayward, you just have to care about the Mega Gnar windows, right? Because every other window, especially post 6, you pop your needlework and you can run Bubu down.
And the thing is as well, like, you're not really just picking Gnar for the lane. You're also picking him for the team fight presence that he offers, right? The big Gnar ulti that wins you the game. Well, it's not like Gwen is shy on teamfight presence, since we have an invade to start things off here. Top Esports going very deep towards Wolves there. Just going to be dropping a ward to make sure that they can spot Beishang on his clear. Beishang actually going to start on the opposite blue buff. He knows what's going on, but there is a deep blue ward on the red buff as well. So Beishang, as soon as he enters his jungle again, Top Esports will know about it.
I also feel like this just benefits TS more from the fact that the bot lane matchup is the more volatile one, right? You're trading side towards top. It's like it's Gwen versus Gnar. There shouldn't be too much kill pressure there regardless. But here, when you're playing, right, the Renata into the Braum, you want to be aggressively looking to poke him down, to find these trades. You are a squishy champion. So the fact that they know and have to be wary of TN's presence on the bottom side of the map can be quite annoying for WE's bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be. If W try and find those all-in windows and Tien comes running, it's not a pretty situation for them. But so far, BuBu has found himself a pretty situation in the top lane, getting level 2 first, but then Wayward immediately gets some snipping going on. But as BuBu hits Meganar, you expect Wayward to just completely back away. Tien moving into the middle.
Beautiful.
Oh, what a pillar out from Tien there. Now going for a chomp onto Xie. The slow is there. Knight trying to follow up with a little bit of damage. Auto's coming on through. A flash out from Xie. A flash forward from Knight. One more Auto will do the trick, but they can't quite get in range. And Xie turning the damage around. So close and yet so far.
Durability update, Munchables. Durability update. 70 HP level 1. There it was.
Yep, that is a bit of a disaster for Top Esports, but ultimately, it's going to be 2 flashes burnt on the side of Top Esports, only 1 on the side of Xie there. And also, Knight had Ignite, and he just didn't choose to use it.
Yeah, beautiful pillar placement. I mean, theoretically could have popped it right there, right? But I think assuming that they have the damage to follow up, to chase him down, they have a level lead on Tien as well at this point, and just right there. So yeah, 25 HP is what it looked like he got down to. But we have something happening in the bot side in a Rift Herald. Not Rift
Oh,
Herald,
it's a top
Rift
side.
Summer
Yeah,
fight.
Tien getting onto Beishang here. He's low on HP. Flashes into the back of the pit. But Tien is the one to go down. Beishang gets the reset on Viego. But there's one going the way of Wayward. Solo laners duking it out in the Baron pit here. BuBu about to turn Meganar. But Knight, low on HP. And Xie just wants to finish him off. Trying to finish that last 2 hits. And now Wayward in a 2v1. I don't think he has the damage. Stunned against the wall. Knocks back in with Xie. Oh my days. Xie playing on a knife's edge. He's not had more than 100 health this entire game.
And Top Esports once again showing that they are their own worst enemies. We didn't see how that one started off, but my God, giving over such a lead to WE. We're 4 minutes, 1.5 thousand gold lead for the side of WE. Looks like we had a bit of a trade in bot that resulted in summoners being burned on both sides as well. And Top Esports still don't want to stop, though. Tien always charging forward.
Okay, Lyric, let's take a second here and reset, figure out where we are in the game, because 7,000 gold for Top Esports, almost a 1,500 gold lead for WE. How do we even get here? So Tien starts it onto Beishang.
Yeah, but it looks like for WE, they have more members moving first, right? BuBu here before Wayward. Smite comes out. And yeah, just nice flash from Beishang. Damage is there, kind of sidestepping some of the damage. Then here's where I think it gets a little awkward for the side of TS. I understand Wayward wanting to try and burst BuBu down before he hits Mega, but you leave Knight all on his lonesome. Feels like maybe turning onto Xie would have been the better play there and just trying to burst the squishy member down. Maybe then it could result in a 2-for-2 where both top laners are able to walk away. That's how it goes in the end. WE walking out the key victors.
Yeah, that was a exciting early game, though. Well, comparatively to the first series of today, we are seeing some scraps now. BuBu about to turn Mega now with Beishang on the top side of the map, but I don't think it'll lead to too much more. Now BuBu with priority up in this top side, but kind of curious what Wayward's plan is here. Tien's moving over.
Well, we see it. We see the plan.
They want more fighting. They want more scraps. BuBu in Meganar right now. He's actually just hit level 6 as well, but he's about to turn mini. Tien needs to be cautious. Will get stunned up against the wall. There's the wallop as well. And they don't have the damage. BuBu walks away and now can start turning this damage back around because Beishang's coming in from the bottom side of the play. He's in the river. He can't find an angle.
I didn't even see. Did the full stack snip even connect at the end? I didn't see BuBu's health bar go down, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that could have been more of a difference maker, but Beishang still waiting in the wings and look at the minimap. Xie waiting in the area, starting to hover over. And oh, wow, they're actually going to look for this dive.
The Weaver's Wall going to come on through. They want to go for a dive against Wayward here. Doesn't have flash, remember this Gwen. He is immune, but how immune is the question? BuBu has to flash away. Xie underneath the tower now. Wayward somehow surviving that one. And it's just a singular plate. That's all that happens.
Really nice W coming out from Wayward. You need to press one key, and it's pretty impossible to go for the dive with Gwen. Nice by Tien as well to just hard focus down Xie, make it so he can't really deal any more damage in the engage as well. And bot lane, surprisingly being the most chill lane we have. There was some trading earlier on, but since we didn't get the full screen of it, you know, it doesn't count.
I think the thing is, it's probably not been that chill of a bottom lane. There's probably been a lot of trading, but the rest of the map there's been kills. So, the bot lane just doesn't get precedence in that situation. Knight just going to be clearing this wave. And perhaps an opportunity to reset here, because it feels like a long time since he's been able to get back to base.
Especially with the fact that Chie now coming back to base with Lost Chapter, Knight wanting to come back, match items as well. Won't be able to get his full buy coming out, but does come back with 2 tomes and a Darksteel, so at least we'll have some damage under his belt. And now we just need to keep our eyes on Tien, because it looks like Tien is wanting to head towards the top side once again. Top esports never stop, baby.
I just love that Tien is basically pretending to be Castle. He's like, no, I will not farm. I will only gank. He goes up to the top side. Pew Pew gets an ult against Tien's own pillar. No way. If he'd survive. Oh, Tien has to flash away. Oh my god. I thought he was actually going to get a kill from hitting Tien against his own pillar.
My god, that would have been amazing. Bew coming in, trying to be a bit of a stud. Unfortunate for him that, again, Tien is just perma-camping his lane. They do find another kill over for Wayward, so he at least starting to get pretty big on this win now, 2-1-0. But Rift Herald's up, so now it's going to be about both teams posturing over. For Top Esports, looks like their full bot lane should be able to move first. Kadaya himself is already on the move, but with Xing picking up that wave, I would expect for TES to maybe look for the full commit, considering that Wayward has that push in topside.
Yeah, Beisheng starting this one off. It's down to 3,000. Tien's moving over. This is going to be a smite fight for the Herald. Knight's getting here, but Kadaya's already in the situation here. The Herald's going to be going down, but it's Tien to grab it, steals it away. And now Kadaya forced to flash away as well as Knight tries to find the all-in.
Yeah, for Top Esports, I mean, pretty much just Tien walking up and taking that one away, right? You did commit your bot lane who didn't get there in time, so Jackie Love is losing some CS down in lane. But hey, Xing didn't pick up any plates. He just answered a wave himself. So at the end of the day, it's just a nice win for the side of TS. And when you're still about 1.4k gold behind, I think that'll be nice in equalizing the gold lead.
Yep, certainly will. Bew as well, getting to crash a huge old wave here, getting a couple of plates for himself on top of it. And ultimately, look at the CS difference. He's actually slightly ahead in that top side, got 3 assists. So even though Wayward did get a couple of kills, even though he survived that dive earlier, the gold difference shouldn't be too dramatic in that top side. They should be fairly even right now. So decent job from Bew so far in this game. But the first Drake of the game might finally kick off as Beisheng and Xie have moved down. Trying to at very least get vision, but it looks like they will be able to grab it.
Yeah, Knight wanting to go for a reset. He's able to pick up the full Lost Chapter on top of just having another Amp Tome in his inventory. Now the next big thing we're going to be looking at in this game is where Rift Herald will go down. You would assume it would just be top with the amount of pressure that TS have put there already. They've already broken down a plate, but Tien's natural path is bringing him down towards the spot lane. So I'm curious to see if they will just want to be like, hey, Wayward has his 2 kills. He's fine now. Let's start getting our gold onto our Ezreal, because in the end of the day, right, in this composition, Jackie Love is the focal point. He is the one that is all built around in terms of kiting back, having this zone control, and allowing him to do whatever he pleases in mid-game team fights.
Yeah, certainly the one with control. I'm keeping my eyes on Xie, though. You know, this is a player, we talked about him before the game, right? Old legend of the LPL. Mark, you're being a little aggressive on this one. Does take a bit of damage, but it's Braum, so he'll be fine. Xing trying to maintain vision control. Oh no, he's staying way too long.
Okay.
Mark, what are you doing? Can you not see him? He must have been predicting a flash, right? He was predicting a flash onto the blast cone. We'll give him benefit of the doubt on that one. I don't know. That was...
hey, but the Rift Herald, Tien dropping the Rift Herald, getting some gold onto Jackie Love, which we just talked about being the focal point. Let's go. Should be able to break down another plate as well, give Jackie Love a little bit more. And now for WE, they're not in a position to answer anywhere else on the map. You look at Beisheng and Xie now, and looks like they're going to start angling up towards the top side. You've already broken down 2 turret plates for Bew, so... You know, maybe keep control of this mid lane, have Beisheng farm up his last 2 camps, and see if you can make anything happen. But Wayward, playing decently respectfully, even kind of waiting in the wings of his own jungle to spot if Beisheng would go for any type of invade.
Well, he's going to invade the river for the time being alongside Xie. But Knight is here, as is Tien. They'll be able to protect these camps and make sure Tien can keep on farming on up on the Trundle. And all things considered, it's actually been a pretty action-packed game, despite the fact that there's only 5 kills on the scoreboard. We've had a lot of scraps that have, you know, I mean, Xie especially, getting away on very low HP, but across the board, a lot of blinking health bars this game, without too much coming off the back of it. But we're starting to see some big items come across the board, right? Essence Reaver for Jackie Love, he'll start to hit really hard. You've got a Kraken Slayer there, and a Luden's finished off on the side of WE. Not to mention Beishang having his Divine Sunderer. So it feels like we are starting to see some spikes across the board. Everybody having their ultimates at this stage. We can start to see the two teams properly scrapping.
Yeah, again, GA's just going to start hitting like an absolute truck. Is going to make his way towards that Archangels, which has been very standard for Talia. You are a very mana-hungry champion coming through, and just getting the bonus damage is going to be quite nice. Did go Ludens, which you do also see a lot of Everfrost come out for Talia, but in this type of composition where, again, the goal is kind of like the Ezreal kind of poking out, the Ahri skirting around the fight, I think going for this bigger damage item is... Ooh, that was close. Shie gets it, though. But yeah, Shie making some good decisions this game.
Good decision to queue at that precise moment. Just a second later, and Jackie Love would have took that blue buff. Kadaya getting a good handshake there, as this will be another wave crash. And remember, all of those plates went down in the bottom side. Jackie Love, even in CS, but up in plates, and now looking to finish this tower off. This will be the first tower of the game. Tien's here as well. Remember, they don't have Herald. This is just trying to brute force the situation. They will get some good damage down. I don't think they can quite finish the tower yet.
No, they still should be fine, though, right? Jackie Love forcing in this wave. You just need to hover Tien around in the area, and they'll be able to get it. WE trying to combat this, are bringing down more members. But, I mean, the injection of gold for TS would obviously be nice if they break this one down. But this turret, like, WE know this turret's going down, right? Just about a matter of time. It's about a matter of Knight having the window to where he can hover down towards the bot side. Is Knight actually getting poked out pretty heavily.
Yeah, tough one for Knight there. Big damage coming out from Shie. And that's just a little trade, you know? Shie will have those cooldowns again very shortly. Might be able to find a window to try and all in onto Knight. As Wayward looks for a similar window up in this top side against Bubu, but he's not winning these trades.
Yeah, he missed out on the initial Q, so not able to find any decent damage. He was waiting out for the Mega Nara timeout, so kind of looking for the correct window, but not able to do it. Bubu just skirts around, is able to get some more damage off with the passive coming out from his W. But like you said, TS bot lane finally able to finish up that turret, and just in time, because both Dragon and Second Herald are on the way to spawning.
Yeah. They're like 5 seconds apart from each other as well. So that was going to be my next question. Like, what is the game plan here? Which one's more important? Do you prioritize the Drake or the Herald?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see TS start making their way down towards the Dragon, just because BBU has that push in topside. So maybe Top Esports, you're assuming that they are the ones with vision control down. You pivot to the opposite side of the map where you have control from the previous play, right? You got vision control because you were pushing down that bot side turret.
Hang on a second. Wayward's just recalling. He has no TP, whereas BBU has his available and is almost in Mega Gnar. It's kind of dangerous for Top Esports. I don't know if they read that play necessarily or if they're just backing away because of numbers, but either way, they're not going to be able to contest this Drake.
Yeah, end up being forced out, I think exactly for the reason you said, right? Wayward not having the TP, UB would be able to join up first. So ultimately, all their vision control kind of being all for naught. And now TS quickly trying to get to the top half of the map, since now they do have their full squad. But WE are together as a unit. You still have Knight and Jackie Love lagging a little bit behind the rest. And BBU's Mega Gnar bar almost full.
Weaver's wall, but Mark with a great flash over the wall at the last possible second. He'll keep himself alive. That's only one ultimate used by the side of WE. They're still pretty strong right now. They're still in position on the Herald. Wayward going to finish that blue buff off and try and move in, try and muscle his way in, but the rest of Top Esports not on the same page. And it will just be Herald and Drake taken by WE. Great control so far from WE.
Yeah, WE just staying together as a unit, right? Able to brute force their way into both sides of River, having the 5-man stack. Once they get in there, it's very hard for Top Esports to be able to walk in onto them, considering you have the Renata ultimate. Even though we talked about like the range and damage coming out from Ezreal in this game, right? WE still have the Talia. So if Talia is on space first, you're able to throw out the Qs, you're able to, you know, put down your E. That is a lot of damage that you will just be running into. And it looks like TS wanting to punish Shie, but he's fine, he's chilling.
Yeah, the respect coming out from Shie here, like knowing that there's a threat of a dive, just backs away completely. This should secure top tower for the side of Top Esports here. Bubu on the bottom side of the map, though, might be able to answer. I don't think anyone on the side of Top Esports will be able to get down there and defend the tower, but they can maybe just threaten the top side instead. Remember, though, Beishang has that Rift Herald, and he's already dropped it, in fact. It's going to be in that mid lane. So this will be 2 tier 1s, or at least it should be, for the side of WE. That mid lane, and down you can see Bubu on the bottom lane, whereas it's just the one for Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports luckily did get the bot lane tower very early, though, so it still would ultimately being 2 for 2 if WE did end up getting this, but looks like Knight should be able to get here in time, potentially, to stop this.
Maybe
Will he do it?
might.
Yep.
Okay. Yubi with a lot of respect there. I feel like he maybe could have been greedy for that one, but would have been dicey. But all in all, still a tower advantage then for Top Esports. I was expecting that to be 2-2 there, but crucially, that mid lane tower still up for the side of WE, whereas the mid lane tower for Top Esports has been broken. So can make it a little bit more difficult for Top Esports to control that mid lane and therefore control River.
Yeah, I feel like this is so rough for them, though, right? Because they're the ones up in turrets, but they're actually, like, not up in gold. WE are sitting on a 2-dragon advantage, so they're going to be... Top Esports are another ones feeling pressured to try and make things happen, find these gold leads and walk into them. Is Kadaya... Yeah, they're just looking to force him off. I didn't know how crazy WE's bot lane would be.
Not, I guess is the answer. Based on that little series of plays, as Beisheng moves up to make sure that Kadaya is okay on this one, trying to defend this mid lane. Top tower goes down. That'll be Xie finishing that one off as Knight threatening a dive, but I don't think this is diveable here. And a TP from Xie just to make sure the pressure cannot stick from the side of Top Esports.
Yeah, and now they're... I feel like since you committed a TP to this window, you would theoretically want to try and brute force your way in, maybe see if you can find some kind of pick before Wayward's able to TP in, with Kadaya being chunked so low. No, they're actually going to go for it.
Jackie Love could be in trouble here. Weaver's Wall comes in. Xie onto the play here, trying to get damage down, but Jackie Love flashes away, as does Tien. Now a TP coming out behind enemy lines. It's Wayward on the Gwen. Knight trying to protect Tien, but Bew about to turn Mega. Big Everfrost from Knight, but he's locked in place. He's taunted, and now the rest of the team comes in. Wayward is there. Knight with the damage across the team, and Top Esports. That was beautiful.
The double solo lane combo, the Everfrost from Knight, Wayward on the back with the needlework. They are able to ace WE, and now going to push for some turrets themselves.
It looked like such a good play for WE, but the TP from Wayward, the flank from Knight, and Knight landing so much damage on absolutely everyone. We'll see in the replay, like, I'm pretty sure the majority of the damage in that fight was from Knight.
Yeah, and again, it all came from WE since they used a TP to cover their mid lane, them feeling like, hey, we blew such a big summoner, we need to try and look for something while we have numbers advantage on this side of the map. Knight's not here. Wayward will have to commit a TP, and we'll see him coming in. They're not able to find it, though. A lot of flashes burnt by the side of TS, but look, Wayward on one side, Knight on the other. Huge Everfrost in, multiple members locked up. Wayward actually doing a ton to Xing on the back end, and yeah, it actually looks like Wayward doing a solid amount of the damages with those needleworks. I mean, it feels so easy, right? They're grouped up. REQ, you're going to get the true damage coming on the way back. The needleworks hitting everyone. Just beautiful coming out from TS to punish a play that, again, was desperate from WE using that TP and feeling like they needed to get more.
Yeah, and, you know, not ideal situation as weird ult from Jackie Love there. I guess he was just trying to check the Baron, but I don't see a world where they could have been doing the Baron. I think it was maybe just trying to hit the top wave so Bew didn't have as much side lane pressure. I don't know. Trying to figure it out, but ultimately, Jackie Love just ulting on cooldown. As you expect from Ezreal's at the minute, you build a lot of CDR on this champion.
Yeah, it's pretty much the crutch of the build, right? It's about just getting as much CDR as possible to just spam your Q. Getting some on-hit effects in there as well with things like the Mirror Mana, and they're just going to keep the siege going strong. Wayward even playing off on the side, but ultimately the amount of wave clear that WE have with this Talia is enough to be able to answer the pressure coming out from the side of TS. TS, I feel like don't really have any amount of pressure they could put on Baron. They should just be looking to answer the side lane right now that Bew did push in, clear out some of your camps, and just look for a bit of a slower next few minutes.
And I feel like we're literally witnessing Top Esports struggling on this new version of League of Legends, where towers are tougher, where champions are tougher, because we're consistently seeing them posture for a dive, posture to try and threaten a dive, and then WE are like, we know you can't dive us right now. We know that you can't actually make this play, and Top Esports have to back away.
Yeah, they say, we know you're not JDG. You got clapped by them the other day. You know, I don't know why.
Well, the funny thing is, WE are very aware of that fact because they literally came in and banned the same champions that JDG did to start the series. They were like, this worked for JDG. Why not do it ourselves?
I feel like I've been insulting TS and Jackie Love a lot today for absolutely no reason. I'm sorry, TS and Jackie Love. As they're just going to keep it going, though. They're going to keep looking for these sieges in mid. And they are also trying to find a pick up in top side, like if anyone walked into their own jungle. But no camps up, so no real reason for WE to walk into their top side. They're just going to play around mid. It's good by them that they're not walking into, Fog of War, their own jungle. They're just staying grouped up as a unit. They're not giving any pick opportunities over to the side of TES. They answer lanes through lanes themselves, right? Have someone recall, don't walk in through your own jungle. And everything's going pretty smooth for them in this mid game so far. Not giving over too much to TES after that last huge fight they found.
Yeah, we're kind of in a neutral map state right now, with TES feeling like they have a lot of pressure in the mid lane, and Wayward pushing actually very, very deep on that bottom side as well. But BBU should be able to match that one at very least. Remember, the tier 2 not there in the bottom side, so Wayward can push it real deep. Buy space for top esports to control this bottom side of the jungle. Still 2.5 minutes until that next Drake comes up. But Baron is on the map. And top esports are a team that have been known to dabble in the 20-minute Barons before.
No shot matchables. Top esports are not going to flip any crazy Barons. They are, though, again, just going to keep looking for these picks. I mean, they really don't have any other way of trying to force WE out of their base. I feel like with their composition, Baron would be extremely risky, and then you're playing into things again like Kadaya's ultimate. If BB can stack up the Meganar bar in an enclosed space, it would just be pretty rough for them. So it seems like they're just trying to wait out that Dragon timer, and they're going to keep pushing into enemy jungle once they come off base, get some shallow vision, and hope someone from WE walks in. WE, though, just trying to get some more items under their belt. Both Xing and Xie now sitting at the 2-item mark, so both decently strong. Still a full item behind Jackie Love, though, in the AD carry role, but his items are cheaper. It's fair.
Xing taking a bit of a dangerous route there. He'll walk away with his life, though. As you say, it's a fairly quiet game right now. It's a fairly quiet point in the game. Man, Jackie Love's starting to hit hard. He's 3 items on this Ezreal. And actually a full item up over Xing right now, which is kind of insane considering in terms of stats on the board, they're not that dramatically different. But I guess with the plates and with towers and things, it changes everything. Wayward getting chased down by BBU here, and a Weaver's Wall coming out from Xie as well. Wayward, the target here. They'd love to finish it off, but Wayward, he's so quick. Just walks past the knockup from Xie. And now we see the Baron. Oh, how the turntables, Lyric.
Yeah, for Wayward. He had Ghost, so he got out of there scot-free. And now the Baron's coming. Wayward still has his TP up as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to... Okay, they peel off of the Baron in the end. The TP comes out.
They have fear in their hearts, Munchables. They have fear.
Well,
so the TS you love, you know and love?
I think they were looking for both TPs there. They only get one of them. And Wayward decides he has to stay in the bottom side. And we don't get the Baron flip. We don't get the mojo. We don't get the shenanigans. But we do get actually correct decision-making from top esports. Let's be honest. It would not have been a good idea to keep going.
We don't watch this region for those types of decisions so much. We watch them for the crazy. The fun. Crazy's our game. But hey, we're going to get them here. Top esports trying to find a way in. Knight has a pretty decent flank.
Yeah, a bit of damage onto Xie there. Banshee's going to be popped now. Is Jackie Love just trying to get as much poke as he can in while Wayward looks for the flank. Look at BBU though. Rage bar almost full. This could be a full-on 5v5. This could be everything. As Ghost is on cooldown for Wayward, but he has that needlework available. And Knight trying to get onto Xing, who zips on up to the top side of the plate. That was Xing's ulti. And that would be a guaranteed Drake. Kind of a weird one there from WE.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were so meek about looking for the contest. I mean, they even did a really solid job of like managing BBU's Meganar bar, right? Never let it get too high, never letting it fully stack up, keeping it just in range, always in range to auto a champion on the opposing side. But at the end of the day, not wanting to contest. It's 2 Ocean Drakes to the side of top esports. They very easily head up towards top side and are going to look for some aggressive vision and start once again trying to force W out of their base, find these picks, and maybe turn that into a Baron.
Beisheng moving forward. TN gets the pillar down. Beisheng has the ult.
Beautiful.
True Shot Barrage goes wide. WE will escape with their lives, but that's Beisheng's ult on cooldown. Wayward looking for an all-in onto Bupi, who's mini now, but won't be able to find the chance.
Yeah, not wanting to commit to that one. Having the Triforce is incredibly strong right now. The % HP damage in his kit as well. I mean, Triforce even adding like things like movement speed into that could kite Wayward out quite easily, especially since Wayward's Ghost still isn't back off cooldown after the prior exchange we saw. but TS still just looking to run the members of WWE out.
We rinse and repeat as he just gets slammed against the wall. Easy pick of them. Shie, that was an 800 gold shutdown. But there's no TP on Shie. There's no Weaver's Wall. Bew does have TP, but he's about to turn into Mini-Gnar here. This would be 4v4 at best for WE. The TP is enough to push Top Esports away. They're not willing to pull the trigger.
Well, let's remember the rock surfing coming out from Shie. He's actually able to get here incredibly fast, so WE still looking to force with the fact that they do have numbers. Looks like Shie has a wave mid, and bam, turret out of nowhere for WE after finding that pick in bot side.
And remember, the Herald was used mid earlier on from WE, so that mid lane tower already taken incredibly low by the Herald. Shie able to pick it up, and now WE flip things around, go for the Baron themselves. Tien moving in, Kidaya pillared, in trouble, taken down by Jackie Love. True Shot Barrage available. In goes Tien, but it's taken by Beisheng. It's 1 kill for a Baron so far. Can Top Esports find more? Tien flashes over the wall. There's a pillar onto Bew. Wayward chasing down with the Ghost on the top side of the play. Shie his target as he charges forward, turns immune, but cannot flash the wall. The Baron is taken with 2 casualties.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, WE at least should be able to get something off this. We're going to see how much Top Esports can get here off this push. They do have a wave, but considering that WE have Baron and minions are spawning right now, I don't think they should be able to turn this into much more unless they're willing to go for any sort of crazy dive.
Wayward is taking a huge amount of damage here.
Oh, there we go. I remember Ox was so sad the other day that Wayward wasn't emoting like crazy. I'm sure Ox is watching right now. He's smiling after seeing that emote, and he wants more.
He loves it. He loves it. And so does Wayward. But Wayward loving the damage a little bit too much in that play, let's be honest. As Top Esports have to back away. At least they get something, but it's not really much comparatively to that Baron. This is definitely a positive for WE. And again, I want to reiterate, this is a team that was struggling last split, coming up against a team that was towards the top of the table last split. Like, this should be one side of a Top Esports, but WE are playing a blinder.
Also, Tien walking around the ult and Jackie Love just eating over it was really nice. But like you said, WE, in the end, ultimately coming out ahead in this play in terms of they picked up the Baron. Now once they get into lanes, right, it's going to be quite hard for Top Esports to try to force their way onto them. They will be able to guarantee some prio, but Top Esports don't care about that. They want to go for a fight.
Oh my god,
gone.
where did Kidaya go? Where
What?
did Shie go? They're just vanishing before our eyes. His knight looks for more. And that's going to be a fantastic play for Top Esports. I don't even know where that came from.
I want to replay it right now. Observers, please.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see until the replay comes in. As Top Esports are like, okay, well, you guys got Baron, but we're just going to get picks twice in a row and then take a bunch of towers off the back of it. Why would you need Baron when you can just brute force? That is... do you know what's happened here, Lyric? I complimented WE. I've cast a curse to them.
The Mojo's coming in too strong. The power of the Mojo. They have this wave mid. They're going to keep pushing. And my god, Jackie Love's damage.
Yeah.
Massive right now. But they have a wave bot as well. They can easily pivot to where Wayward is and keep this push going.
Oh, this is beautiful from Top Esports as they just put their foot down on this game. Beisheng has to dash away. Remember, no Baron here. It's Baron on the side of WE, so difficult to keep the siege going for Top Esports. This is an opportunistic play, not really a long, drawn-out siege. So we'll just be clearing a couple of minions and Top Esports backing away.
I mean, this should at least solidify them having prio to look for a third dragon, but they're still going to look to keep the poke up. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, so I'd like to see Top Esports start kind of pivoting back to look for that one. They now know Bew won't have any Mega-Gnar, at least not one he can easily stack up. And looks like the plan might just be to send Tien by himself and keep pressure up with your other members.
I mean, look at the long-range pressure that you have for this comp as well, with an Ezreal as well as Knight on that Ahri. You can just threaten so much through Fog of War. And WE have been forced onto the top side of the map. They'll be able to get a Scuttle Crab, I guess, but it's not really much in the grand scheme of things compared to Soul Point for the side of Top Esports.
I mean, they're just taking what they can, right? They know they can't walk their way into bot side jungle, so go top side, take away some camps, get some vision down for when Baron does eventually spawn, and then keep farming up and hope you can, fight the last battle another day, and hopefully that last battle's in your favor and you could just end the game and forget that this first 30 minutes even happened.
I don't know if they're going to be able to just forget that this happened, honestly. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. But Top Esports looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. And now we'll have to see 1K gold at the 32-minute mark. It's certainly not the fast, decisive game that I think a lot of people were expecting from Top Esports today. But WE have impressed me so far, making some pretty good macro decisions across the course of things. You know, it's not been perfect gameplay, but compared to expectations, compared to the team they're up against, it's been pretty good. Now Top Esports pushing in the top side. Resets across the board here for WE as BuBu tries to threaten the tier 2 in the bottom side, but Wayward, once he's realized the recalls have gone, once he knows he's not diving, protects that town.
Yeah, I mean, for TS, I don't know if they can do too much right here. They're just going to try and layer down the poke, force him away. But the wave in mid will be in WE's base soon, so maybe with the next wave, they can look to try and force their way in once, you know, they have to dedicate a member towards mid, clearing out those waves. But no, TS just looking to follow. And yeah, just going to wait for the next wave, keep layering down that poke. And no, they don't even need the wave. They're just going straight for it, having, it looks like either Tien or Mark tank, but being forced away by Kadaya.
And in the meantime, Knight was trying to threaten over the wall, trying to find an angle for an assassination onto Beisheng, but the wave will be cleared. And in the meantime, we've got a 1v1 between the top laners in the bottom side of the map. BuBu has to turn golden. He's so low on HP. Wayward stays at arm's length and drops a thumbs up. That's the Wayward we know and love. But he is getting bodied right now. That's a lot of damage coming out and can't actually close the gap onto BuBu, who's keeping this one going. Jumps in the scissors, and now Shie's here as well. There's a kill for the side of WE. Knight wants to make a play, though, onto BuBu. Needs to answer onto the enemy top laner 1-for-1, and both mid laners get the kills.
Let's be real. Wayward just egoed himself. Wayward started to back off. Okay, we're going to see Shie get away. He's not under any threat. But Wayward could have, like, backed off, waited out the Mega, like, tether within his range. But he's like, no, I'm just going to go in now.
Oh, big play. Jackielove's caught. That's so huge for WE. Now Tien trying to protect, but there's 2 picks, and suddenly this game's wide open.
What is going on from Wayward egoing to Jackielove and Mark being overextended? And it's like, theoretically, they are just here by themselves because the other members had to go down to find those kills from Wayward's mistake, and I don't know.
Look, Larry, you're saying
dicey decision making.
You're saying what is going on? Like, top esports players egoing is a rare occasion. Like, this is standard top esports gameplay. Wayward egoing, Jackielove egoing, and WE trying to get the Baron, but Knight is in the pit. There it's taken by Kadaya, and couldn't get in. Knight, Everfrost onto 1. Wayward's on the top side of the play. It's 3v4. TP coming out from BuBu as Wayward on the backside. Kadaya falls. Tien tanking as Knight tries to get damage down, but he's just getting chased down. Wayward with a double kill, and Knight now with damage onto the backline. BuBu versus Wayward as Knight tries to make his way around, but BuBu knows he can't win that fight. In the meantime, Xing had to reset because there are supers in the base.
This game just keeps going all over the place. TS waiting with less numbers. WE were chunked out from the Baron. Wayward coming in with his ult was huge. And now they're going to look to get back in the base, start taking down some of these turrets, but with no wave anywhere close. Okay, so Inhib did respawn. Makes a bit of sense coming out. Yep. And yeah, top esports going to back off. Dragon at 50 seconds. Yep. Time to breathe.
We're going to get a replay, so you won't get an opportunity to talk about map states right now, but we're going to see some resets, but not all resets. Top esports not leaving just yet. 45 seconds on the Drake. Lyric, what did WE do? How do they get control again to fight for this Drake?
For WE, I mean, you have Baron, right, so you can force this pressure in mid. You have side lanes already pushing out. The problem is, when it's so point, like STS, you can actually just ignore things like sides right now and just all be like, screw it. WE can't end off those waves. We need to force our way in. So for WE, there's really no way of forcing in except through TES.
Yeah, who are just going to be the gatekeeper. Can they do it, though? Against Mark as well, it's tough because he'll be able to block a lot of that upfront damage at the start of a fight. Wayward is just threatening a solo on the Drake right here as a recall starts to get channeled from Tien. This will be Wayward soloing the Drake as WE want to go for a base race instead. They run down the mid lane against super minions as well. The tower is taken. This should be an inhib at minimum. Actually, can they continue to threaten this one? They walk forwards once again. Jackielove trying to get damage down. Inhib goes down in the mid lane. Ocean Soul for top esports. And now WE, they want to escape. They want to find an exit plan from this play. And I think they will get away with it.
You asked me how they fight the dragon, and I guess the answer was to just don't. If the gatekeeper they have to go through is just TES as a whole, it's like, screw it, we're going to push down mid, able to open up an inhib. Still, TES obviously going to get more combat power out of what they did. WE still do get a bit of gold and leeway in terms of the supers that were pushing down their base, now having supers of their own. But TES still going to be the team that are able to keep up pressure. We even check back in on items, right? Things like the Duskblade now being picked up for Jackie Love, Zanya's for Wayward, but heck, look at Xing's items. Xing now is massive.
Yeah, he certainly is. If he can find the fight where he can jump into the backline, he can get those assassinations, or even just front to back.
Even as a
Problem is all
stopwatch
the
as
healing
well.
from the Ocean Soul. That's going to be the big issue.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's always going to be like one big burst, one big team fight. Anything long, extended, drawn out, weaving in and out will favor TS. TS's comp even does fit that, right? Both Ari and Ezreal are the definition of weaving in and out, so it is quite hard. I feel like it's going to rely a lot on two members for WE, which is Bubu and Kadaya, right? Bubu being able to find some kind of angle where he can hit a multi-man, like Gnar ultimate, and then chaining that in with Kadaya's ultimate as well. If they can do that, if they can lock multiple members down, we know that Xing and Xie have the damage.
Man, what a tense game, though. What a game we are getting between Top Esports and WE. I did not expect to see a 40-minute game one between the two teams, but here we are, Lyric. It's Ocean Soul on the side of Top Esports, whereas for WE, they've got the gold lead. They got the first two drakes. It felt like they were in control for parts of the game. And as you say, Xing, 400 CS at this point on almost a full build. Kaiser at this stage, we need to see him have that big performance. And remember, SMLZ will be joining this roster. Oh, hang on, Xing. Okay, he's okay. He saw it. He backs away. I thought he was going to get caught out there, but he's all right. But with SMLZ joining this roster, I feel like Xing needs to have a really great performance here. He needs to be the carry for WE in this next fight.
Yeah, again, it's going to come down to the setup, though, as Flash forced out from Xie. It's a really big summoner now. I mean, if Knight finds a charm, he is just pretty much stuck, and they have the damage to take him out.
Okay, BB has to back away. We got the TP, the recall, sorry, from Wayward, just to defend that bot lane tower. You're absolutely right, though. Spirit Rush cooldown a lot shorter than Flash, so Xie needs to be really cautious now moving forwards. Elder not up for 3 minutes, but Baron is in just over a minute, and I feel like Top Esports, once again, being very, very patient here, playing towards that neutral objective.
Munch, we are 7 minutes away from this beating the longest game of the split, which, you know, our split's been like 5 days long.
Like 10 games or something.
So it's not saying much, but still, I mean, heck, we didn't have many games push this far in Spring Split, right? So already getting to the 40-minute mark is pretty huge. The longest game so far was one of the Weibo EDG games, which was 46 minutes, 34 seconds long. I don't know why I want this game to beat that, but let's see it happen.
I mean, we're already here. It might as well. It might as well be a record-breaking game at this point. Beisheng has to back away, but he's invisible. He'll be okay on this one, as Wayward looks to steal a Gromp away. Cheeky little bonus on the back of the control over this river. The Top Esports have managed to gain for themselves. But Baron is up in 20 seconds, Lyric. Top Esports are on the scene.
Yeah, and they already have top wave pushing into WE, so someone theoretically has to look to answer that one. They are... Actually, they don't really have much vision control in river, but neither does WE. And they're still just trying to force WE away and go for that objective. WE can try and go for some kind of cheeky play like they did before in terms of pushing mid-wave, but it seems like Top Esports are very aware of those tricks and aren't going to let it happen.
Okay, Wayward has just reset and finished his 6th item. He is now full build. Knight as well, remember, has that Medjai's. We've not really mentioned it, but 20 stacks for Knight currently. As Top Esports just going to start this Baron off with 3 people. It's down to half HP already. WE have to make something happen here. TP available for Wayward if he wants to join the fray. Knight moving in from the flank as well. Jackie Love dodges away from the hostile takeover. TP's coming on in. Is it going to be the 50-50 for the Baron? TN wins it! And it's a kill for Knight as well. Wayward onto the backline alongside Knight. The solo laners taking over. And Top Esports, it ain't perfect play, but you know what? When it comes down to the flips, the mojo comes out on top.
Yep, the mojo was there for the side of TES. Knight going in aggressively, Wayward there to follow up, and now they're going to be able to push towards a Game 1 win.
It was a long one, it was a tight one, but in the end, Top Esports managed to pull themselves a win here. This was a battle and a half, and I have to say, I'm excited about what WE are bringing to the table here, pushing Top Esports this hard. At the end of the day, it is Top Esports that grabbed themselves the win.
I just love how many like early shenanigans there were. I mean, like, let's remember, right? That early game was all about TS like forcing really hard. The early ganks around mid, so close to being able to kill Shie. He manages to get away. You forcing a fighter on the top side, Scuttle Crab, and again, things don't go your way. You like target, like priority isn't really there. You go down, and the game's slowly flipping on its head. But the one thing that's great about TS is they never stop going forward. They're not going to stop trying. And eventually, right, it started working out. They started having, like, finding the man advantages, forcing the plays. Wayward got really big, and I think Knight as well, having a really good mid-game on this Ahri.
Yeah, Knight had a great game. Jackie Love actually not getting caught that much. There was one big catch on Jackie Love, but generally speaking...
Him and Wayward egoed the hell out of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like the one moment in the game where both Jackie Love and Wayward just kind of lent in for a moment there. But generally speaking, this is a fairly, reserved game for Top Esports. Like, this was not the level of just sheer aggression that we're used to seeing from Top Esports. They were constantly pushing forwards, but they weren't necessarily pushing too far forwards in a lot of situations.
No, and they were doing it as a unit, trying to find, again, their windows to play around. They were constantly looking for these picks in enemy jungle. We didn't see them, no matter how much we begged them to flip the Baron, like at 20 minutes, they didn't, right? They were just trying to force out TPs, trying to force members into them, and kind of go through, like, the correct steps. And they started stacking up Drakes. They started getting into a position where they would, like, force control over bot side when Drake wasn't up. And then when WE's playing for top, cool, TS already have the setup there to be able to start taking these Drakes, and W have no way of walking in. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy we see Wayward emoting again. I'm happy to see TS back on the, like, theoretically close to back on the board if they can win game 2 like they were expected to take this series. But you already hit on for WE. A lot closer and a lot more, like, competent of a game than we expected to come out from WE, especially with the fact that they didn't bring in SMLZ and Heal like we expected them.
Yeah. I mean, impressive stuff from WE to make this game as close as it was. Shie especially, I think, had a really good game today. Like, him and Bubu working together to try and make those picks happen in the side lanes, playing around the Baron threat coming out from Top Esports as well. I mean, Jackie Love obviously topping the damage here, but let's be real, it was Ezreal building lethality just ulting on cooldown, so you're going to get a lot of poke damage there. But I love that gold graph. It's not as dramatic as it looks. It's only a 3k gold lead at most on either side. So not as dramatic of a gold graph as it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, both teams staying incredibly close. When the other one did have the lead, it'd be like Top Esports are up in turrets, but WE have gotten more kills and like have lane leads and things along those lines. So again, very competitive. I'm curious to see how it goes going into game 2, because even coming into this, right, when we look at drafts, you're like, hey, TS is like very holistic. Like, you can see what it does. They have like this peel and this zone control for this Ezreal. You have Aryus kiting in around the fights. Wayward's functioning. Then we looked at WE's. It's like, cool. We hit on side lanes out of draft, which maybe is something we should have hit on more in the game, but it was something we saw used consistently. It's just when it comes to fights, if WE aren't on objective first, and you can like maybe use Talia to try and poke people off, it's like, how do you really go into the enemy? We saw them do it once, and Wayward and Knight clapped them from both sides. So, you know, that didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was particularly good for Top Esports. I think that was the highlight of this entire game. But look at the damage percent from Jackie, 43%. That is just kind of insane. Kind of insane right there. And the 15 KDA for Knight as well. With the Medjais, the standard Knight right there. It's what you come to expect at this point. Shie, though, 100% kill participation. And I think that perfectly exemplifies how W were playing this game. He was the one on Talia that had to be initiating a lot of these plays, catching people out in the side lanes or getting over to the team fights.
Yeah, again, a lot of it started from him. A champion that you would expect him to be able to play when, like, you think about his style on LGD before and, like, being able to, like, push and move and roam. So hopefully we can see another good game or a better game out from him in game 2.
We'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if Top Esports can finish this off or if WE have more up their sleeves.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now We're going to see a hook coming out. Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some of this right there. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. As that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinryu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Bazooka is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. Maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the Chomp comes through onto Hug. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hug flashing forwards, try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want the fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also to one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh ho ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our 5th game of the day. You can see that beautiful skyline in Shanghai, as always, as we head towards Top Esports versus WE, game number 2. My name is Butchables. I'm joined by Lyric. Game number 1 was an interesting game, to say the very least. Over 40 minutes in the end. Top Esports just about edging it out, and Knight grabbing himself an MVP.
Yeah, well deserved. Knight having some like really clutch charms, really like good flanks, as we saw again in the one team fight in their bot side jungle. Again, might not have the highest damage numbers. You really never expect that too much from an Ahri, especially when you have a Gwen and an Ezreal on your team. But Knight, once again, always where he needed to be, picking up the mid-jives like Knight does. And yeah, here was that clutch and honestly pretty much the defining fight of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was just the 2 solo laners from Top Esports popping off, right? Knight on the bottom side of the play, Wayward on the top side of the play. Wayward doing massive damage across the team to set Knight up to knock those pins down. It's just beautiful to see. When Top Esports team meshes, it's gorgeous every time.
Yeah, and right, it's just nice on a team that has a lot of volatility that there is a member who consistently performs at a high level literally every time, right? He's the cornerstone of the team. He's the foundation of the team. He's what the team was built around. And hopefully we can see another standout performance of him in Game 2. Top Esports will still be on blue side, so I'm excited to see how the draft pans out. I'm excited to see if WE maybe need to pivot their draft strategy, right? Because they 3-banned Jackie Love, just like JDG did, like you hit on earlier. Maybe now they need to think, do we leave open something, take away this Gwen? Because the Gwen was something they didn't really deal with quite well itself.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the developments are for WE here off the back of a very close game 1, right? Because I think it would be fair for WE to walk away from this one saying, at the end of the day, the draft was okay. Like, this was playable. It's not like they got absolutely destroyed or anything like that. This felt like if they had changed a couple of things in the early game, maybe this was a winnable game. So I'm curious what their conclusions are, basically, from game number 1. How much they have to change this draft going into game number 2. And whether or not Top Esports change things up as well, because it feels like Top Esports they just saw blue champions and picked them, which I don't know how consistent of a strategy that's going to be, but they are on the blue side, so we'll see how it lines up.
Okay, so far, things panning out the exact same as Game 1. You still expect them to keep the Lucian ban. If there's any ban that you would think they would change, it would be the Draven, but they keep that one, so you expect the Lucian to still be off the cards. And then for TS, we really don't see any reason to pivot away from the Gwen first pick, which is then going to open up a Viego for the side of WE. And yeah, however else they decide to pivot. We've had them hit on a lot of different... Oh no! Top Esports actually being the ones to change draft. Oh, they're leaving up the Wukong. Ooh.
You sounded so worried. Oh no!
No. I was excited. I was excited because they're like, hey, screw it. We're going to give over one of these. You would assume they'd take the Wukong if they ban out the Viego, right? So you're giving the Gwen over, but you're kind of saying, hey, I am happy with the matchups I can take. Gnar, Kennen, GP, Kale. There's like a plethora of answers that you can take in trying to match that Gwen.
Yeah, we'll see if Beishang is going to go for something like the Lee Sin that has been another one of these top junglers. Because with Viego, personally, I'm at a position now where I'm like, I want Viego banned every game. I'm so bored of watching Viego every single game. Like, I'm totally okay with this. So we'll see where Beishang's going to go in terms of the jungle for this next game alongside BBU's Gwen.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Beishang, again, you already hit on the Lee Sin, is something he could always look towards, but if they want to maybe opt to more of like this like peeling style, maybe could even just take a page out of TN's books in terms of, trundles or things along those lines. For TS now, though, so you're going to play into this very kind of anti-dive backline AD carry. Now for TS, I think you just pick the Ezreal into it. They're already hovering it right now. You can just once again look to play out from a range and just kind of have that Wukong as follow-up engage. Once you've already taken some of those members low, he can look for flanks, and WE going to round out with the Rakan.
Yep, I like it, especially for Kadaya. First off, you got the Xayah Rakan, but also Kadaya's Rakan, comfortably his best champion in my mind. Like, that when I think of Kadaya, I think of Rakan. So excited to see that as a combo for WE. But I'm also excited to see Wayward on this Jace. The Jace does so exceptionally well against the Gwen in the top side when piloted well. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out. With Karma being banned away from WE, it looks like Enchanter supports are the target. But alongside Ezreal, it just makes sense to ban the Karma.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the go-tos in top esports. Taking away some of the more bold jungle picks so far. And heck, 3 bans now put in the way of Beishang.
We have seen a Vi pick, right? I can't remember who it was that played Vi. It was JJ. It was JJ for EDG.
Yes.
But it was very good at shutting down. I think it was against FPX, and it was LWX on Ezreal, and he just ults every single time, and it was so easy for the rest of the team to follow up. So I can actually get behind the ban in the context of Ezreal's going to be one of our premium carries, and that's the way that he survives.
And they're following the same strategy with the following ban, right? Taking away the Nocturne, so taking away things that can heavily dive onto TS. TS once again telegraphing. Again, the same play style as game 1 in terms of just being able to play out with poke, playing out through long range. And now for WE, I'm curious to see where they go with jungle. Lee Sin being the only thing that really jumps to mind, now highlighting the Volibear, kind of very much in a similar vein in terms of all about the early skirmishes. You do have some engage, obviously typically wanting to look for flash Q or ulting into Q range, which could also be quite hard into what TES have done. I would expect the Leona to be something that comes out for the side of top, and then it's about where do you go with mid lane. You could honestly look back towards Ahri once again, but that could also just set WE up for something like the Lissandra coming in.
Something like a Yuumi or a Renata being the hovers right now from Mark. Both really good disengage, but deciding that they need a way to start a fight as well outside of just the Wukong. So going with that Leona and a Knight with the Ahri, I'd love to see that again. I mean, Talia works. Like, I feel like all of these picks do similar things, right? Where you're going to have a lot of mobility and a lot of ways to start a fight.
Yeah, for Knight, it's about seeing where that preference lies and just finding out, again, how highly certain teams value Talia. Seems like top esports are just going to go towards the Ahri pick that we speculated. And now for WE, I mean, heck, they might be the team that looks to go back to the Talia, with Sandra already being something that we hit on. While we wait and see, I got to say, when TS were hovering the Yuumi, I'm a little bit sad. I hear TS have been playing some funky things with Yuumi and scrims, and it would be really cool to see Jackie Love on something crazy with Mark on Yuumi. We'll get it one day, Munch.
One day. Especially with Ezreal. Like, Ezreal Yuumi's just so obnoxious to deal with, especially when you can't dive them. But it is going to be that Talia locked in for Xie. And look, Xie looked great in game number 1. I feel like Xie was absolutely not the issue for the side of WE. Like, consistently finding those picks. At least he was the MVP for WE, you know, in terms of what happened in that game. So we'll have to see. This time, BuBu, though, with that Gwen, we saw him kind of losing out to the Gwen in game number 1, with Xie having to come and sort of bail him out in a lot of those situations. We'll see how that top lane matchup changes the dynamic here.
Yeah, again, it's just really crazy in my mind to see how, like, again, the priorities have come from, like, pre-split rumors compared to, like, expectation, right? Talia is something we've been hitting on all day, but I remember, again, just enchanters in general, things like the Yumi I was hearing were becoming more prevalent. Obviously, the Lucian Namis, the Karma Ezreals, these are things we've seen. But even, like, Senna lane, Senna's banned so consistently. There's, like, a lot of picks that we thought coming into the LPL from what we'd heard teams were playing just aren't really ending up being seen or aren't prioritized as heavily or just prioritized more heavily to where they're consistently banned out. So it feels like we're ending up with a lot of similar drafts to what we had in spring and not like deviating too far other than like a pick or two. So both teams in this draft keeping similar identities, I think, to what they had in game one.
Yeah, and I expect that will develop over the course of the split, right? We'll see. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of patches coming in. Once 12-11 comes in, I anticipate the meta will shift slightly because it's quite a big patch. But we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. Disappointed at the lack of Olaf top. I was told that there was going to be tons of Olaf top.
Another thing, right? Just so many things we'd heard the teams had been trying that I guess it seems like when you come into a competitive game that don't have the complete confidence in going for, but might get a bit of a 2v2 in top side. Looks like Bubu might already be trading onto Wayward.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to turn into anything in the end. TN going to go for the reset. The ward dropped there by Beisheng. Interesting that it was both top and jungle going up to that top lane instead of the stacks that we saw in the first series of the day from JDG. Different way of approaching the game here, but just a spread across the map from WE. And once again, I'm trying to set my own mental expectations for WE off of this series. And, you know, they're against a team that you expect to be towards the top of the table by the end of this split. But I am curious how WE are going to do here in game number 2. They put up such a good game number 1 that I'm cautiously optimistic now for what this WE roster has ahead of it.
Yeah, especially trying to look forward to where Beisheng's going to put his pressure. I think Soul Lanes is the obvious standout, especially top lane, right, Chase? Being in a mobile champion, very easy to gank. You're on the volley bear. You have the press C attack, which is more of like an early game ganking rune, getting the follow-up damage boosted as well as compared to like if you want like Conquer or anything along those lines. So Beisheng, we want to see him be proactive. I think we want to see him play up, especially towards the top side of the map early on. And then for TS, you're kind of fine with taking a bit of a back seat early on. I think for TN, it's a lot more about covering some of these lanes and getting into mid-game strong. But when it's TN, we know that's not what's going to happen, Munch. It's going to be the opposite.
It is definitely not what's going to happen. We're going to see TN just going crazy. He'll do what he feels is right.
I just love that going into playoffs last split when we were doing all of our like reviews to get on the same page with teams. There was like 20 clips of like TN just like invading the enemy jungle, no prio, no whatever, just looking for the 1v1. Absolute Chad, bloodthirsty man. And
I love it.
You know, we actually even saw it in their first series against JDG, so it's not something that ever surprises me and something you know you can count on every time.
No, it's absolutely not, Tien. Going to be moving down, but Shea drops a ward onto the chicken, so he will be spotted here. Or will he? Ooh, cunning little bit of pathing there from Tien. Dodges the vision, goes for the red buff here, and that might psych out Bubu just a little bit, because he's trying to crash this wave. Doesn't know where the enemy jungler is.
Yeah, so at least we'll have to worry about that, but still having Beisheng on the top side of the map, still having his summoners available as well. And with how respectfully Wayward's playing, I think he has a pretty good idea that he is fine. Even Pink's coming out right now towards the bottom half of the map, kind of expecting that TN is there. And we just get the expected trade side, right? Beisheng playing towards the top side of the map like we highlighted, leaving Xing and Kadai to play more safe. Scuttles should just be traded as well, and maybe won't get too much action on this first clear. If Bubu gets the crash like it looks like he will, then you can look for a return gank once you do get the bounce back.
Yeah, we're getting a good little trade as well as landing that CS. Very important in those kind of situations to be able to get the damage out, but also maintain your CS because, as we know, Gwen will be able to get the push early on, but that should now bounce back, and Wayward maybe can find a little bit of pressure of his own. Is Knight trying to crash the wave, but it's actually finding itself in a very bad spot for him. Playing towards the bottom side as TN is there, but got an engage onto Xing here. A lot of damage. Ignite going to be cleansed away. Good knock up there onto Jackie-Love. It's going to be a bit of damage traded back, but big trades in favor of top esports.
Yeah, nice of Jackie-Love to like milk every little bit of damage out of that trade as well. Not being afraid of the feathers coming out from Xing, knowing, hey, I'm fine. He can't kill me. Just looking to get more damage down onto Kadaya as well. So far, nice trade in the end coming out for TS bot lane, but still, it's just one summoner for one summoner. and no other ganks. I still on Beishang, now being around the bottom half of the map. I think TE's bot lane should recall, and it looks like that's what they're doing. So there won't even be an opportunity presented to him.
Yeah, the frog coming out from Wayward there because he missed a cannon. Absolute tragedy in the top lane. Bew clearly just the better top laner.
Call him it. Call him Munch. Call him the name you want to call him. We all know you're thinking it.
I genuinely don't. What name?
Good. It wasn't broadcast appropriate anyway.
Okay.
Continue.
I'm not even sure what joke we're making here, so I'm just going to move on. But yeah,
that's the part of hysterics that rubs off onto me when I don't know what I'm saying either.
Yeah. Well, look, it happens. It happens to the best of us. We just have to move forward with our lives and accept that sometimes not knowing what you're saying is exactly right in the LPL because a lot of the teams don't know what they're doing.
No, but Beishang knows exactly what he's doing. We're finally seeing what we've been hitting on since early game. Beishang ganking Wayward. No, Beishang, don't kill the ward. Don't do it.
I mean, what were his options? Just walk past and not get the gank, or at least get to 15, go for a ward. I'd take the ward as well.
Okay, he should definitely kill the ward, but you know, he made the attempt up towards top side, not able to find it. Bew is going to get a recall off, has TP, so the wave won't be in too bad of a spot. We'll have to use that one to get back up there.
Which does mean TP advantage now for Wayward, right? Bew going for that TP. Wayward can just walk this one up because he knows that the wave is pushing back towards him. So Wayward having to... Oh, hang on. That's a really long-range zenith from Mark. He'll be okay. Had that Eclipse tick away, so he's completely safe. The amount of armor that Eclipse gives you is kind of insane, honestly. So he's completely fine in the trade. But ultimately, a little scary looking. There's a good charm in the mid lane. Shie taking a big chunk of damage from that.
Yeah, it's going to be out-traded a little bit in the end. And interestingly enough, we see Beishang still committing towards the top side, which is going to open up Dragon for the side of top esports. Oh, they might go for a dive. She is level 6 now.
Certainly is, as Wayward doing a good job to just try and clear this wave. Okay, the dive is going in. Beishang, not
Beishang?
level 6 just yet.
What?
She is tanking. Oh my god, it costs him a couple of flashes. Wayward drops the thumbs up because he knows that he's the one that won that situation. And in the meantime, his team takes the Drake and still having control of the 2v2.
And Knight's even potentially getting a plate in mid. The problem ultimately was Beishang went in before the wave had even been in range to aggro turret, it looked like. Beishang just walked up and was just tanking turret, had to flash out immediately. And now Wayward just getting to vibe with his emotes.
The thing is, Wayward was able to just clear the whole wave as Tien hits level 6 as Kadaya goes in. But JackeyLove not close enough. Ult won't be used from Tien.
Yeah, will be able to get out of there. Xing now with no flash feels pretty impactful, and WE gonna look for the repeat. Beishang now does have ultimate.
Yes, he does. Turns the tower off and goes for the play onto Wayward here. Wayward stuck under the tower. No flash available. One more tower shot, though, and Wayward gets the trade and has teleport available once he respawns.
Yes, right. Holding onto that TP earlier. Gonna come in clutch now, so hopefully shouldn't miss too much of the wave. And Beishang getting punished, really wanting to set this chase behind and find something, make something happen. And again, what should be the easiest opportunity available to him, but without Xie, they're able to follow up, not having as much damage to burst him out. And nothing going according to plan so far for WE. But hey, gold's still even.
Gold is still even, but not a great situation for Bew, who now, after trying to get a big lead, it's just ended up with the enemy top laner having an early kill. They're still even in CS, so Wayward not really falling far behind off of the play that WE were trying to brute force up there. And now it's going to be top esports starting this Herald off. Beishang in the area. Xie's here as well. As you see Bew starting to move down. Misses a couple of minions to try and make sure that he's a part of this play. 1,400 on this Herald. It will be smited away. Tien grabs it. WE think better of the situation.
And ultimately, just nice use of the TP from Wayward, right? TP's in, is able to force the wave in. They move Mark up first and leave JackeyLove bot, so they were even pushing in this bot lane the whole time, to where WE trying to commit their full bot lane to the fact we're a little bit late on trying to contest that one. So ultimately, win over for the side of TS. WE going to try and take advantage of the fact that they know they have numbers on the opposite side of the map and steal away this red buff.
Yeah, Beishang at least gets something out of the passage play, but I'd take the Herald over the red buff any day of the week. But hey, when the Herald's already gone over, Take that red buff as a consolation prize here. Now BuBu trying to get some trades onto Wayward, trying to do what he can to answer what has been happening in this top side. That's going to be the needlework used. And it's enough to stop TN just going straight for the play immediately, but it won't be enough to stop this Herald play happening top.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I hope TS not just going to like overcommit to any sort of dive first. We've seen diving Gwens could be quite hard. Doesn't have the needlework available, so would just be working with his W in terms of survivability tools. Look at the minimap. Kadaya making his way up right now to try to help BuBu.
Are they going to go for the dive on this one? Looks like it. The knockup is there. Damage onto BuBu. Can they finish the kill? TN flashes out, and that means TN is, it's going to be Wayward tanking. He ends up going down. Knight now. Going to be screwed on that one. Has to dash away. Can't quite finish the kills.
Yeah, ult still ends up in a 1-for-1. Turret dives in this series not working out the way either team would like. Not the same as what we saw, again, come out from JDG in the previous series. Ultimately, though, kudos to Kadaya. Roaming over, they know the play's coming. I believe they did spot out TN as well because I think they already had that ward in the Tri-Brush. And we're able to read it perfectly, knowing that Xing is fine in the bottom side, considering he does have his ultimate, and even having Beishang hover in the area just to give added insurance that nothing bad happens to Xing.
Xie as well, getting a big wave underneath that tower. The Knight's going to miss a lot of that CS. Couple of plates going the way of Xie. Let's take another look. This felt like such a risky dive from top.
Yeah, it felt like a risk from the start, right? Having enough damage to get in. They pretty much landed everything as well. But Kadaya with the flash to make sure he does get his in range to hit the quickness and lock them down and find a 1-for-1 was huge for WE.
Yeah, really nice play from Kadaya, honestly, to save the situation, because it's one of those ones where if it goes badly, it can go extremely badly and fall out of control for BuBu, which might be what's happening here in the top side as he's really starting to lose these trades. It would just be Herald dropped in the mid lane instead. Can they stop the Herald getting the charge? Maybe, if they can proc the eye.
Oh,
Smite
wow.
available. Very nicely done by WE.
Yeah, TS just doing it in the face of 3 members, not respecting the fact of the damage able to come out to stop that one from going down. Dragon about to come up as well. WE already walking into River, and they're 4 members strong. Jackie will be able to join up because he does have push in bot side, but if WE can find an engage before he makes it, Daya? Yeah, if WE can find an engage first, they would be able to take a fight, but now we'll just be a full-on 4v4.
Kadaya barely taking any damage, honestly, from Knight at this point. He's not got a mythic finished off. Drake started. Remember, the first one went the way of top esports. Keeping our eyes on TN for the Smite. Beishang tanking up currently as Jacket trying to get poked from the backside of the play. Now they go in. Knockups galore. True Shock barrage across the team, but it's damage going the way of WE to start it off. There's one kill as Mark trying to escape with his life, but the rest of the fight on the other side going the way of top esports, and Mark still survives. I can't believe he lived this one. Drake and everything for top.
And I didn't think Top would be able to pull it through. Jackie Love's initial cues weren't connecting, but still TN able to find a huge ultimate combo with the True Shot barrage. Knight able to get in there. So many members of W were just locked up by that CC that the continuous damage able to come out from Top Esports was enough to secure the Dragon.
Beautifully done there by Top Esports. TN gets a very cheeky Hex Gate out as well. And in the meantime, Wayward completely zoned BuBu away. BuBu was forced all the way back to the red buff as Wayward was farming between towers. So really, really good stuff from Top Esports across the map.
Yeah, and we can see the fight already starts off with Beishang and Hidayah taking some damage. But look, 3 members ultimately knocked up by the Wukong Cyclone. Jackula free hitting on the opposite side of the fight the whole time. And then Knight starting to pop off with the Spirit Rushes. And that's how Mark survived. The cheeky stopwatch in the end to make sure he didn't go down. And at the same time, TN just finishing off the Dragon the whole time.
And the fact, like, you know, we're ogling at the fact that Mark survived this fight, right? But ultimately, the fact that WE are committing absolutely everything to try and finish Mark off, like, he's the support. Even if he dies, it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of this play.
Means nothing.
So it's a bit of a tragedy, really, for WE that that's the way the fight went. I feel like the target selection from them, a little suboptimal, as it's 6-2 now on the scoreboard. 2,000 gold in the lead for Top Esports, as well as those 2 Drakes. It's all looking pretty peachy for a 2-0, unless WE can show us what they're made of. I want to be proven wrong.
Interestingly enough, we have Mythics coming across the board as well, and Xie going towards Leandres this time around. As I'll pause on talking about it, though, is TS wanting to still look for this. Knight and Xie are both on their way up, but most importantly, Kadaya, the only support moving over.
I feel like this has been this series in a nutshell. TS having an advantage and trying to posture around towers, not really being able to do much about it, and kind of just standing and looking at WE. And WE look from under the tower out of the window is like, please leave. Please don't dive me. And then they never do, because the towers are too strong.
Oh, Wayward. Gonna be a little bit sneaky. Does he go for it? Does he ego again, Munch?
I guess not. That's the answer. He doesn't. He just goes for the wave. Was just trying to play it safe, trying to make sure that they crashed it or something. Top esports, though, starting this Herald off. Kidaya moving into the mid lane alongside Xing. You can see Beisheng moving over. We've got Xie in the top lane as well, but there's no TP for Bew Bew. Wayward can... Oh, Wayward's nowhere near, though. Wayward's in base right now. Maybe this is contestable for the side of WE. Feels dicey, though.
Yeah, they're still waiting in the area, and they will have Bew Bew here first. Wayward, I'm sorry, still making his way over. 369 not on this team anymore.
Just a smite off there that Tien wins in the end. Kedaya knocked up, tries to move over to the rest of his team. There's a true shot barrage. There's more knockups as Xie, the target, will be taken down by Knight, who jumps forward for more, gets the resets. And there's some kills for you on top esports side. Both Knight and Jackie picking them up as the Herald actually timed out in all the chaos. So it's just a fight for the sake of fighting.
Oh, they're still going.
As Wayward is just chasing into the jungle. Top esports, they don't have breaks, man.
TS wanting to finish this series quickly, go get fast dinner. Do find a bunch of kills. 5,000, gold lead coming on through. They should potentially even be able to get a nice bit of damage on this mid turret. Xing will be here to answer, but it feels like a matter of time before TS push down this mid and top lane turrets to extend that gold lead even further.
Yeah, feels pretty good for top esports. As you say, extending the gold lead and forgetting about the Herald in this fight. Winning the spike fight in the end, so 100 gold is the bounty. But then the follow-up, like, this is the power of Wukong in this fight, right? Tien just charging forwards, causing so much disruption for the engage on the side of WE.
Yeah, I also just feel like the members of WE were so half-hearted, like Bew Bew being scared of the Wukong ultimate to even try and like frontline the other members, which would allow Xing to walk forward. Xie throwing out his E right as he gets off his ultimate. Didn't really feel like a good idea or really any idea of how they wanted to take that fight on the side of WE.
Feels like a rough one. Is its third Drake spawning onto the map in 10 seconds time. Bew Bew, no TP. Xie, no TP right now. He's going to be up on the top side. It'll be up in a few seconds, though, but I don't think this is a Drake WE are even going to consider contesting. Look where they are on the map right now. As it spawns, Tien already in the pit. And it would be priority in bottom and mid lane in favor of top esports, but maybe an opportunity for a play on the top side as Wayward caught out here. Xie goes for the knockups. Nice dodge by Wayward. Does have to flash in the end. But I like that he was holding that, seeing if he could just dodge it. And he's got some damage, hasn't he?
Yeah, the Eclipse and the Caulfield's Warhammer already there. And while all those shenanigans are going on, it's allowing for top esports to take advantage in WE's bot side jungle, steal away some camps, steal away some buffs. Reset's going to start coming out now. Dragon, nowhere close since that one did just get taken, so I would expect Baron Vision to be a higher priority. And just playing out through the top side, looking for those same picks once again that top esports were trying to play for last game. And Wayward, of course, having his TP just in case anything happens.
Jackie Love getting close to stacking up that second item as well. The Muramana on its way in just a few autos. And that Medjai's in the pocket of Knight. He does love a cheeky little death note, doesn't he? So he'll be snowballing for the rest of this game unless he's able to be shut down. And look at those bounties, 550 and 500 on Knight and Jackie Love respectively. If WE could get one big fight, maybe there's a chance, but flash comes out from Jackie Love. Weaver's Wall could have cancelled in the end, and nothing comes of it.
Yeah, so, I mean, trading ults for a flash, you'll take that any day as a side of WE. Now got to be a little bit hesitant if a fight does break out right now as Mark
It's
just
a solo
canceling the back.
Yeah, and now Wayward wants to find the engage, but he worked ground, gonna try and stop the potential follow-up here.
But look at Knight. Knight's hitting a full turret topside.
I'd say that's worth a solar flare. If I were you, I'd say that's worth dropping a support ulti that's already a third of the way back off cooldown again. And now Top Esports trying to pressure on the bottom side as well. I don't think they'll have the pressure to take a tower here, but hey, at least they'll be able to crash another wave.
You know, this series was like a great reflection of who TES is as a team, right? From how game 1 went, and then coming into game 2, having this dominant early game lead, and being able to snowball out of control. I mean, the only thing we were missing was like a game where they actually lost and did something really troll, and then you would have like each end of the spectrum of TES's games.
And it's almost always, well, the thing is, here's the problem with the theory, is that the reason Top Esports always have a troll game is because they win game 1 so hard that they're just like, we can do whatever we want. And then they do whatever they want, and then they lose a game because they didn't respect. There's Knight, does whatever he wants, and finds himself a kill on the bottom side. Just completely destroys BB. There's a couple more stacks for his Death Note. And Tien looking for a flank. Wayward coming on for the journey as well. Beisheng the target. Ult not going to be used just yet. Wayward could be in trouble here.
Oh,
as everyone just jumps in, but it's a good knock-up from Tien. Mark is in the mix as well. And it's just going to be a 1-for-1 at the end of it. Jacking up, trying to finish off Beisheng. One more Q. Oh, he can't quite get in range. Wait for his E to come off cooldown. And he will find the kill in the end. Knock up onto Mark. Can Kedaya and Xie finish anything off? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, Dracula having to burn the heal as well to even get closer in range to be able to finish that one off. And now for Top Esports, they're going to go and start up this Baron because like Munchables just said, they think and they know they can do absolutely anything they want. They own this rift, and WE are just living in it while paying some rent. So take this Baron. We will see if WE can test, but I think it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, the rent that they're paying is the 300 gold that it gives Knight every time he finds a kill in the jungle. He's actually got Lichbane. It's his third item on Ari there, alongside the Medjay. So 14 stacks on that Medjay and a Lichbane just to have a little bit more upfront burst.
Yeah, a little bit more upfront burst, more damage coming out after as well from the Spellblade proc. And here, right, Beisheng making a nice turn, jumping over the wall to make sure they guarantee themselves one kill, but still multiple members of Top Esports here. JackieLove able to chase down on this top side, and Mark with a really nice flash to make sure he follows up on Xie as well, who also had used his own flash. And more action!
Yuvi's already dead. I don't know if this counts as action or if this just counts as murder. Wayward jumping in the middle of everyone, gets a shield from Mark as well, so it's not even traded as Xie falls. And Top Esports are just, I mean, they're embarrassing WE at this point. This is just brutal. They're just styling on everyone as Kedaya gets forced underneath his towers. Oh, the ult goes wide. Kedaya, good little dodge there, but Beisheng won't be so lucky as JackieLove gets yet another kill. And, I mean, look, it's not over, but it's over.
You said murder. Oh.
Murder most foul on Summoner's Rift. Can you believe it? There have been 19 murders so far this game in cold blood. But Top Esports committing 16 of them. That's a lot of jail time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, now they're just going to be able to push on through. Like you said, this game is everything but done and dusted. And by that, I mean it actually is done and dusted. They're going to turn to Dragon now, though. That will be soul for them. Doesn't look like WE even really have any hope or way of contesting. They do have members up, but could they make it there in time? The answer is they won't even try.
Wayward wants to find a pick! What? Oh my days. See you later, Kedaya. My God. JackieLove finishes off the Drake. And that is going to be Salt Wayward on a ward this time. Oh, this surely is the end of Wayward. He's on a sweeper. He doesn't know that they know, but he flashes over. There's a blast cone. Can he get out? He just tries to turn it around instead. And now Tien going for a 1v4 question mark? That seems a little aggressive. Won't quite go for it just yet. Hey, it's a pick for WE. We take those.
Yeah, big win side of WE. Still 12K gold behind, but any small victory they can have, we will take as Top Esports. I mean, they're not too concerned with it. They're still just going to keep pushing forward as a four-man unit. They know they have the stats to be able to take any fight they want, and that locking down JackieLove will be as hard as JackieLove himself makes it.
Yeah, meaning that it could be very, very easy defending.
Very easy.
But not easy for Beisheng, who just gets completely shredded. Look, last-ditch attempt comes through from WE. You can't blame him for trying one more time. Shie knocked off of his wall and will be finished off as well. There's a couple more stacks for Knight, as I believe he's on about 20 at this point as we're closing this game out. Shie getting onto, Xing getting onto the fountain there. But Top Esports will be able to just get onto the towers. And I think a much-needed confident win for Top Esports after the performance they had against JDG. I think a lot of people expecting that to be a better performance from Top Esports than it ended up being. Knight finishing this one with 22 stacks on his Medjais. That will be the Nexus Towers falling, but we're going to get one more fight out of this one as BewBew charges forward and cuts him in half! What is the damage out of Gwen all of a sudden? Knight trying to escape with his life, keeping his Medjai stacks alive. Jackie Love still going strong. He jumps forward. He finds the kill. Beisheng alone as he jumps forward, but it will not have the damage. And Jackie Love ease forward. The man is insane, and he's immediately punished.
I love Jackie Love for doing that. The game's still going to be over. Wayward's hitting the Nexus, but my God, Jackie Love, that E forward was beautiful. Top Esports take their first victory in 2022 summer split of the LPL. You already hit on it, Munch. A much-needed win coming out for the Mojo boys themselves. Wasn't perfect, wasn't beautiful, but that second game was murder. You were right. Absolutely right.
Absolutely brutalized. And, you know, Jackie Love going for it at the end. I realized what the play was, you know. They've destroyed the Nexus Towers. The reason they're going for the fight, Knight was only on 22 Medjai stacks. They had to get him to 25 before they destroyed the Nexus. So, Top Esports get the win in the end. They get Knight his 25 stacks. They finish the Nexus. And they absolutely massacred WE. I mean, after game number 1 was so close and so exciting, I was so hopeful for WE. Game number 2 just ripped that hope right out of my hands.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's at least nice we had like the things from game 1 that we can pull from them and be like, hey, maybe this does look, you know, a little bit more competent than it was last split. We still haven't seen SMLZ or Heal on the roster, so right, those could be potential things they could look at. But for TES, you know, I don't feel like there's too much to say. I really feel like this is like stock and standard TES. So like anyone who watches the LPL is like, yeah, that was a very TES series. Like game 1, a little bit of a mess, some shenaniganry. They were always the team slamming their foot on the gas pedal. Come into game 2, a little bit more well-rounded, a little bit slower in terms of the early game, but still being the team looking for the aggression, outplaying, like, and by outplaying, I mean like turrets are now OP, so outplaying dives, them just kind of abusing some mistakes and constantly pushing into the enemy jungle. And yeah, just a very Top Esports series.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. This was quintessentially Top Esports. For WE, as you say, some positives from game number 1. Certainly gave Top a run for their money in that first game. But ultimately, a tough one when it came to the second game. It felt like Top Esports completely had their number. The Gwen pick really not working out for them in the same way that it did for Top Esports. And this Jace-Gwen matchup, like, absolutely brutal in favor of Wayward. Like, the damage Wayward was doing later on. Like, when Kadaya face-checked him, when he just dropped a pink ward and waited for someone to face-check, it was like 2 abilities, and Kadaya was just gone.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones, too, that it's like, I feel like the Jace-Gwen matchup is another matchup that we see not always used to its fullest, and it feels like a lot of times like Gwen will just come out of lane unscathed, but TS definitely pushing that lane in their favor, or at least, you know, making sure that Wayward were able to find his own leads. And that leads me to the biggest takeaway and the biggest win of this series, is that Wayward is back to emoting. He's back to dabbing on his enemies. Again, maybe a lot of times in the wrong moments where you're like, bro, what are you doing? You're absolutely trolling right now. But the confidence is back. I think some of us are questioning after that first series, where's he been? Where's the emotes? They were here.
I feel like the whole of Top Esports are back, right? And I think that it shows the difference in mentality, right? Because in game number 1 their first match of the LPL, they were against JDG, their old rivals, a big opponent for them. I feel like they were taking that one a little bit more seriously. Second match, they're against WE, a team that have been struggling so far this year. At Top Esports, I think we're having a little bit more fun with it. And for me, like, Top Esports are always better to watch when they're having a bit of fun with it. When they're having a bit of fun with it is the reason everyone loves watching Top Esports.
I also feel like that's when they're at their best, right? I feel like Top Esports are one of the teams where, like, the bad comes with the good. And, like, again, a lot of their aggressive tendencies that work out, that give them leads, that gave them leads every game in their series against RNG. again, is also what leads them to sometimes having games like Game 1 where they make it hard, or losses to JDG where in Game 3 their bot lane just completely snowballed out of control, where they're overforcing dives and overforcing 2v2s. So it's very much a team where, right, the positives and negatives kind of intertwine to make them a good team and a bad team at the same time.
Yeah, it's an interesting team. It's an interesting team. I absolutely love them. Mojo is the word, right? They do what they feel they can get away with. And the only limit for top esports is their mental. Like, so long as they believe that they can do it, they can pull it off. And they have the mechanics to make it happen. So it's the reason that they're such a fun team to watch. It's also the reason that in a lot of big games, they do dumb things and end up losing very important series.
Yeah. But again, just hitting on these numbers for W one more time. BuBu, we saw at the end the Gwen damage. We saw BuBu try his darndest. Did have the most OP champion, like in terms of their composition of what you should expect to do well, but yeah, not able to pull it out against the God King Wayward himself, who had very little interaction on the team. Was, again, looking for picks in the enemy jungle or playing side lanes a lot by himself, but still, everyone having an impact. And this is the part where we look at the schedule and see who these teams play next. Because for top esports, it's Invictus Gaming. And that one's actually going to be really fun, considering how IG looked in their win yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, IG versus top esports is always going to be fun anyway, just the two styles of the two teams. But also Jackula versus his old team, that's always going to be exciting. But like you say, IG actually looking pretty good recently. Getting
Oh, hey. Both these teams play on the same day. Both of them play next on June 18th. TES play IG and WE play Weibo. It's your favorite team trifecta right there. TES, WE, Weibo. What do you do?
I mean, I watch the games is the answer. I sit in chat, gleeful and typing away, tweet some memes out, just happy as Larry. I have a couple of crumpets, maybe have a can of unbranded energy drink. And,
I like that.
and, just enjoy my Sunday or whatever day it was. What day was it?
It is a Saturday, June 18th.
Saturday. Well, there you go then. 3 series, all bangers, and V5 are playing as well. I love V5.
True. And V5's first match will be tomorrow, which, we're going to talk about that later because we have a tomorrow's games segment in this right now. We're just waiting for our MVP to come because, that last game was... We saw it. Everyone watching saw it. You saw it. I saw it. Mole Jr. saw it. Mole saw it.
See, I don't have names for the random stuff behind me, but I'll show you something. This is the coolest thing on my shelf behind me because WE off the back of that one, they can deal with it. They've been mojoed, okay? They've been mojoed. That's the way it's got to be. Top esports just coming in and destroying another team, as always. Completely flawless record so far this split, if you don't include their first series. It's beautiful to witness.
Can you please finish doing the show with those on? It feels like this is the only appropriate way to go forward with the way the last game went.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You're Mr. Money Mojo himself.
I'm way-winning it.
Yeah, exactly. That's you. As much as Mojo was a thing we came up with together, you are definitely Mr. Mojo.
Listen, at the end of the day, top esports, if you're listening, if you're looking for a manager at any point, if you need someone on the organization, hit me up. I'm there. I've got the shades. I'm ready for anything. Jackie Love was also ready for anything. He's going to grab himself MVP of today's second game, or this series' second game. 8-1 and 7. Insane damage, like the 184% value on the gold they spent. That is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, definitely coming out and having a strong performance this time around. Again, it was pretty much managing his range perfectly in terms of never really putting himself in a position to be caught. His one death was, again, him eing forward at the end when he knew he had two members behind him who were able to finish out the game. So realistically, he might have even been able to end this game deathless had he so choose. And yeah, again, overall, it felt like both these compositions were kind of built around having faith in him and relying on him to be the big damage dealer, and it's something that you know Jackie Love will do every time. As someone who has said in a serious manner that he loves playing Kog'Maw because you can get more damage since you do damage when you die, it's like, yeah, it's his philosophy.
Yeah, I love Jackie. That E at the end, that E just epitomizes Jackie Love to me because he squeezed out that last little bit of damage, got the kill on Beishang, but also completely sprinted it. But he knew that he could. He knew he could get away with it. It's just so much fun to watch. But I believe that just about wraps up our final series, which means we can look at our results for today. Lyric, you're going to have to talk us through this one because I can't see anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm honestly just impressed that you kept those on. If you missed today and you're tuning in now, I'm sorry, you tuned in too late. JDG clapped LGD in 2 games. They did lose the first game themselves. LGD kind of showing some promise, especially with some of their newer talent coming up. And Top Esports having a very TS series, making us sweat in game 1, but then clapping in the early game in the game 2.
Yeah, way closer in game 1 than it needed to be for both series. And then Top Esports and JDG coming out on top in the end. But that leads us into tomorrow's series, because we've got some pretty interesting ones tomorrow with Anyone's Legend stepping up to play their second series of the split. So far, a flawless record from Anyone's Legend. 2-0 against RA. I'm excited to see what they've got up their sleeves.
Me too, because AL were one of the teams who came in and were adjusted to the meta. Chocho playing Enchanter supports, they looked good, and they're going up against an LNG team who I think looked more less impressive. They were playing BLG, another team that you expect to be at the top, but I think that series will be really fun, really interesting. And then the second one as well, right? We have TT coming in. They've made a ton of roster changes. And then V5 starting tomorrow, bringing Dream up from the LDL. He was the LDL MVP. And yeah, that one's going to be great. And if you need any more reason to watch, it'll be a Sheen and Dagda on camera. Get the Irish accents. Orangey.
The Irish takeover. There is no RNG tomorrow, though. There are 0 E's at all. Never mind orange ones. So we'll have to see how those games are going to go tomorrow. It should be exciting. LNG versus AL, I actually think will be a lot closer than maybe a lot of people are giving it credit for. We'll have to wait and see, though. Well, Lyric, this has been the first Lunchables cast in months and months. I have enjoyed every second of it, sir. It has been a pleasure. We've been down the weird and wacky, winding roads of the LPL, and we've come out the other side as better people.
We found friends. We found love. We found insults. And you know what?
We roasted Jackie Love needlessly.
We did come in a little aggressive today, but
yeah, we did.
You know what?
Yeah, we did.
Give us the best cool guy outro with those glasses you can do.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen? That's going to be all from us tonight. So, we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you in chat, but until then, we'll see you in Champs Select.